following is a chapter reading by the Worm Audiobook Project. Please support the original author at parahumans.wordpress.com. Thank you and enjoy.
(19.1) The school's bell tolled, oddly deep, with an echo that continued unending. I couldn't see it through the cloudy haze that consumed my vision, but I felt as though the lockers were strained against their hinges in keeping with the rhythm. The same went for the floor tiles, and the hundreds of footfalls of the students milling around me, a pounding rhythm. I couldn't keep my footing. I was blind, still, but that wasn't the source of the problem. It seemed vaguely familiar, the way every impact seemed designed to hit me where it hurt, to knock me off balance and leave me in a state where I was spending too much time reeling and staggering to push back or find safety. Someone tall shoved past me, and his bag caught on my nose. It tore at the skin between the nostrils, and I could feel warm blood fountaining from the wound. I staggered, bending over with my hands to my face, and someone walked straight into me, as though they didn't know I was there. My head hit a locker and I fell. Someone stepped on my hand as their vague shape walked by, and I could hear something break, could feel it break. The pain dashed all rational thought from my mind. I screamed, brought my hand to my chest, cradling it. I was tougher than that, wasn't I? I wasn't made of glass, to have bone fracture or... "You're so pathetic, Taylor," Emma intoned. "No, not now. Not like this." I could hear Madison tittering. Sophia was silent, and her presence was all the more ominous for it. I'd done something reprehensible to her. I couldn't recall what it was, but I knew she was here for retaliation. They struck me and I fell. Emma and Madison took turns kicking me, and every effort I made to defend myself fell short. It wasn't just that I didn't know how to fight, or that I was blind. It was somehow worse, as though every effort I made was being actively punished. I'd reach out with my good hand to grab one of them and pull them off their feet, and my elbow would get stepped on, forcing it to bend the wrong way. I tried to push myself to a standing position, only for someone to kick me in the back, slamming my chest and face into the tile, hard. I tried to speak, and a kick caught me in the throat. And all around me, there was the steady rhythm of footsteps and the bell's echo. The point was clear. I was supposed to give up. I really should have given up. If I wasn't able to do something on my own, maybe a weapon, some tool? My thoughts were confused and disordered, but I searched through them, as if I could remember if I stashed some tool or weapon on my person. No, something else. I was supposed to have another weapon, though my instinct told me it wasn't anywhere I could reach, and that was normal. I searched for it. The scene was visible through 1,000 times 1,000 eyes, the colors strangely muted in favor of texture, the images blurred except where they moved when they became oddly shaped. Tattletale managed to leap back from the metal walkway as Noelle lunged and caught on the fixture. As Noelle fell, her claws scraping gouges into the concrete walls, the walkway was pulled free. Tattletale had put herself in one of the rooms that extended off the walkway, Coil's room. There was a doorway to nowhere between herself and Noelle, surrounded by concrete walls that were 2 or 3 feet thick at their narrowest point. Most of the construction of this place had taken place after Coil had found out about Noelle. He'd known there was the possibility that she would go rogue. Tattletale stepped up to the doorway, drew her gun, and fired, gunning down a grue that had been vomited out. Blood spattered, and he went limp. And I couldn't find anything. I was unarmed here. One kick caught me in between the eyebrows, and my head exploded with pain. That spooked me. I had to protect my head. If I suffered another concussion, that was the breaking point. My brain was more important than whatever else I was trying to protect. Anything else was fixable. I stopped fighting back, tucking battered legs against my bruised upper body, drawing my hands around my head. Immediately, the assault stopped being an attempt to break me and destroy my every effort to stand up for myself. It became something more tolerable, with periodic kicks and stomps instead. The accompanying shame and humiliation was almost nostalgic, horrible but familiar. Then Sophia stepped close, and I felt something sliding beneath my hands and arms, settling around my neck. A noose. She used it to lift me, choking off the ground. Madison opened the locker, and the rancid smell of it wafted around me. I would have gagged if I could breathe. Sophia shoved me inside, planting one foot between my shoulder blades as she hauled back on the rope. My unbroken fingers scrambled for purchase, found only trash and cotton that tore when I tried to grab it. Bugs bit at my flesh, and there was nothing I could do to stop them. Bugs. There was something I thought I should know. Something... The bugs observed as Tattletale pulled the pin from a grenade. She waited while it sat in her hand. It was dangerous and reckless to cook a grenade like they did in the movies, but then again, this was Tattletale. It fit with her nature, and if anyone knew how long the fuse really was, it was her. She tossed it down to where Noelle lurked below. The grenade detonated just before it made contact, billowing with smoke and radiating enough heat to kill the bugs that were finding their way into the underground base. Other bugs could see the shifting radiance of the flames. Tattletale shouted, "Rachel, now!" That eluded me, like the water that escaped the ever-thirsty Tantalus. As I scrambled for purchase, the contents of the locker shifted, falling and collapsing against me, pressing tight against my body, smelling like old blood and rancid flesh. My heart skipped a few beats, and I felt as though my blood was turning to sludge in my veins, slowing down. My thoughts dissolved into a slush of memories, speeding through my life in choppy, fragmented, distorted images. I felt momentarily disembodied, as though the line between myself and my surroundings, my mind and my feelings were all blended in together. When it pulled back, I could finally breathe. I let out a deep, shuddering breath. I could breathe. I could think again. I heard the sound of blades rasping against one another, the ringing of steel building with each repetition of the sound. I blinked, and the blind haze lifted as though I'd only had tears in my eyes. Mannequin stood in the center of the room. He had 4 arms, each ending in 3-foot blades, and he was sharpening each weapon against the other without pause. Around him, the factory. Machinery churned, pumps and pistons and levers moved, and furnaces glowing to cast long shadows, casting Mannequin in a crimson light. The people from my territory were there too, along with Sierra, Charlotte, Lisa, Brian, Rachel, my dad, and my teachers. Each of them fought to hide in the shadows and the corners, but there wasn't enough room. I carefully assessed the tools I had at my disposal. My gun, my knife, my baton. In a more general sense, they were my bugs. I called for them. Tattletale jerked toward the doorway, stopping as one arm stretched behind her with a clink. She handcuffed herself to a length of chain, fastening that chain to a rubber-sheathed cluster of wires at the far end of the room. Tattletale's free hand gripped her gun, pointed it at something narrow. The bugs who were touching the object in question were being absorbed, dying. It was one of Noelle's tongues, wrapped around Tattletale's waist. The gunshot went off, severing the tongue, and the chain went slack. Tattletale dropped to her knees, pressing her gun and hand to her shoulder. The 3 largest dogs attacked. Bitch sent 3, and the result was predictable. Noelle absorbed them as they made contact. Though each dog was nearly 1/3 of her own size, her flesh stretched thin around the mass of each dog, then stretched thinner as they started to swell in size. Noelle's flesh crept over them faster than they grew. The growth ceased the instant the flesh finished enveloping them, and their struggles slowed. It took long seconds for them to stop struggling, but each dog eventually went limp. Tattletale and Rachel watched as 2 figures stepped out from behind Noelle. Regent and a skitter. Me. Regent whipped his head up in Tattletale's direction, and she dropped her gun. As her good hand snapped up to her throat, gripping it, it became apparent that dropping the gun had been quite intentional. If she had been holding it, the perspective of the scene shifted abruptly, as the skitter bid every bug in the area, Noelle's included, to turn toward Rachel. Rachel clenched her fist. And barely any responded. 100? If that. The heat of the furnaces killed many of the ones who were trying to approach. It left me with a mere 39 bugs. I might as well have been unarmed. Mannequin extended one arm with the blade outstretched, pointing at the crowd. His eyes were on me as he did so, moving the blade slowly, pointing at faces that were familiar, but who I couldn't name, pointing at my dad. And there was nothing I could do to save him. Not saving him wasn't an option either. I drew my gun, fired. Only one bullet in the chamber. There was a sound as it hit Mannequin, but he barely reacted as he turned toward my father. I drew my knife and baton, charging. Futile. He ignored me completely, raising one hand and then stabbing down. I couldn't even look at what was happening, refused to look. I struck Mannequin, aiming for the joints, the small of his back, his hips and knees. Nothing worked. Without even looking, Mannequin reached over to one side and thrust one blade at me. His weapon penetrated my armor like it was Armsmaster's special halberd. I screamed, but it was more rage than pain. I howled like I might against a hurricane, a storm that was destroying everything I loved, and I was helpless to fight it. I battered him, struck him with my weapons, gave everything I had and more, to no avail. He folded his arms around me in a bear hug, squeezed, crushed. More of him folded around me, pulling tight against my head, my throat, arms, chest, and legs. My life flashed before my eyes. Every event, every memory and recalled feeling distilled into a single point. When the crushing sensation passed, I was left standing, disoriented, in the middle of a flooded ruin. The momentary relief faded swiftly. All around me, desolation. Blasted buildings, bodies, flooded streets. Graffiti covered the walls around me. The letter numbering combinations S9 repeated in endless permutations and styles. I flinched as an explosion took the top of a building 2 blocks away. Blue flames roared up on the upper floors. I couldn't breathe. My skin prickled, burned, just on contact with the air. I felt nauseous, disoriented. Radiation? Plague? A fleet of cockroaches scurried over one of the nearby ruins, like cattle stampeding away. They were fleeing from something. Multiple somethings. I took cover. "Where are you?" The voice might have been sing-song if it weren't for the filter that reduced it to a mechanical hiss. "Where are you?" Another voice echoed the first, younger, female. A girl's giggle followed. "Hush, Bonesaw." Jack's voice reached me, like a sibilant whisper in my ear. The water that flooded the streets served as a surface for the sound to bounce off of, letting it carry through the area. My costume was more tatters than actual fabric. It wasn't like there were spiders anymore, only cockroaches, and fewer than I might hope. The water that flooded the streets wasn't so kind to them. "What game shall we play today?" Bonesaw asked. "Did you make anything? Please tell me you made something." "I did," Bakuda responded. "I borrowed from your work for this one." They were close, 9 of them. I couldn't run without making noise. The cockroaches, then. I reached for them. "Regent!" Noelle gasped out the word. She was far bigger than she had been before. "Come!" Regent hesitated, gave her a sidelong glance. "Come!" she roared. He reluctantly obeyed. She raised one massive limb, slamming it into the wall where the walkway had once been attached. The mutant regent clambered up her arm to the doorway. That would be the doorway that led to the corridor with the cells. The same cells where Shatterbird was in soundproof containment. Tattletale had descended to the ground and was backing up as 2 skitters and a Gru approached, with Bentley advancing to her side. Rachel was prone, lying at the point where the wall met the floor, with Bastard on the ground and pressed up against her, as if he was using his bulk to keep the worst of the bugs from reaching her. Her other dogs were smaller. Big, but much smaller than they could be. "You take flyers, I take ground?" one skidder asked the other. "Mm-hmm," the other skidder grunted her reply. "Have to share. Be smart about this one. Gru, hang back. She might try pulling something," Skidder 1 ordered. "Harder to make a counterplan against bugs." "Me? Pull something?" Tattletale asked. She was cradling one arm and covered in vomit. Judging by the body parts that surrounded her, Bentley had taken apart the clones that Noelle had vomited at her. "Yeah, you," Skidder 1 said. "You're the type, aren't you? Awfully fond of keeping secrets for someone who calls themselves Tattletale. Keeping secrets from me, even, at the best of times. Even though you knew what I'd gone through." "I've been pretty open," Tattletale said. She retreated a step, and Bentley advanced. The swarm stirred around the 2 skidders and the Guru. "You haven't mentioned your trigger event, have you? Perfectly happy to dig through other people's sordid pasts, but you won't get into your own darkest moment." "Really not that interesting," Tattletale said. Skidder 1's voice was thick with restrained emotion. "It's still a betrayal. Staying silent? How can we have a partnership, a friendship, without equity?" "Maybe. I think you're exaggerating. Does the other Skidder have any input? Awfully quiet." Skidder 2 made a growling sound that might have sent a small dog running for cover. "I'm the quiet type." "That you are." "No commentary? No manipulations?" Skidder 1 asked. "Nothing nasty to say to throw us off balance?" "You're already off balance enough. Besides, I don't think anything I had to say would get through. How can I target your weak points when you're nothing but?" "That so?" Skidder 1 asked. "Doesn't happen often, does it? You're not as cocky now. Do you feel scared?" "Just a bit," Tattletale said. She backed up enough that she'd reached the wall. The mangled staircase stretched out beside her, almost entirely torn free of the wall. "Why don't we turn the tables then? Let's see how I do, trying to fuck with your head," Skidder 1 suggested. "I'll pass. Bentley, attack!" The dog hesitated, hearing the command from an unfamiliar person, but he did obey. Skidder 2 ran toward him, surrounding herself with crawling bugs. At the last second, she took a sharp left, sending a mass of bugs flowing to the right. Bentley managed to follow her, struck her with his front paws, and shattered her legs. Skidder 1's flying swarm flew over him, and began binding him with threads of silk. It was too little, a distraction at best. Tattletale fired her gun, and Skidder 1 went down. The bullet didn't make for an instant kill, and the bugs continued doing their work. Tattletale thrashed as the bugs started to cluster on her, took aim again, and the Gru swept darkness over Skidder 1. She disintegrated, reappearing as the darkness sloshed against the far wall. Teleporting things via his darkness, as divergences from the base powers went, it was pretty extreme. "Heroes are on their way," Skidder 1 shouted to Noelle, one hand pressed to the flowing chest wound. I could sense them, observing with the same bugs that Skidder 1 was using. Tattletale had left each of the doors unlocked as she'd made her way into the base, and Miss Militia was leading a squadron of Protectorate members and her wards through the series of rooms and tunnels. More bugs sought Rachel out, and she kicked her legs at the gap where they were flowing in beneath the left side of Bastard's stomach. Shatterbird appeared in the doorway at the end of the tunnel. She was holding the Regent clone by the throat. She pushed him forward and let his limp body fall. It landed in the heaping mass of Noelle's flesh. Shatterbird panted, and her face was beaded with sweat, and it wasn't related to the scene she was looking at. Not the underground base filled with flesh and bodies. Her hand shook as she pushed her hair out of her face. Emotion? Miss Militia chose that moment to open the door. She, like Shatterbird, stared at the scene, but she was distracted as she was forced to grab the doorframe to avoid stepping out onto the ruined walkway. Tattletale's voice was muffled by the bugs that were crawling on her face. To actually open her mouth, in the face of all that, I wasn't sure I could have done it. I knew better than she did what the results might be, but she did it. Tattletale opened her mouth and shouted, "Shut the door!" Miss Militia moved to obey. Too late. Shatterbird screamed, using her power of her own free will for the first time since we'd captured her. And the cockroaches obeyed. They formed a rough human shape, then another. Swarm clones, as close as I could get to making them, without a concealing costume for my real self. And the 9 didn't fall for it. Bakuda turned my way, and I belatedly remembered the heat-tracking goggles. She could follow me by my body heat. I ran, and I knew it was futile. Night caught up to me first. It would have been a simple matter for her to kill me right then, but she had different aims. Her claw cut at the back of my leg, and I fell, crippled. My fear pushed the pain into a distant second place on my priority list. In a matter of moments, I was surrounded. 9 at the one side of me, Crawler on the other. Jack, Bonesaw, Siberian, Bakuda, Shatterbird, Burnscar, and Panacea. It was Weld who seized my wrists. Run, I tried to warn him, but the words didn't reach him. Fluid bubbled out of my lips, and it came out as a mumble. The radiation? Plague? Had Bonesaw or Panacea done something to me without my knowledge? He said something I couldn't make out. It sounded like I was underwater. Then he pulled. He wasn't gentle about it. He threw me over one of his shoulders, with enough force that bile rose in my throat and the sharper parts of his shoulder poked at my stomach. I tried to move my hand to raise my mask so I wouldn't choke if I threw up, but my arm didn't respond. My head swam, and half my attempts to breathe were met with only chokes and wet coughs. Was this another delusion? A dream? Could I afford to treat it as though it was? I was still blind, but my power was waking up. I could feel the bugs in the area, and I was getting a greater picture of the surroundings as my range slowly extended. Shatterbird was still perched in the doorway-turned window. Noelle was beneath her, and I had only the bug sight to view her with. Her already grotesque form was distorted further by the 3 dogs she'd absorbed into herself. Instinctively, I tried to move my bugs to get a better sense of the current situation. They didn't budge. Instead, I felt the pull of the other 2 skitters, wresting control of my bugs from me as though they were taking a toy from a baby, ordering those bugs to hurt my teammates and allies. Rachel and Tattletale were down, and Imp was crouched beside Tattletale. Imp had pulled up the spider silk hood that I'd worked into her scarf, covering the back of her head and cinching it tight. It wasn't perfect, but it was leaving her almost totally protected. Almost. Bugs had reached her scalp, and there were spiders working thread around her legs. I wasn't sure if she was aware of the latter. The wards in Protectorate in the upstairs hallway, some were hurt. The fallen and the wounded were numerous enough that the heroes had lost any momentum they'd had. Their focus was in the hallway now, in saving their teammates. Maybe they deemed the situation unsalvageable. I exerted a greater effort, trying to reduce the impact the swarm was having on everyone present, but there was nothing. My doppelgangers had a complete and total override, and the pair definitely noticed my attempts. They turned my way. What would I be doing in their shoes? They couldn't hurt Weld, but they could hurt me. Or they'd find another avenue of attack. Weld, Skitter 1 spoke up. Her voice was quiet. Surprised you're here. Did Imp help you get close? Do I really sound like that? I wondered. And Imp? Weld wasn't replying. Really surprised you're with her, Skitter 1 said. She had one hand pressed to a chest wound. Weld glanced over his other shoulder at her. The other Skitter was a distance away, with shattered legs. Did she tell you? Skitter 1 said. She set someone on fire. Maimed a miner, slicing his forehead open. She cut off Bakuda's toes, carved out a helpless man's eyes. I can keep going. I don't care, Weld said. He wasn't moving. Why? He was waist deep in Noelle's belly, holding me. It dawned on me that he couldn't throw me to some point clear of Noelle without giving me to the Skitter. You should care. I could tell you all about the critically injured man she left to bleed out and die. She stood by and let people get attacked by Mannequin so she could buy herself time to think of a plan to make a counterattack. I opened my mouth to speak, but I couldn't draw in enough breath to manage more than a hoarse whisper, and Weld wouldn't have heard me.
"I don't care," Weld said. "I know she's done bad things. After this is over, we'll find her, beat her, and take her into custody."
"You don't care?" Skitterone asked. "She murdered your boss. Shot Thomas Calvert in cold blood not that long ago." Weld froze, or he went more still than usual. "Whoopsie," Imp said. She appeared behind Skitterone. A slash of her knife ended Skitterone's contributions to the discussion. "Sorry to interrupt." I couldn't say whether Skitterone's feedback had done anything to change his behavior, but Weld wasn't gentle when he grabbed me and flung me overhand. My legs tore free of Noelle, where her flesh had closed firmly around my legs, and I was sent flying. Unable to move to protect myself or react to the landing, I sprawled where I landed, 15 or so feet from Noelle. Weld turned back to Noelle. His left hand changed to become a blade, and he used it to hack and slash his way through Noelle's side. His other hand dug and scraped for purchase, as he deliberately and intentionally submerged himself. My bugs found their way to the others. I did what I could with my bugs to drive Shatterbird away from the doorway and put her out of reach of Noelle's tongue. Once she started staggering back, I set about finding and destroying the bug clones who were attacking people and ignoring my powers. The door where the wards and the Protectorate had been lurking opened. Miss Militia tested her weight on the staircase, then leaped down to ground level. She trained a gun on Imp as she noticed the girl crouching over Skitter too. The taciturn Skitter with the broken legs. Imp executed the girl, glanced at Miss Militia, and shrugged. I tried to speak. Coughed. I pulled my bugs away from Rachel and Tattletale. Miss Militia stared at Noelle, her eyes adjusting to the poor light. "You fed her?" Miss Militia asked. "Rachel," Tattletale said. "Come on." There was a clapping or slapping noise, and Bastard lurched to his feet. Rachel stood, and the other 3 dogs spread out around her. "You fed Echidna?" Miss Militia asked, disbelieving. Echidna? Right. They coined a name for her then. "And we'll feed her more," Tattletale said. "Rachel, all of the spare dogs. Try not to get in Weld's way." The dogs began to grow, flesh splitting, bone spurs growing, and muscles swelling to greater size. Rachel hesitated. "Do it!" Tattletale shouted. Rachel gave the orders, shouting, "All of you hold! Malcolm, go left!" She slapped one dog on the shoulder, and he bolted. "Coco, go right! Twinkie, go right!" The other 2 dogs gave chase, stampeding past me as they ran along the right side of the room. "Hurt!" Rachel gave the order. The dogs attacked the closest target, Noelle. They got stuck in her like she was tar, but I realized that the converse was also true. Noelle was absorbing them, but she was unable to move so freely so long as this much extra mass was stuck to her. It was like the way they'd fought Weld, sticking metal to him. The problem would be that she spat out the dogs. I tried to move, but I felt like I had 50-pound weights strapped each of my arms. I tried to move, but I felt like I had 50-pound weights strapped to each of my arms and legs. My face burned hot, and my vision swam. It wasn't an entirely unfamiliar feeling. I felt sick. With that thought, it dawned on me. Noelle absorbed living things, and that apparently extended to bacteria. Where others had bacteria in their digestive system to help them digest food, Noelle, Echidna, had no need for such. When she absorbed the ambient bacteria and molds from her surroundings, she was storing them, weaponizing them like she did with the rats and insects. They were used to debilitate her victims, render them unable to fight back, while her clones got the upper hand. It meant I was sick, and I'd have to hope that whatever the illness was, it would be short-lived. Shatterbird was still thrashing, trying to do something with her glass, and failing because she couldn't breathe or see. Echidna couldn't move, and her legs were caught on the dogs. The other clones had been executed by Imp, as far as I knew. The sticking point was Weld. Tattletale had apparently figured out that he was immune to Echidna's absorption ability, but he wouldn't be immune to her basic shape-shifting ability. She didn't have a lot of control over her form, or she surely would have chosen something without that number of legs, without the 3 mutant dog heads, but she did have the ability to shift her flesh around, and Weld was limited in how fast he could cut that flesh away. Rachel had moved to my side. She put her arms under my shoulders and my knees, and lifted me, grunting. I twisted around to cough and gag. I managed to move one arm to my face, but didn't have the strength in my fingers to move the fabric at my neck. Rachel found it instead, pulling it up and halfway up my face. I coughed up lumps of stuff that tasted the way raw meat smelled. "Careful," Tattletale said. "Incoming! Dogs!" Noelle had apparently moved one of her heads around, because she managed to spray a stream of vomit our way. There was a pause as her body heaved. My bugs could sense the movement as one of the bulkier dogs was repositioned inside her monstrous lower body. And then she puked up one of the dogs, along with a handful of humans. It wasn't large, wasn't mutant. Well, it was a mutant, but it wasn't one of Rachel's mutants. "Bentley," Rachel ordered. "Kill!" The bulldog lunged and seized the smaller dog in its jaws. In a matter of seconds, crushed it in a heartbeat. "Yeah," Rachel said, her voice low enough that only I heard it. "Feels wrong." "Why?" Miss Militia asked. "Why was it small?" When we were hanging out with Panacea during the Slaughterhouse 9 fiasco, she put her hand on Sirius, Tattletale said, and she said that the tissues die as they get pushed out from the center. They're more like super zombie dogs, really, with a juicy living center. "And Echidna doesn't copy dead things," Miss Militia said. Tattletale nodded. "We got lucky. I was worried it would only be a little smaller." Weld was fighting to emerge. He had his hands on Gru and one of the dogs. He hurled them out, and Miss Militia caught the dog. Imp and Tattletale hurried to drag Gru away. "Did you bring all the stuff I asked for?" Tattletale asked. "Yes. It won't be enough." "So long as you've got some, it'll help. Just need to buy time," Tattletale said. Echidna's bulk shifted. I couldn't see it with my own eyes, but with the blurry vision the bugs offered, I could track how she was getting her legs under her. I could see that there weren't any distinct bulges anymore. She was breaking down the mutant flesh she'd stripped away from Rachel's dogs, and she was making it her own. 6 dogs. If my estimates about them being roughly a third her mass were right, she could be 3 times as big as she'd been before. "She'll be stronger," Miss Militia said, putting the dog down. "If this doesn't work, we just gave her a power boost for nothing." "We're saving the people she took," Tattletale said, "and we're buying time. It's not nothing." Echidna heaved herself up to her feet. She vomited forth a geyser of fluids and flying clones. Our ranks were scattered, knocked over and pushed away from Echidna by the force and quantity of the fluids. It was stronger than before. Whatever the source she was drawing from was, she'd reinforced it with the mass she'd gained from eating the dogs. No less than 15 clones littered the floor, and there was another 12 or so dogs and rats in their mass. Miss Militia didn't even stand before opening fire. Twin assault rifles tore into the ranks of the clones, and she emptied both clips, reforged the guns with her power, and then unloaded 2 more clips. Several clones were avoiding the bullets more by sheer chance than any effort on their part. One Grace clone managed to shield the bullets, moving her hands to block the incoming fire. One stray shot clipped her shoulder, but she was holding out. Echidna spat up another wave, and I hurried to get my flying bugs out of the way. I still couldn't move, but I held my breath. The wave hit us on 2 fronts. An initial crush of fluid and bodies, and the bodies from the first wave that had been shoved up against us. As the fluid receded, my bugs moved back down to the ground to track how many clones she'd created. It made for a pile of bodies, with snarling dogs and clones struggling for footing as they reached for us. Bentley and Bastard provided our side with the muscle we needed to shove the worst of the enemy numbers away, bulldozing them with snouts and shoving them aside with the sides of their large bodies. Miss Militia followed up by sweeping the area with a flamethrower. She stopped, waited for the smoke to clear, and Tattletale shouted. "Again! Weld's still inside!" Another wave of flame washed over the clones. There were Regents, Tectons, and Graces, as well as various dogs, and none were able to withstand the heat. Each and every one of them burned. But this much heat and smoke, even with this space being as large as it wasn't an assault we could sustain. Echidna opened her mouth for a third spray, then stopped. One by one, bodies were dropped from her gut. "No!" Noelle screamed from her vantage point on top of the monstrous form. Weld forced another dog free, and Echidna moved one leg to step on it. Grace and Tecton fell, and Weld dropped after them. He turned the blade of one hand into a scythe, then chopped a segment of Echidna's foot free. With one motion of the scythe, he sent Tecton, Regent, and some of the dogs skidding our way, sliding them on the vomit-slick floor like a hockey player might with a puck on ice. Echidna deliberately dropped, belly flopping onto Weld, Grace, and the dismembered foot that had stepped on the sixth dog. Miss Militia was already drawing together a rocket launcher. She fired a shot at the general location where Weld was. He forced his way free of the resulting wound a moment later. The dog tucked under one arm, Grace under the other. Echidna swiped at him, but he hurled the others forward to safety a second before it connected. He was slammed into the wall, but he didn't even reel from the blow. He made a dash for us. "Retreat!" Miss Militia gave the order. The staircase shook precariously as we made our ascent, one group at a time. One of the capes had frozen the staircase of the metal walkway to the wall to stabilize it. They started getting organized to hand each of us and the dogs up to the door, but Rachel barreled past, carrying me and two dogs, with Bastard and Bentley following behind. As we reached the doorway, dogs were handed to the able-bodied. Others were helping the wounded. Clockblocker had fallen, and Kidwin was being moved with a makeshift stretcher formed of one of the chain-link doors that had been in the hallway. There was a lot of blood. It was Shatterbird's power, I realized. It barely registered the event. Shatterbird was still in the hallway on the other side of the underground complex, standing away from the main fighting, perhaps, or waiting for an opportunity. She found the locker where Regent kept her costume, was using her power to put it on while simultaneously fighting off the bugs that were still biting her. Echidna reared back, apparently geared up to vomit, and Miss Militia fired a rocket launcher straight into the monster's open mouth. It barely seemed to slow Echidna down. Vomit spilled around her, crawling with vermin and bugs. The monster was moving slower now. The entire structure shook as she advanced on us, sections of the walkway crumpling and screeching where her bulk scraped against it. But the door was just that, a door. 3 feet wide and 6 feet tall. The tunnels the trucks had used were too small for her mass, even if one ignored the fact that they'd been strategically collapsed. The entire area shook with the impact of her furious struggles. She was trying to tear her way free. The violence only ramped up as we made our escape, to the point that I was worried the building above us would come down on top of our heads as we headed outside. The warm, fresh air was chill against the damp fabric of my costume as we escaped from beneath the building. I could sense other heroes and trucks stationed nearby, no doubt surrounding the area. The second we'd reached the perimeter, Tattletale collapsed to the ground, propping herself up with her back to a wall. Gru and Regent were placed next to us. We were covered in blood and vomit, half of us so weak we could barely move. I didn't convey the best image.
"Vista wasn't inside Echidna," Weld said. "If she's still in the building—"
"Triumph, phone her," Miss Militia ordered.
"Yes'm,"
Triumph replied. Miss Militia turned to Tattletale. She gestured at the nearby vehicles.
"You said you wanted containment foam."
"I did," Tattletale said.
"You think she'll fight free?"
"Almost definitely," Tattletale said. "She had a Gru with her, one with teleportation powers. He disappeared partway through the fight, lurking somewhere out of sight, being pragmatic about the situation. So unless someone can testify to having killed the guy, we can expect her to pop up in a matter of minutes." "Minutes?" Miss Militia said.
"No reply from Vista,"
Triumph reported. "Keep trying." "She gets free in a few minutes, and we'll use the containment foam then?" Assault asked. I jumped a little at the realization it was him. "No," Tattletale said. "We'll use it as soon as the dust settles." "Dust?" Assault asked. She withdrew her cell phone, raised her voice. "If any of you have force fields, put them up now." Tattletale started punching something into the keypad. Miss Militia grabbed her wrist, prying the cell phone from her hand. Stop. It's our only option. What's our only option? Buying time, Tattletale said. She wrenched her hand free, but Miss Militia still had the phone. How? You could punch the last 2 digits, 1 and 4, into that keypad. See for yourself, Tattletale said. Or you could give me the phone. Let me do it. And then, if Vista's in there, your conscience is less muddy, if not exactly clear. Miss Militia turned her face toward the phone, stared at the building that loomed over Coil's not-so-secret base. Shatterbird, I started to speak. Had to catch my breath. She's in there too. She was talking to Noelle. To Echidna, last I saw. They might be deciding to work together. I won't have a clear conscience no matter what I do, Miss Militia said, but I might as well own up to it. Miss Militia touched the phone twice. Long, quiet seconds reigned. Didn't think you had it in you, Tattletale commented. There was a rumble. My bugs couldn't reach far enough to see, but they could see the blur, a cloud at the top floor of the building. Another cloud expanded out from the top of the building, 1 floor down from the first. The explosion continued, escalating, ripping through the building in stages. I couldn't even breathe as I experienced the resulting aftershock. The vibrations as the building folded in on itself, plummeting down to the construction area. What? Assault started. There was another explosion, muffled, and my bugs were in range for the explosion that followed. Plumes of earth rose in a rough circle around the building, and then the ground sank, the entire underground base folding in on itself. Even with the debris of fallen building on top of it, the area seemed to form a loose depression. Fitting for a criminal mastermind, I thought. Shit, Regent said, his voice reedy. He didn't use it on us? I asked Tattletale. Coil? She was staring at what must have been a massive cloud of dust. He tried, sort of, she said. His computer was rigged to blow everything up if someone tampered too much. I found the stuff when I went looking for his files, as I moved in. Scared the pants off me when I realized that it was already in motion. Before that? I asked. When we were waiting for the meeting? Couldn't afford to let Echidna loose, she said, and I think I would have known. Can't say for sure. It took minutes for everything to finish settling. Containment foam on the wreckage, Miss Militia shouted. I want a cape escort for each truck and equipped PRT members. Do not engage if you see her. She was rattling off more orders. I couldn't focus enough to follow it all. She's not dead, Tattletale said. Well, we bought an hour, at least. Maybe a few. With luck, they'll upgrade this to a Class S. We'll get reinforcements, which we'll need. She's stronger, Gru said. He didn't sound good. You fed her. Had to, or she would have escaped before the explosion. But she's stronger, Gru repeated himself. Tattletale nodded. Do you have a plan? I asked. She shook her head. Not really. Ideas? I have a few too, I said. Not good ones, though. I'll take bad ideas, she said. She sighed wistfully. Fuck, I really wanted an evil mastermind headquarters of my own. It'll be years before I can build one for myself, Tattletale groused. So impatient, Regent clucked his tongue. Tattletale pushed herself to her feet. The next part's going to be 3 times as bad. I'm going to go see if we can scrounge up some healing. I brought my legs up to my chest and folded my arms on my knees, resting my head on them. The visions I'd seen were swiftly fading into memory, but the ideas behind them lingered. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't sure I wanted to fight, to step up and save others. A large part of me wanted to say it was up to the heroes, to take the unsure thing over doing it myself and knowing I'd done everything I could. I turned to Gru. You okay? He didn't respond. Gru, I asked. Nothing. I used my bugs to search for someone who might be able to give medical attention. Everyone was milling around, active, busy. Us undersiders aside, there were only 2 people nearby who weren't active, trying to contain and prepare for a potential second attack. Weld and Miss Militia. They were talking, and they were looking at me. Thomas Calvert, my clone had informed them, and they'd seen our faces. 19.2 I wanted nothing more than to stop, to look after Gru and lick my wounds. But I couldn't let the heroes come to one of their deeply misinformed conclusions at my expense. Not when they were talking about murder. It took me 2 attempts to get to my feet. I didn't like looking anything less than my best when surrounded by so many people who were judging me, and I felt pretty far from my best. My bugs formed a cloak, strategically covering me much in the way that Gru did with his darkness. I noticed how Miss Militia and Weld went silent as I approached. Other heads turned, but nobody moved to stop me. If anything, they edged out of my way. They didn't clear a path, exactly, but a number of them found reasons to walk away, shift positions, or avoid looking at me as I moved through the perimeter they formed. For an instant, I felt like I was among the students at the school. Only this time, instead of drawing attention, with people approaching me and bumping into me, I was pushing them away. Instead of that incessant tolling, there was only quiet, the sound of the wind, a vehicle in the distance, and the buzzing of the insects that cloaked me. A part of me wondered how much of that was my reputation beyond Brockton Bay, and how much was my innate creepiness.
"Skitter,"
Weld said when I reached him and Miss Militia. "Thank you for the rescue," I said. I can't really sum it up in words, but it was pretty damn heroic. I owe you.
"Imp got in touch with me, with a message from Tattletale. The 2 of them made a pretty convincing argument. You're okay?"
I offered a curt nod. I wasn't, but it wouldn't do to say so. Silence was a very effective tool, I was finding, because it spoke volumes and rarely put me into a less advantageous position. The more I talked, the more I risked revealing just how exhausted and battered I was feeling.
"Catastrophic was the word Imp used," Weld said, "when describing just what might happen if a clone got your power without any of your restraint, not to mention the issues posed by the psychotic Grus. Your clones could commit mass murder on the scale of hundreds, but his threatened to lose us the battle."
"And we suspect at least one survived," Miss Militia said. I nodded. "There's other capes who are just as dangerous as us. Think in terms of the damage some heroes could do. You?" Weld looked at Miss Militia. She nodded. "If anything, this situation is very illuminating, in terms of how bad some parahumans might be in a worst-case scenario. There are some powers that are tame at first glance, but utterly disastrous if left unchecked." "I take it I have one of the tame powers?" I asked. "No," Miss Militia said. "I wouldn't say that." There was a pause in the conversation. I wasn't going to argue with or agree with her point, and neither she nor Weld were volunteering further information. "Your team took off your armbands," Miss Militia said. "Yes," I replied. "You're playing very loose with the scope of the rules, with the consequences I outlined." "That's somewhat related to what I came here to talk to you about," I said. "Go on," she said. "The clone told you things," I ventured. "I wanted to address them before you jumped to conclusions. Or at least, I wanted to address one major point."
"You were conscious?"
Weld asked. I nodded. Weld spoke.
"I understand if your clone was lying. Psychological warfare, creating division in the ranks. I'd be willing to believe the clone is capable of it, in light of our past experiences with you. No offense, but I still had to tell my boss."
I didn't respond right away. He was giving me a way out. I tried to get a sense of Miss Militia's body language, using just my bugs. Her arms were folded. It was a moment where I desperately wished I could see and get a better read on her. I'd always hated those parts in the TV shows and movies where everything could be resolved with the simple truth. It was why I'd never been able to watch romantic comedies. It grated, the sitcom-esque comedic situations, which would be resolved if people would only sit down, explain, and listen to one another. The tragedies which could have been prevented with a few simple words. I didn't want to be one of those tragedies. "Thomas Calvert was Coyle," I said. I kept my voice low enough that only the 2 of them would hear. I didn't need to provoke a riot.
"Beg pardon?"
Weld asked. Miss Militia's arms unfolded. She hooked her thumbs in her belt, silent. "Thomas Calvert got powers," I said. the ability to create a parallel reality where he could nudge things to unfold in different ways. He used those powers to make a lot of money with no risk, hired high-powered mercenaries, and then hired both the Travelers and us, the Undersiders. Miss Militia shifted position, leaning against a wall with her arms folded. A lot of what you say fits with what we know about Coil, but I'm not seeing where Thomas Calvert comes in. His power meant anyone working under him could operate with less risk. Our plans were that much more likely to work, because we got 2 chances any time he was able to give us his attention. With that, we took over the city. At that point, he exhausted the use of the Coil persona, so he staged his own death. He staged the deaths of those reporters, rigged the whole scene and set it up so it would play out like it did. And in the end, a body double was set to die in his place. His hired woman gets elected mayor in the aftermath. Piggo loses her job, and Thomas Calvert becomes head of the PRT. You're giving him a hell of a lot of credit, Miss Militia said. He spent years rigging this. If you dig, you'll probably be able to find some traces of it. Maybe the reporters who were on the scene only started working at a certain point, after he put them in position. Maybe you can follow the money trails. But he set everything up. Think about it. I raised one hand, counted off my points. Through the Undersiders and Travelers, he could control all illicit activity in Brockton Bay, slowly moving on to the neighboring cities. Through his money, power, and his activity as Coil, he would control local businesses and industry. Most of the construction companies that are rebuilding, all of the areas that are being bulldozed and rebuilt, he owned the land, he owned the businesses. He could do it all at a loss because he was able to get money in other ways. He was prepared to control the government through his puppets, and he controlled the heroes through the newly acquired position in the PRT. All in all, he was set to have an absolute grip over Brockton Bay and all of the major aspects of the city. And you murdered him? Miss Militia asked. Your clone was telling the truth? I think, I said, and I had to pause to get my thoughts in order, that this dialogue of ours is going to play out far better if I don't answer that question. Because you murdered him, Weld said. I didn't answer. I'll have to discuss this with the higher-ups, Miss Militia said. The de facto truce we formed should protect you until this is all over, but I'll make a strong recommendation that you be left alone for the time being. It might help. I wouldn't, I told Miss Militia. Wouldn't what? Make my recommendation? I wouldn't tell the higher-ups. We took off the armbands because Tattletale had a feeling, complicated to explain. I would really like you to explain, Miss Militia said. The problem with explaining was that it threatened to offer insight on Tattletale's power. Worse, it might get the Chicago wards in trouble, and they've been decent. Maybe changing the subject. Tattletale had ideas that Eidolon's motives weren't entirely pure, and I don't think they were. When we got closer, I overheard Eidolon talking with Noel. He knew a few things that suggested he already knew what Coil was doing. Eidolon? Weld asked. Miss Militia put a hand on my shoulder and ushered me away from the perimeter where the heroes were walking around and getting prepared. I was pretty sure nobody was able to hear, but I didn't object. She leaned close and spoke an order in my ear. Explain. This explanation was having the opposite effect I intended. It threatened to get me and the others in deeper trouble. Do you know what cauldron is? I asked. A rumor, Miss Militia said. It was an idea that cropped up around the time the first major parahumans did, and occasionally a person or group will use the idea and claim some greater conspiracy or a power connection. In every case, it is investigated and thoroughly debunked. I frowned behind my mask. If you didn't think Cauldron's responsible, how do you explain the monstrous parahumans, like Gregor the Snail or Neuter? Or me, Weld asked. He was just behind us. Or you, I said. I've run into too many situations that involved Cauldron to buy that it's a series of hoaxes. The merchants had vials that granted powers, and a suitcase detailing some contract with Cauldron. I read some of it, before Faultline's crew absconded with the rest of it. Did you actually see someone drink and gain powers? Miss Militia asked. No. It's a name that's acquired enough momentum and prestige that people will occasionally use it to their advantage. Nothing more, Miss Militia said. Then why did Eidolon say that Coil was involved with Cauldron,
and that Cauldron was responsible for Noelle? I asked. Miss Militia pursed her lips. I don't know. It could be that you're lying. If I was going to lie, I'd pick something more believable. Or you're picking something so unbelievable that I'd take ages to sort through the data. In the meantime, this situation gets resolved, and we let you walk away unharmed. I have talked to my team, and I've seen your records. You tend to do that. Protect yourself in the present with details and arguments that would take a long time to verify. I'm not looking for an argument, I said. If you don't believe that Calvert was Coil, then that's fine. I just wanted to put all my cards on the table. Except for actually admitting to the murder, Weld said. Right, I said. Assuming we believe you, what are we supposed to do with this knowledge? Miss Militia asked. For now, I asked. Nothing. Operate as you would otherwise, but keep your eyes open with this information in mind. And if we do, if we keep our eyes open, thoroughly investigate this allegation about Calvert and Coil, and we still decide to arrest you, will you agree to come peacefully into custody? I shook my head. No, I don't think so. So it's really selfishness that brings you here, Miss Militia said. You don't expect to change the way you operate, and you expect to get away with acknowledging that you murdered a man, if not outright admitting it. But you want us to change how we handle our end of things, based on your heresy. If you want to see it as self-serving, that's your call, I said. Maybe that's how you work, but I don't have high aspirations now. I saved Dinah. I want to protect the people in my territory, and stop the forces that might hurt them. Be it the Slaughterhouse 9, Coil, or Echidna. Maybe you won't believe me when I say so, but I'm not trying to argue in my own defense here. I won't confirm or deny what the clone said, but nothing I'm saying here really gives me an alibi or leverage to escape this situation. You're giving us excuses to soften the impact of the crime you committed, Miss Militia said. I'm not admitting to anything, I pointed out. You know what I mean. Maybe they are excuses, kind of. It's one way of looking at it. Another way is that maybe now you can maybe be more wary when talking with Eidolon, or paying more attention when you start looking into Calvert's daily life. See if anything points to Coil. He wasn't stupid, but you don't devote that much time and energy to something without some blurring of the lines. I don't gain much if you do that, but you could stand to benefit. Maybe, Miss Militia said. Are you speaking from experience? Weld asked. When you talk about blurring the lines between identities. I turned toward him, remembering that he'd seen my face. That would be telling. Could be, he answered. It's something I'm interested in. I never had the benefit of a secret identity. Overrated, as far as I can tell, I told him. I thought of my dad. Was he the victim of a blurring of the lines, or just a casualty in a long series of events that had affected the whole city? Or both? This seemed like a good time to cut it, Tattletale said. She approached from around the corner, turned her head in Miss Militia's direction. May I steal Skitter from you? Miss Militia waved a hand to one side, silent. Tattletale was leading me off when Miss Militia spoke up. I don't know if you're speaking the truth. She trailed off. I opened my mouth to speak, then shut it. Silence was safer. But if you are, I appreciate it. It's not like me to demand evidence, to suspect everything, but I have to. My teams can't afford for me to give anyone or anything the benefit of the doubt. Being in charge is hard, I said without turning her way. Tattletale gestured in the direction we were going, then walked beside me as we left Weld and Miss Militia behind. Whatever warped disease Noelle had dumped into me, to weaken me and leave me unable to fight back after I'd been vomited out, was steadily wearing off. That was only a part of the overarching problems, though, and I still felt drained. My stamina was pretty rock bottom, and the recent fight hadn't helped. I was hungry, thirsty, and I wanted to crash for 15 or 30 minutes. Oddly enough, though she no doubt felt far more spry than I did, it was Tattletale who fell a half step behind me as she walked to my left, and it seemed very deliberate in how she did so. She'd done something very similar when we'd been on the rooftop. A subtle maneuver to help portray me as the leader, and as someone to be respected. Tattletale was scary in her own way, in a very different way than I was scary, but scary. That she was showing deference, or whichever would suggest something,
even if people didn't consciously realize it. The alternative interpretation was that she'd been hurt more in the fight than she was letting on. "Skitter," Tattletale said, "meet Scapegoat." My bugs passed over the young hero, and he didn't flinch. He would be one of the wards, unless his stature was misleading. His costume was a robe, though closer in Mirrodin's in style than Panacea's. My bugs traced beneath the robe to detect armor that suggested the costume was intended to be worn into a fight. He wore a mask attached to his head by a band that felt like metal, apparently designed to flip up. 2 curling horns were attached to the band at the sides of his forehead. "Scapegoat?" I asked. "A healer?" "No," Scapegoat said, "but I can fix you. Sort of." "What do you mean by sort of?" "What I do is fragile. It's not healing. You'll stop hurting, the wounds will disappear, but it's a delicate balance, and the duration is limited." "I'll take what I can get," I said. "When the duration expires, unless certain conditions are met, the injuries come back. Sometimes not as bad, sometimes worse, but they're usually slower to heal." "What's the duration?" I asked. "Anywhere from 1 hour to 6 hours. "And the condition?" I asked. "Longer you go without breaking the effect, the better the chance the injuries stay gone." "Sit," Tattletale said. I sat. Scapegoat touched my hand. I felt a wave of sensations rushing over me. Being hot, being cold, vibrations, the feeling of different fabrics and skin contacting mine. All at once. The feeling of my costume against my skin became intense, sharp, even overwhelming. I jumped and pulled away. "It's okay," Tattletale said. I nodded, gave Scapegoat my hand once again. Tattletale explained. Scapegoat's effect operates on a quantum level. He's digging through potential realities to find unhurt versions of you that are close enough to who you are right now that everything fits together seamlessly. "Except the injuries," I said. Sensations were rippling over me, each simultaneous, and the simple contact of my costume against my skin or the ground under my feet was so intense that it felt electric. Tattletale nodded. "Except the injuries. For the time being, he's patching you together with unhurt parts from the versions of Skitter from the other realities and other possibilities, and his own body serves as a bridge for that." "Is it safe?" I asked. I had to grit my teeth as the effect continued to intensify. "Relax," Scapegoat said. "More agitated you are, the weaker the effect." Relax. I reached out to my bugs, trying to feel what they felt, see what they saw, hear what they heard, and displace myself from my body. It was a method I tried many times before, almost meditative. "It doesn't take much for the effect to break," Tattletale said. "A heavy impact, a new injury, or a major shock. If that happens, all the injuries come back, probably worse." I'd planned to comment on how hard it was to relax and distract myself from the sensations when the meaning of Tattletale's words struck me. How the hell am I supposed to fight if I can't get hurt? "Play safe, and stay within 150 feet of Scapegoat." I frowned. "I don't think I can operate like that." "I can stop," Scapegoat said, "if you're feeling ungrateful." "You're barely functional," Tattletale told me, ignoring him. "A lot of it's just the way her puke makes you feel sick. It's wearing off." "You're saying you'd rather keep going the way you are?" Tattletale asked. "Ribs, lungs, exhausted, battered." "If it means being able to fight without having my hands tied, maybe," I said. And not feeling like this. Scapegoat's process sucked. "But you can't fight. Not in this shape." "It doesn't really matter," Scapegoat said. "It's too late to undo it." All at once, the sensation stopped. My entire body seemed to vibrate like a silent tuning fork might in the absence of the sensations. My ears were ringing, and spots swelled behind my eyelids. I opened my eyes, and I still couldn't see. No, it was different. There wasn't a white haze. I wiped at the lens of my mask, and dried bile and blood flaked off, leaving them more or less clear. I blinked a few times, then took a deep breath. I could see, and I could breathe. "She's fucking blind?" Scapegoat yelled. I looked down at Scapegoat. His costume was all white and gold,
his mask an alabaster goat's head, fixed to a golden band, his robe white, and the chain around his waist more gold, with a goat's head buckle. He was on his knees on the ground, and the yelling had elicited a coughing fit. "Could have sworn I mentioned it," Tattletale said. "What's going on?" I asked. "Oh, he takes on whatever injuries he removes from others. The eyes you're using right now are essentially a blend of his eyes and the ones he was able to find by paging through alternate skitters. Kind of. Hard to explain." "How the fuck am I supposed to operate like this?" Scapegoat rasped. He started coughing again. "You visit my other teammates. Make sure they're shipshape," Tattletale said. "Then we accompany you, and we create a situation where you can use the offensive effect of your power." "Fuck me," Scapegoat said. "It's temporary," she said in a lower voice. She added, "and I'm paying you well." A corrupt hero, or just an enterprising one? I wondered. I was also wondering if Tattletale had the funds for this. She'd just paid off Coil's soldiers, and as far as I knew, she was committing to keeping his enterprise going. But she wouldn't have all of his funds, nor all of his contacts. It came precariously close to emulating Coil's fatal mistake. Other junior heroes were gathering around us, as Scapegoat continued coughing and wheezing. The one that caught my eye at first was a girl with a flower motif to her costume. Her hair pink and styled in waves like a rose's petals, which was impressive given how she'd probably just gotten out of bed before arriving. Others included a boy in green with a sledgehammer, a guy with plate armor with fins at the side of the visor, a boy with a candle on his tan costume, and a pair I recognized as Grace and Wonton. "Problem, SG?" the girl asked. Hate my power, hate it, hate it, hate it," Scapegoat rasped. Wonton and Grace gave him a hand in standing. He was still making his way to his feet when Grace turned to me. "You're blind?" she asked. "I was," I said. "It happened after we parted ways?" "No," I said. She gave me a funny look. I kept my mouth shut, deciding to let her draw her own conclusions. She looked down at Scapegoat, and I changed the subject. "You're okay? No lasting effects from Noelle?" "Shipshape," she said. I wasn't sure she was telling the truth. Grace looked a little worse for wear. Her hair looked wet, and the fluids that Noelle had been spitting out had congealed into the cracks and folds of her costume, with colors ranging from black to red to bilious yellow. I wasn't sure how she'd looked before, but she looked tired. Was it waking up before sunrise, or had she been affected emotionally? I probably didn't look much better. At least my costume was black and gray. The muck wouldn't stand out. I felt better, though. Enough that I felt almost euphoric. Aches and pains I'd stopped paying attention to long ago were gone. It did a lot to help me disassociate from the images and scenes I'd seen inside Noelle. Tattletale might have been right. Maybe working with Scapegoat was necessary. If making this permanent was an option, I was willing to do what it took to preserve the effect, keeping Scapegoat close and keeping myself in one piece. It wasn't something I had a lot of experience in, playing safe. "Let's go find the others," I said. I didn't like how Gru was acting when I left him behind. "Grace, Wonton, are you coming with?" "The orders we got stand until we hear different," Grace said. "We're supposed to accompany you." "Good. Then let's see about getting Bentley and putting him on the dog's back." Tattletale shook her head. "Too many impacts, with him lumbering around like he does. Either you or he takes too heavy a hit, and we're back to where we started." "What if we find a containment van and put him in the passenger seat?" I asked. "The last van didn't fare too well," Tattletale said. "We'll use containment foam to keep him safe and in one piece if we have to," I told her. "I hope it doesn't come to that. Let's go." I started to move to pick Scapegoat up off the ground, but Tattletale stopped me, putting one hand on my wrist. "Treat yourself like you're made of glass," she said. "No heavy exertion, don't get hurt, don't strain yourself." "That's a little extreme," I said, but I didn't touch Scapegoat. It took 2 people to help Scapegoat to walk. Grace walked on one side of him, Tattletale on the other. When he'd taken on my injuries, had he received a more crippling variation? I was hungry to observe and absorb every tidbit of information I'd been missing. I could see the heroes gathered, all eyes on the wreckage of the building. PRT officers were treading the perimeter, spraying volumes of containment foam onto the rubble. 80 heroes, if my bugs were counting right. Maybe 8 in all were in the air. It made it easy to find Eidolon. Like Grace, his costume had been tinted by the film of dried fluids. He was a few stories above the ground, and his cape flapped around him in the strong winds. It was hard to make capes look good. They had a way of clinging to the body, or flowing the wrong way, getting caught around an arm. It took a measure of majesty to make it work. Eidolon could pull it off. Ironic that the slang for a parahuman was cape, and so few of us wore them. I'd worn a short cape not so long ago, barely long enough to reach the small of my back. I'd adopted it more for utility than style, to give me more concealed area to hide my bugs, and for the marginal extra protection it afforded me. I didn't have it now, and I was somewhat glad. I might have felt more self-conscious, seeing Eidolon up there. I'd wind up worrying if I really had the ability to make it look good, when I needed to focus on projecting confidence. There weren't many villains here, and now I could see I was getting evidence to my previous concerns about being watched. We reached the Undersiders, and I knelt beside Gru. Imp was beside him, and both Regent and Bitch were standing nearby. Regent gave me a nod, and I nodded back. "Sorry to do this," I said. I looked at the 3 heroes that had accompanied us, but I'd like to have a private conversation with my teammates. The bugs flowed from my costume and the surroundings, forming a moving curtain that separated me from Grace, Wanton, and Scapegoat. I gradually widened it, forcing them to back up. Wanton let Grace support Scapegoat and tried to venture forward into the swarm. He snorted and backed up as bugs crawled into his nose, ears, and mouth. I gave him a few seconds to experience the sensation, then removed them. He didn't try a second time. "What's going on?" I asked, keeping my voice low. "He's gone quiet," Imp said, "not responding much. He flinched when I tried to touch him." "Being inside Echidna, you see things," I said. "Variations on your trigger event, or ugly moments from your life." "Oh," Imp said. "Oh." I looked at Gru. He was staring off into space, with darkness gathered in thick ropes around him, to the point that I couldn't make out how he was sitting. He did that instinctively, I'd noted. The more he withdrew into himself, suppressed his emotions, the more his darkness manifested around him. If it was this bad, then I wasn't sure what I could do. I knelt beside him, and even with the darkness that wreathed him, I could sense him pulling away. "Imp," I said. "What?" "You should take him home." "But I can help." "I know," I said. "You've helped a lot already. But he can't stay here. Not like this. If he relived his trigger event, he's going to need reassurance from you." "His other trigger event was about you," Imp said. She sounded almost accusatory. "Maybe," I said. I stared into the black lenses of his mask. "Do you want me to take him? Because I will. I'll leave. Tattletale can lead the Undersiders, and you can stay and focus on assassinating clones." She drew her knife, turned it around in her hands, as if she were considering it. "Whatever you do," I told her, "make the call fast. If you aren't staying, I want to get moving fast. I need to collect bugs before the fighting starts up again." She glanced down at Gru, then she looked at the others. Regent and Rachel were watching us carefully. For my part, I looked at Gru. I wanted nothing more than to walk away. I'd be okay being partially blind, waiting weeks or months to see if maybe my senses came back, if it meant holding him, helping him through this, giving him whatever support he needed so badly. I could so vividly recall the visions I'd seen of Mannequin and all the people I'd cared about struggling to get to safety. Everyone had been counting on me, and I'd been failing them. Odd that the recollection was somehow reassuring to me in this brief moment. In the same moment, I turned to Imp, and Imp turned to me. The black lenses of her mask met my yellow ones straight on. "You're the leader," Imp said. And that was answer enough. I reached out and took Gru's hand. He flinched, trying to pull away before I got a firm hold. I managed it anyways, seized his hand between mine. "Gru," I said. I kept my voice firm but quiet. "It's Skitter. Taylor. I need you to listen."
He didn't budge an inch. I squeezed his hand. Listen, you're going with Aisha, understand? I think I know the kind of thing you saw, what you experienced, but you need to remember the important part, okay? You didn't fail. You did what you wanted to. You saved her, you saved me, and you saved yourself. He tugged, trying to pull his hand away, but I held fast. The darkness was swelling around him. There's only one more part left. Just like you did then, you need to walk away. Leave the scene behind. It's the best thing you can do. You turned your back and you walked away from where all the ugliness happened. Understand? Go with Aisha. You two go home together. I stood and I pulled on his hand at the same time. He resisted. Take her home, I said. This time when I pulled, he worked to climb to his feet. I took his hand and placed it firmly in Aisha's. I watched them walk away, hand in hand. And when I couldn't see them with my eyes, I sensed them with my power, followed the movements with the blotchy vision of my bugs. The bugs I'd formed into a barrier drifted in my direction and congregated on me. The younger heroes were a short distance away, and Tattletale was with them. They were watching as reinforcements arrived. Alexandria and Legend had joined Mirrodin, Chevalier, and Eidolon. The big guns. We were finally treating this like a Class S threat. When I approached Tattletale, the Undersiders followed me, Regent and Bitch, with a litter of dogs of various sizes trailing around her, chains clinking where they were attached to collars and harnesses. Tecton was on the other side of the crowd, looking somewhat worse for the wear. Grace and Wanton started making their way toward him, and I followed by necessity, because they were helping a blind scapegoat hobble along. Our trip led us past the collection of major heroes, and the crowd that had gathered around them, glancing at them. I could see Tattletale in my peripheral vision, a smile spreading across her face. I felt a moment's trepidation. I'd seen that kind of smile. Had seen it on Emma's face, often enough, just before she pulled something. It wasn't directed at me, though. I reached out for Tattletale's arm, but she was already speaking. Cauldron. She said the word just loud enough for the heroes to hear. Eidolon managed to feign ignorance, not even moving a muscle, and Alexandria barely moved, nothing out of the ordinary for someone who'd heard a voice calling out. Legend, though, turned our way, looking straight at Tattletale. His lips pursed a fraction, and then he looked away. Tattletale's grin widened a fraction. She murmured to me, All three know. In which case, we just added 3 people to our list of possible enemies. (19.3) I could see the dirty looks from the heroes around us. Tattletale's outburst would cost us something in the here and now, and I wasn't sure there was anything to be gained long term. Meanwhile, we were the only real villains that I was aware of, surrounded by people who didn't trust us, people who expected us to try something. I was acutely aware that the Chicago wards and Scapegoat would be listening in if I said anything to Tattletale, and the thing I most wanted to say to Tattletale would be the worst thing to say on a lot of levels. Calling her an idiot made us look less cohesive as a team, and she never reacted well to it. I didn't want Tecton, Grace, and Wanton to hear, so I put one hand on Tattletale's shoulder to stop her, and spoke just above a whisper. That was ill-timed. Only opportunity I was about to get with all of them together, she said. She didn't bother to lower her voice. Big piece of the puzzle, knowing this much, lets me start working out how everything fits together. I know, I murmured. But it wasn't a good moment. We don't need to make enemies of the Triumvirate, and we don't need a kill order put on our heads. Miss Militia wouldn't really, Tattletale said. That so? I asked. Or is that another one of your educated guesses? Educated guess, Tattletale said. Let's not forget that there's other capes with a reason to hate us, and provoking their bosses might motivate them to get on Miss Militia's case about that kill order, and cleaning up Brockton Bay. If an order comes down from above, it doesn't matter if she's willing to kill us or not. Let's do our best to avoid seeming dangerous. Sure, she said. Got what I wanted anyways. I wasn't sure I was happy with that outcome. She wasn't saying she wouldn't do it again. Keep in mind that we're tired. It's easier to make mistakes.
I get it. It's cool, Tattletale said. But just like you need time to get your bugs together, I need background info to work with before I get into a fight. That's not a fight we want to start right now, I said. Maybe ever. I have ideas. Trust me a little, she said, smiling a touch. I frowned behind my mask, then led the way to the wards. I couldn't be lecturing her about picking her battles if I didn't do the same, and arguing this point with Tattletale wasn't going to help us right now. Something to address another time, another day. What's going on? Tecton asked. Discussing strategy, I said. How are you guys? Wantin'? Mirrodin caught up with me, collected all the radioactive stuff, Wanton said. My other form feels a little weak. Might be that my real self is feeling drained. Might be that whatever powers my other self is. And Raymancer? I asked. Wanton glanced at Tecton, but he didn't respond. I could tell from their body language. I'm sorry, I said. Nausea, vomiting, headache, weakness. And even if he makes it through today, it's probably going to kill him in the next while, Tecton said. There's healers, I said. Tinkers who understand radiation. I'm sure they've got good doctors looking after him now. If you'll accept my saying so, I'd say your priority is here, now. This situation. Tecton shifted positions, straightening his back so he stood a little taller. With his power armor, it put him head, shoulder, and chest above me. I had to admire the power armor, even the idea of power armor. It was kind of scary to me. Putting together a piece of machinery that could bend steel bars and punch through concrete was impressive enough on its own. But doing that and then climbing into said machinery, walking around in it, knowing that a single malfunction could cause a potential catastrophic failure. Being trapped in that armor, or worse, having it accidentally leverage that terrible strength against the wearer inside. I was still operating like I had when I was blind. A centipede crawled over the lens of my mask, obstructing my vision. I willed it to move away. Tecton wore his suit well. He was a walking tank, wide as he was tall, a glossy rust brown with brass highlights. His eyes were barely visible, but I could see his eyes behind the mask, studying me. He wasn't venturing a reply. Had I been too forward, too presumptuous? Worrying about him is fine, I said, and the image of Gru sitting at the base of the wall flickered through my mind's eye. But the best thing you can do for Raymancer is get through this alive, and when you're done, you can do your job as team leader and find someone who can help him. Mirrodin will do that. Maybe, I said, but are you really willing to trust the well-being of your teammate to a supervisor? Wouldn't it feel better to handle it yourself? Unless I have reason not to, I'll rely on Mirrodin and I'll feel better doing that, Tecton replied. All of this whole scenario, the organization of it all, it doesn't work unless there's a measure of trust. Okay, I said. His reply had caught me off guard. I hadn't expected Tecton to have that kind of faith in his supervisors, and I couldn't be sure if it was my own bias or naivete on his part that were at fault for his gap in understanding. Even if I were right, though, it wasn't my place to fix him. You lead the way you have to. Sorry to make assumptions. It's okay, Tecton said. Doesn't matter if you do or not. I'll just keep making sure you and your team don't create trouble. Which we didn't do when we lost the armbands and let them move on Eidolon, Grace pointed out. I'll take the flak for that, Tecton said. I mentioned it in passing to Miss Militia, I said. Better that you tell the truth and say we pushed hard for it. Blame me. No, Regent said. Blame me. I shot him a look, and he shrugged. Just wanted to get in on the fun, he said. You want me to put the blame on you, even if it means you get the kill order? Tecton asked. I'd rather not get the kill order, I said. And I'd rather not be indirectly responsible for your death, Tecton said. I think that settles that. Maybe that's for the best, I thought. Then let's talk strategy and priorities. Tecton, do you need anything? Gear? Time to prep? He shook his head. No. Need time to clean my armor and make sure it's all in working order. That's all. Bitch, I said. The dogs okay? They weren't, but they're getting better as they grow. I looked at the dogs. They were each about twice their usual size,
rippling with interior and exterior muscle, layered in calcified skin and supporting bone hooks. They were walking, which was good. I looked over the rest of the group, trying to take in all the variables. Regent, you have a bead on Shatterbird? Sorta did. Felt too shitty to do anything with her after Metal Boy yanked me out. Around the time I started feeling better, she disappeared. What does that mean? She's out of range, she's dead, or she's inside Noelle. Inside Echidna. That would be bad, I said. Implausible, Tattletale said. She would, just to fuck us over. Any idea what variants we could expect on her power? I asked. Tattletale was combing her hair free of gunk with her fingers and fingernails. No. Seems like there's always a consistent factor, and the variations work off that. For Vista, it was space warping. For Gru, darkness. With Shatterbird, there's 3 strong possibilities. Glass, sound, or macrokinesis of some type. Fuck me, Tecton said. Citywide attacks with something other than glass? Wood, metal, pavement, Tattletale suggested. The way her original power works, her kinetic ability attunes other objects so they extend her range. She reaches as far as she can, then sets up a wide area explosion. Instant chaos. We deal with that if it happens, I said. I can use my bugs, maybe sense if she's affecting anything besides glass, buy us time to react or take cover somehow. But we have limited time, and we should use it. I'd like to stop by my territory, get resupplied, and maybe swing north to where Coil put Atlas. Atlas? Tecton asked. Skitter's giant pet beetle, Regent supplied an answer. It'll let me fly, I said, and I want to stay out of trouble until Scapegoat's power stabilizes. Easiest to do that if I'm 100 feet above the ground. That's not important right now. What I'm wanting to know is whether anyone else has an errand they need to run. Yeah, Tattletale said. I'd like to meet up with the remaining travelers, talk to Scrub. Scrub? Tecton asked. Scrub. And then I need to get back here to meet some guests as they arrive. I invited Faultline's crew. That gave me pause, but I couldn't say why while the heroes were here. Let's find a ride. Half of the PRT's containment vans had turrets on the top for spraying foam, and each of those vans were circling the area where the building and construction sites had been demolished and brought down on Noelle's head, laying foam down on the rubble. The other half were little more than mobile roadblocks, and they'd been positioned to block off minor roads and alleys, leaving only a few major roads that could be protected by capes. The benefit of having the Chicago wards with us was that we could ask for that stuff. Tecton went to Mirrodin. Mirrodin spoke a word into his armband, and a PRT agent brought our truck to us. Tecton had been talking about organization and relying on others. I didn't think it counted for nearly as much as he was saying. Not the PRT, with what I'd seen and the hints at the triumvirate involvement. Still, it was a ride, and I wasn't about to complain. The travelers were in custody, with Trickster absent. Genesis was in her monstrous form, fixed to the ground with containment foam. I didn't see any sign of her real body, which meant she was either playing along or cooperating. She wore a vaguely female shape with a serpent's tail from the waist down, and a bony forehead that flared and swooped back behind her head like a triceratops frill. She had no eyes, and her mouth was wide and lipless, with tiny sharp teeth, her arms long with clawed fingertips. Sundancer and Ballistic were glued down to either side of her, buried up to their shoulders. Scrub was a distance away, buried up to his waist in the road. His hair glowed with a faint red color, and a glow emanated from his eyes and the inside of his mouth. Ballistic and Sundancer stared as we approached. The heroes were giving them a wide berth, probably as a safety precaution. I didn't realize any of the 3 who were standing watch. A boy and girl, each with short bows and headbands, with the bull's and ram's horns, and an 8-foot-tall hulk of a girl with a muscular physique that had to be power-induced, and a shovel broader than I was. She was stooped over, nearly to the point of having a hunchback, and she had a severe overbite that left her top row of teeth sort of hanging off the front of her face. Her hair was tied into thick, dark braids that hung nearly to her toes, partially obscuring her face. Like Weld, she wasn't wearing a mask. "Wards west, yo!" Tecton called out.
The large girl turned around. Her voice was deeper than Gru's when she spoke. Chicago wards. Not that I'm one to talk, but you're missing a few members. They didn't. Nobody died yet, Tecton said, extending a hand. She shook it, he said. Got a couple sitting this one out. Bayrock put in for vacation. I think he's feeling the pressure after the Leviathan hit, and he's hoping to have a good excuse to miss the next Endbringer hit. I told him he's not forced to come on these missions, but... He's compelled to defend others, she said. Yeah. Garnet gave this one a pass. Raymancer came, but he took a bad hit. Injured? Radiation poisoning. How bad? She asked. Bad as it can get without killing you right away, Tecton replied. Like I said, nobody's died yet. She bobbed her head in a nod, and her hair swung in front of her. She reached out and put a large hand on his armored shoulder. Her voice was surprisingly gentle when she said, I'm sorry. Tecton didn't reply right away. Sympathy could be a horrible thing to give someone, depending on who they were and how far along they were in their acceptance of the event. I felt moisture in my eyes, but it was Gru I was thinking of. With something to distract myself, I could deal. I could compartmentalize, refocus, focus on getting the job done. And if someone gave me a few simple words and a touching gesture like this girl was offering Tecton, right here and right now, I suspected I wouldn't be able to resist losing my composure. It was a good thing, perhaps, that nobody on my team was that type. I'd like to talk to the travelers, Tattletale said. The large girl looked at Tecton, and she talked to him instead of Tattletale. Hell of a babysitting job, Tech. These are the guys from the news. Speak for yourself, Tecton said, gesturing toward her captives. Where's Fisher Boy? The captain's sitting this one out. I'm in charge for this mission. There was a genuine cheer in Tecton's voice as he said, You've been wanting that for a while. She smiled, which amounted to revealing more of her top row of teeth than anything else. I won't get a promotion for real. They never give them to people like me. I wouldn't worry. You're winning them over, Tecton said. That camaraderie. If I had joined the wards, would I have had that? How would things have unfolded? Tattletale, Undersiders, this is Gully. I'm only as strong as I am because of the data I got from studying her power. There was a time that she looked after 2 members of my team when they were based in San Diego. Wanton was one of them. If you treat her with anything less than the utmost respect, you won't get any more cooperation from me. Got it? Not a problem, Tattletale said. I nodded in agreement. As a group, we approached the travelers, and Gully accompanied us. Figures, Ballistic said when we were in earshot. I run to the rescue all for nothing, and I get arrested. No help from you guys, and Trickster fucks us all over. And when all's said and done, you guys are free, and I'm fucking sitting here in a puddle of goo. Tell me Trickster got his at least. Not that I'm aware, Tattletale said. Ballistic sighed. Sundancer wasn't moving. She sat in a hunched-over position. Is she okay? I asked. Course not. Motherfucking Trickster teleported the 2 of us into the sky. Let us drop. When I stood up again, he did it a second time. My wrist and legs are probably fractured. Her legs aren't any better. She's out cold. We need fucking medical attention, and they stuck us in this foam instead. I turned around. Tecton, Gully, is there a way we could arrange for some care for these 2? I'll pass on a message with my armband, Gully said. See what the higher-ups say. Might help to mention that these guys are heavy hitters, at the upper end of the scale. Sundancer can probably finish Noelle, given an opportunity, and Ballistic can definitely slow her down. Will do. She stepped away, retrieving a smartphone from her pocket and putting it to one ear. You'd think she'd wear a mask, Regent muttered. I sent a collection of bugs flying at his face and shot him a dirty look at the same time. He was left sputtering. Ballistic stared up at me. I couldn't see his eyes through the lenses of his mask, but I was acutely aware of his silence here. He wasn't offering thanks. Well, Tattletale said, let's see if my guess is right. If not, I wasted a lot of money and a lot of thinking time on this problem. Guess? Tecton asked. Guess. Tattletale briskly walked in Scrub's direction. The ex-merchant was buried in a standing position, 3/4 of his body sunken into a hole in the ground, roughly 2.5 feet in diameter. He couldn't raise his arms up out of the hole to pull or push himself, and the narrow confines of the hole didn't let him bend his legs. A flash marked an explosion nearby, hitting only air. "Scrub," Tattletale said. Scrub didn't respond. "So you don't talk," she said. "That makes this harder." She sat down cross-legged to put herself on more of a level with him. A flash erupted 2 feet away from her, a few feet off the ground, and was followed by a slight movement of the air, stirring Tattletale's blonde hair. She brushed it back into place with her hand. "What's the guess?" I asked. "His power. What do you think it is?" There was another flash. Again, it hit only air. "I was thinking uncontrolled annihilation blasts, but you're going to tell me it's something else," I said. "I am." Another flash. Tattletale drummed her fingertips on her knee, watching, waiting. "We're kind of on a schedule," I said, "so maybe hurry up with the explanation?" "I'm just waiting. It's a matter of time before I can check my theory, if it's checkable." "If it's checkable?" "Can't you just play along? I love those Murder, She Wrote moments, where I can pull everything together, then dish the info. Everything makes sense, the puzzle pieces fall together, and things start falling into place. We lose all the effect if I reveal some of it early. And we lose that opportunity if you sit too close to the guy with the uncontrolled power that isn't energy blasts. Get half your face scooped off and die," I said. "I know you know you're safe, but let's be extra careful." I extended a hand, but Tattletale didn't take it. "Right, scapegoat's effect." She stood without my help, then stepped back. "I'll explain this part of it once I verify," Tattletale said. "The rest has to wait until Fault Line's people fly in." "How long will that be?" I asked. "Hour and a half from the time I made the call, about. That was about 35 minutes ago." Tattletale stopped as another flash hit. It intersected the ground, but the ground was left intact. "There!" she said. Her hand went to her belt, and she had a laser pointer out in a second. She circled the area where the blast hit. "Can you remove that section of ground without breaking the middle?" Tecton took a half step forward, but Gully stopped him. She tapped her shovel against the ground, and the area in question rose from the ground, perfectly cylindrical, 3 feet high. Another of Scrub's explosions struck, and a spherical gouge was cut out of the bottom of the pillar. Tattletale ducked close, grabbing it as it toppled, then hurried back out of Scrub's range, dragging the column after her. "Careful," I told her. "If you'd been hit—" "Doesn't matter," she said. She rested the cylinder with the vaguely pointed bottom down on the ground, tapped her finger on the top, what had been the road's surface. "Look." I peered closer. It was so subtle I almost missed it. The texture of the road's surface was interrupted, shifting minutely to a different texture and fractionally different shade. The area formed a neat circle. I stood back while the others looked. Only Rachel didn't investigate. She was more focused on her dogs, using a metal-tinned comb to brush their fur clean of gunk. Bentley nudged my hand, and I gave him a scratch on the crown of his head. "I don't get it," Tecton said. "The blast changed it?" "The blast transplanted it," Tattletale said, grinning. "How the hell do we even notice something like that?" Wanton asked, touching the surface. "That doesn't matter. Now, if everyone will allow me, I'd like to have my moment now. We all know that there's built-in limitations to our power. These limitations are apparently for our benefit, even if we might not always love them. The Manson effect is a big one. We get powers, and in the moment those powers take hold, we get some hardwired restrictions that keep those powers from hurting us. A running theory says that it goes too far and overgeneralizes to humans, or living things who aren't us. Another says that it's just our empathy at work, that we have built-in limitations because we care about our fellow human beings, and our powers acknowledge that. With me so far?" "I'm listening," I said. "There's other limitations or advantages that come with the powers. Sundancer over there can't be burned. Temperature completely and 100% normalizes within a certain range of her body. Our old buddy Shadowstalker could pass through surfaces but never sank into the ground and fell to the center of the earth.
And Scrub here, with his uncontrolled power, never blasts the ground out from under his feet, and he's far less likely to collapse a building onto his own head by accidentally destroying a critical support. Why? Nobody volunteered an answer. Tattletale smiled. She explained, "Look at this. I'm thinking it's because the same passengers that give us our powers are connecting us to some other parallel Earths. Maybe even individual collections of Earths for each of us, so that there's no ugly interactions when two powers meet. Scrub here shunts matter into an Earth where there's an architecture roughly corresponding to our own, but he won't tear up his own footing because he's shunting in the more permanent elements as his power shunts stuff out. When Shadowstalker displaces her mass, she displaces it into another Earth, distributing her mass and her footing across the two worlds. She's still all there, she's just not all here. And when Sundancer superheats her immediate area, she's doing what Scrub does, and shunting a roughly human-shaped patch of superheated air and fire into a parallel Earth, shunting room temperature air into her immediate surroundings. Doesn't that mean they'd be causing destruction in some hapless world?" Wanton asked. "Good question," Tattletale grinned. "Yes, probably. Could be that every time Sundancer's power protects herself, she's setting the approximate location of her other Earth on fire. Nothing says that other Earth is populated, but it could be." I shivered. It was too much to think about. Does that apply to other powers? Mine doesn't really protect me. "Ah," Tattletale grinned. She raised a finger. "But here's my question to you. What's your power source? Where are you getting the energy you use to relay and receive information from your bugs in real time? Keep in mind that so far, the only person who's been able to intercept, understand, and replicate your signals has been Leet. You're saying that when I got my powers, my passenger picked a suitable Earth, and I've been what? Leeching power from it? Possible. Or drawing power from 200 or 200 million Earths. Maybe it's ambient light and radiation, and you're condensing that energy into something you can use. Am I hurting or killing people?" I asked. "Who knows?" Tattletale shrugged. She flashed me a smile. "Maybe your passenger picked a few barren Earths with no people at all. Earths where life never evolved, or where humankind went extinct. Or maybe you're drawing a teeny tiny bit of energy from millions of worlds, to the point that nobody would ever notice. Or maybe you're turning another Earth's Brockton Bay into a cold, barren wasteland," Regent commented. Don't want to think about it, I thought. It wasn't like I could even turn my power off, short of killing myself or removing every bug from my vicinity. "It's a bit of a leap," Tecton said, "to go from looking at a piece of pavement to thinking on that scale. It's only a theory, but I've been giving a lot of thought to powers in general, and my teammates know I'm pretty good with this stuff. Now, I want you to imagine this. Think about all the complex processing and work that goes into managing powers. Hell, Skitter can individually control every insect in her swarm and simultaneously give each a completely different instruction. My own power, it's similar. Tecton's brain power, his processing as he thinks about engineering, architecture, where's that work taking place? Our brains certainly aren't capable of that." "The other world?" I asked. "But how? Who?" she asked. "Tell me," I said. Insofar as we've even thought about passengers, we've been sort of inclined to think about them as being pretty small. After all, the way Bonesaw talked about them, they're these things that work their way into our heads, bond with our brains, and then burn themselves off in the process of reconfiguring how our heads work, right? But anything as small as what she's describing wouldn't possibly be able to do what we need to manage our powers. So what I'm asking is, what if they're big? Massive. What if each and every passenger is picking us for whatever reason, they find us, and then they bind to us? They connect to us by rewiring a tiny part of our brains, and through that extra lobe, they connect to all the other parallel Earths, including the ones where they reside. Maybe they're physical, maybe they're more ethereal, I don't know. They could be plant or animal, but they're there. Life forms that could be titanic, the size of cities, continents, or moons, lurking in some other parallel Earth and attaching themselves to us with a thread, a fine hair that stretches across the dimensions to a lobe in our brain, sending and receiving all necessary data. And things like that are connected to each and every one of us
who have powers and those of us who don't, existing only to process our abilities, to absorb and channel the necessary energies, signals, and information, and make each and every one of us into... She paused to chuckle a little. Into superheroes and supervillains and everyday nobodies who use their powers for business or entertainment. I shivered. It's nonsense, Tecton said. Maybe. It is just a theory, Tattletale said, but it feels mostly right, and I'd love to hear a better explanation. Why? Gully asked. Why would they do that? If they're that powerful, if they're that big, why care about us? Excellent question, Tattletale replied. She grinned. No clue. I'm not saying it's not an interesting theory, I hedged, but how does this tie into the Echidna situation? If she's an Endbringer, and do the Endbringers relate to the passengers? Oh, I'm pretty damn sure there's no real connection between her and Endbringers. I saw her at work. Nothing really fit, as far as the various things I saw about Endbringers. No, she's something else. Then what does this have to do with her? Because this definitely could have waited. Well, there's two major factors at play here, Tattletale said. Two plans. Numero uno is that it's really quite possible that Echidna's got a broken passenger. Something went wrong. It's damaged, it's demented, or some of the usual limits are gone. Hell, maybe it gained more of a grip over her and she's bringing more of the passenger into this world to operate her body, and the usual process that keeps a passenger passive and sleeping are missing in her. Or it could be that her passenger is trying to make its way into our world. And it's city-sized, Wanton asked, or moon-sized. Tattletale shrugged. It's not like she couldn't get that big. I was thinking about throwing Rachel's dogs at her until she couldn't support her own weight, but she'd still be able to use her power and puke. And while her clones seem to be getting more fragile, weaker, and more plentiful as she grows, I'm not positive that's a good game plan. Not fucking risking my dogs like that again, Rachel said. Of course, Tattletale added. There's that too. I can't really say more about Echidna without finding more about Cauldron's process for granting powers, and I'd really like to grill the travelers on that front. But understanding all this is our best bet for understanding Echidna, and potentially stopping her, or even fixing her. I glanced at the others, but there's some powerful people who wouldn't want us to dig for more information about Cauldron. There are, Tattletale said. She glanced at the heroes who were with us. Tecton, Wanton, Grace, Gully, Scapegoat, and the twins. Which means we may be doing this without the support of the other heroes who are here to stop Echidna. Which is probably sensible, because they probably won't be on board with the next idea I'm going to propose for a democratic vote. The second reason why I wanted to carry out this particular research project. I get the feeling I'm not going to like this, Grace said. Tattletale smiled. I think we can tear a hole between dimensions.
Ray hesitated at the door. He cast a wary glance over his shoulder, but life elsewhere in the city continued as normal. If he touched the doorknob, any number of things could happen. A pit underfoot, a guillotine blade from overhead. It took a measure of courage to raise the door knocker and slam it against the front door of the old Victorian-styled house. The door opened right away. "Blasto," a chord greeted him. "We finally meet." "Uh-huh," Ray replied. He glanced around. The inside of the house was nice. Must be nice not to have to reinvest 90% of your earnings on tech. "No mask?" Accord asked. "Yeah," Ray replied. He folded one corner of his face back. "It's a fungus. Same texture as human flesh." Accord's own intricate mechanical face shifted in response to his underlying expression. "Lovely." "I'm still not sure about this, given our history," Ray said. He accepted the invitation into the front hallway of the house, carefully removed his shoes, and set them on the tray to the right of the door. "I have given you my word that you'll be safe, provided you cooperate." "Damn Nazis," Ray said. "My whole lab, gone." Accord didn't offer any sympathy. "Come." Ray followed. Peering into the rooms he passed, he saw libraries and sitting rooms, old furniture. Everything was finely made, nothing cheap or throwaway. Knowing Accord, it was all too possible that the man had handcrafted everything in this house. and in each room were people in costume. Other teams had themes, natural or otherwise. Their costumes matched, or they unconsciously mirrored one another in their style of dress or quality. Accord's people were much the same, but it was very deliberate. Each wore fine clothing, elegant dresses and suits, and each had their hair neatly combed into place, oiled to the point that it looked wet. The costumes were in the colour of their chosen formal wear, and badges or brooches they wore, as well as the finely crafted masks that hid any trace of their real expressions. You're not expecting me to dress like them, are you? No, Accord said. Truth be told, I fear you could never meet my standards, and I'm going to do my level best to ignore the fact that you exist. You'll want to keep to the areas I designate and use the back ways out of the building so that I never see you. You're not going to imprison me, are you? No, this is a business transaction. I will give you the opportunity to get back on your feet, and you will do what you can to eliminate our mutual enemies, being careful to avoid any damage or criminal activity within my territory. And in exchange, you will give me half your territory when all of this is over. Following such an event, I hope we can avoid any further aggression between us for the future. Sure, Ray said. The individuals in question are Menja, Storm Tiger, Cricket, Rune, Othala, Niflheim, and Muspelheim. I'll see you have all available records. Best to enter any confrontation with your eyes wide open. Okay? My people will not be available to you, you understand. Our bargain presumes you are working alone. I get it. You're quiet? You don't have questions? Requests? Wouldn't mind some grass. Turf? Ray smirked. In the slang sense, I meant Say no more. I understand what you meant. Provided you stay out of my way, you can do whatever you wish in the assigned area. That said, I and my people will not provide intoxicants, and if you are inebriated in any way in my company... It's fine, Ray cut in. I get it. Here, into the basement. Accord led the way, and Ray hesitantly followed. The basement was expansive. There were no walls, only pillars. The floor was concrete, covered in a no-slip perforated rubber mat. The various desks were stainless steel, each on wheels that could be locked in place. Each desk, in turn, had glass cabinets or drawers. As far as Ray could see, they were fully stocked. But it was more than that. Ray was used to the usual labs which held years of old material, tools that had long since fallen into disrepair, trays of solution that nobody had touched in years, too old to use but too expensive to throw away in good conscience. There were slides that were stained, tools that didn't always work. Even when he'd started his lab, it had been with tools stolen from his old university, things bought on the cheap. This was a dream. He stepped over to a glass case, large enough to fit a person inside. There was a case attached to one side with room for a solution to be poured in, and what he took to be an attached tank of distilled water, with a control panel to select the rate and degree of mixture. Another tube would vent the contents into a biohazard case. A glance told him that everything would be here. There were neatly ordered bins of chemicals, tools laid out in neat rows. Everything was pristine. The cages on the other end of the room, with the captive animals even, were clean, with none of the animal scent or vague smell of waste that accompanied such. There were troughs filled with rich-smelling earth, thoroughly mixed and free of clumps. Ray and Dino could create life from raw materials, fashion a homunculus from the most basic ingredients and elements. He could make monsters, loyal beings that would do as he wished, with only time and things he'd picked up from a drugstore. Faced with this laboratory, he felt small, insignificant. He knew he would soil it, that things would break as he used them. It was wrong. Satisfactory? Accord asked. It'll have to do, Ray replied, trying to sound casual. It will. Now, I'd like you to know I've recently acquired some samples and records. I'd intended to hold on to them as a bargaining chip at a critical moment, or something I might offer you as an incentive to leave this city. What are you talking about? You'll find them in the far corner of the room. The computer contains the database, and the attached machine arm will withdraw any samples on request. Sure. Ray said. My ambassadors will be taking turns observing you. Short of a critical emergency, they won't be reporting anything to me. Citrine will be the first. Ray nodded. He was already heading to the computers to find out what a cord would feel was so powerful or valuable that Ray would leave the city to get his hands on it. The computer was fast. Ray started to empty his pockets and smooth out the papers with the few blueprints he'd been able to salvage when the white supremacists had come storming through his old lab, and the computer was already idling at the desktop screen by the time he'd finished. A black window with text in bold white letters showed a menu. 2 options. A. View database. B. View samples. He took the first option, typing the letter in the keyboard and striking the enter key. It was names. Cape names. They kept appearing, so fast he could barely read them, and the window kept scrolling until he hit the enter key to interrupt it. He scrolled up until he found one name. He clicked it. Blasto, real name unknown. Classification, Tinker 6, Sub, Master 5, Blaster 2, Shifter 2, Brute 2. Plants. Disposition, Villain. B. Last known location, Boston, Alston area, East. Crime Lord of East Alston since established date of April 2009. No subordinates. No past history as a subordinate. Criminal history indicates a cap of second-degree murder, tendency to mass damage to property and persons. Produces uncontrolled life forms that are incapable of replication. Adversarial relationship with Accord, number 13151, Spree, 14755, and Chainman, 14114. Note: high risk of Class S classification. Should creations self-propagate, kill orders are pre-authorized. A. More information, history. B. More information, powers. C. More information, contact and network. D. Back. There were signs of degraded data, but it was there. Accord had somehow acquired the PRT's system data and records on all parahumans they'd encountered. No big surprises on the possible kill order. He had been made aware of it some time ago and had grumbled, groaned, and grudgingly avoided making any life forms that could breed in the years since. "How the hell did you get this?" he asked. He turned around. It wasn't Accord behind him. It was a young woman in a formal silk dress, yellow trimmed with gold, and a mask in matching colours. A gemstone stood out on her forehead, with matching earrings dangling from her ears like chandeliers. Her hands were clasped in front of her. "I didn't," she said. "You're one of his, what did he call you?" "His ambassadors." "That's right. Do you have a name?" "Citrine." "Okay. How did he get this?" "I can't tell you that." "Because you don't know, or because you won't say?" "Yes." He sighed, turning back to the system. He selected the last option in the menu at the bottom of the page, then reloaded the master list, stopping when it had progressed far enough. Eidolon. There was a full set of details. More information? Nothing. Data not found. Powers? Nothing. Data not found. Legend was the same. Maybe someone less prominent. He selected Chevalier and got the standard information. More details. Powers? He selected the option and received pages upon pages of testing data. Ray's eyes pored over the results, soaking them in. It was like reading Shakespeare. One could listen to a line and be momentarily baffled, but skimming it or assuming a general foundation of knowledge, it was possible to pick up the gist of the message. The underlying meanings, if not the exact definitions of the individual elements. The work of a tinker wasn't typical science. Refining it was science, but the blunt, raw use of the power, it was almost the opposite. Good science meant starting with the conditions, forming a hypothesis, making a prediction, and then testing it. Repeat, 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 until there was a solid base of knowledge. That knowledge let one establish further conditions, refine hypotheses. But tinkers started with the end result. A moment of inspiration, glimpses of the major steps one would need to take to get there. It involved working backwards, up until that moment the means came into view. Ray could see it at work, could see Chevalier's power as raw data, something he could replicate by travelling an entirely different path. He would need a sturdier frame, something big. This wouldn't be a hybrid of a stray dog and a plant. This would need to be something closer to a bear. Or, he realized, a human. He backed out of Chevalier's data until he was at the original screen. He checked the samples Accord had provided him with. Select Subdatabase. A. PRT, Protectorate, Wards, Samples. B. Non-PRT, Evidence Database, Samples. C. Miscellaneous Samples. Further investigation revealed the full truth. Accord had gotten his hands on a database of DNA from countless members of the Protectorate and the Wards, as well as scraps of material from certain powers where traces remained behind. He selected C, expecting little. His eyes widened. Many were samples from life forms that various Tinkers and Masters had created. His own were in there. That wasn't the surprising fact. He selected the last option on the list. To the right of the computer, in a hermetically sealed case, a robotic arm extended and deposited a microscopic sample on a slide. A fragment, so small as to be nearly impossible to see, of one of the Simurgh's feathers. "You keep making these little oohs and ahs," Citrine commented. "It sounds like you're pleasuring yourself." "Oh, I am, believe me," Ray replied, not looking her way. "Where did he get this stuff? Does he even comprehend what he gave me?" "I'm sure he does." He considered replicating Chevalier's power with a solid enough frame, maybe a bear, maybe a human. Small potatoes. He went through the contents he'd unloaded from his pockets until he found a piece of paper he'd folded into an envelope. He tore it open and tapped out the contents. Each seed was about the size of a pea, tapered to each end, a mottled white-brown. He hurried over to one of the large glass tubes and fiddled with the controls until it started flooding with water. "Are you one of the talkative ones?" Citrine asked. "What?" "I mean, maybe it's a dumb question because you stuck pretty much to monosyllabic grunts since this whole thing started, but I'm wondering if you're one of the capes that likes to rant or one of the quiet ones." Quiet? Why?" "Honestly, I'm bored. It's not like I can go on Facebook with my smartphone or anything. That sort of thing gets you killed when you work for Accord." "You want me to entertain you?" "I doubt you're capable. But you could distract me, help me while away the minutes." He eyed the woman. Ray wasn't one of the quiet ones by choice. He'd just fallen into the habit of being alone because it was easier to stay in the lab than it was to be out in the larger world. People in the larger world sucked. Up until the Nazis from Brockton Bay had turned up and claimed the building at the other end of the street from his lab, it had been a place he could retreat, a place where his work and his art could occupy his thoughts and distract him from reality. Art. It was a good starting point for an explanation, and she was probably the most attractive person he'd spent more than 1 minute around in the last few months. He forced a smile. He was a little rusty on that front. "What we do, what Tinkers do, it's more, art than science. Every step we take is made with an end goal in mind. Just now, looking over these samples, I think I decided on an end goal." "And what's that?" "My usual methods, well, you know them. You've fought my creations before." "Yes." "These seeds," he raised one hand, a seed pinched between index finger and thumb, "are like stem cells. They harbor the potential to become virtually anything. Wherever information is missing, they fill in the gaps." "Like using frog DNA for dinosaurs." "Like using frog DNA for dinosaurs, right. The way I worked it, they'll decode the information in a very brute force way. The seed starts by forming 2 bodies, attached by a central hub. I kill the least viable one, it buds and splits again, with copies that are derivatives of the survivor, usually 2 to 4. Kill all but one, repeat. Until you have something viable." "Exactly. Takes anywhere from a few hours to a few days. Then I have what's essentially a plant-animal hybrid, and I nudge it in the direction of my enemies, or give it simple programming that I can use. Training half-plant rodents to fetch shiny objects, for example." "How?" "Trade secret," Ray said. "I'm not dumb. I won't give away the essentials." "Okay, so what's today's project?" "Oh, I'll have a dozen projects in the work before I let myself go to sleep. But the big one is that I want to replicate an Endbringer. He glanced at Citrine, saw that she'd gone still. I may need to go talk to Accord, she said. No need, Ray said. I suspect he already knows. He gave me these samples, no doubt with the idea that I'd use it. And you can't even control it? Or he can't control it? It doesn't sound like him, Citrine said. Ray paused. It didn't sound like Accord. Was there another explanation? Accord might be planning on killing him after the project was done. Ray kept his creations in line with pheromones, spraying them liberally around his lab and the surrounding neighborhood. They would move to the nearest unaffected location as soon as they were free. Once he did that to Accord's home, the place would be rendered immune to his own attacks, at least for a little while. But it seemed too reckless for the perfectionist. Was Accord that eager to kill the white supremacists, or was there another plan in the works? You've gone quiet, Citrine said. Thinking, he said. No, I need things quiet for a minute. There's a TV in the corner. Watch that. I can't. Accord would be upset, the woman in yellow replied. Ray sighed. He crossed the room to the television, turned it on, set it to mute, and turned on the closed captions. He won't be upset if I turn it on, will he? No. There. He returned to the computer and started working with the Simurgh's tissue. It was hard to cut, and harder still to slice to the point that he could look at it under a microscope. Crystalline, he murmured as he focused on it. The feathers were like snowflakes when viewed at 40 times magnification. He scaled all the way up to 800 times magnification before realizing that there were no individual cells. Was it just the feather? Was it dead tissue on par with the keratin of fingernails or hair? He used the computer to access a sample of Leviathan's blood and let the hands handle the arrangement of preparing the slide. Being liquid, the blood was easier than the feather. He wasn't sure he wanted to use Leviathan's tissue. Growing a miniature Leviathan in a vat would be a bad idea if that vat was filled with fluid. Using behemoth tissues could be just as problematic. The hero killer could ignore the Manton effect at a range of up to 32 feet. Even semi-conscious inside a glass case, it was too risky. Had to be smart about this. Leviathan's blood was the same as the feather. Crystals, dense and so opaque that light wouldn't pass through them. There were more tissues, flesh, more blood, hair, damaged tissues and intact ones. He went through each. All of it the same. Crystals. No individual cells. Even the crystals barely differentiated from one another. Truth was, there was more difference in crystals collected from deeper inside the Endbringer than there was in crystals that had come from different parts of the Endbringer's body. Hair as opposed to blood. He scraped off a bit of his seed, then added water and the catalysts to splice it with some of the Simurgh's feather. Sure enough, it started to grow. Each end of the scraping formed into buds, and the buds started to form into basic, fetal shapes, one quadruped, one vaguely humanoid. But neither lived. The weaker tissue was easier to work with. Assuming it was deriving patterns from the crystals insofar as the crystals could create or support life, he could use that to work out the peculiarities of how the Endbringers were able to sustain themselves. No vascular system, no sign of emergent organs. Of course the emerging life form wasn't viable. It wasn't capable of life in the first place. He'd have to take another route. He withdrew a sample of Myrden's tissue, then started splicing it with one seed and the ruined fragments of the Simurgh's feather. It was lunacy, tampering with Endbringer-related materials, but he couldn't shake the idea that he was onto something. He'd sustain the Endbringer tissues with other living tissue that could feed it energy or nutrients. His seeds would bridge the gap. It would take 10 or 15 minutes before he saw any real results. There was other work to do in the meantime. A sedated monkey plus a sample of his own tissue in one seed, and he had a homunculus in the works. It would be roughly as intelligent as a very stupid person in most respects, but it would share his own understanding of chemistry, biology, science, and botany. It would serve as a lab assistant, and he would need one for a lab this big. The rest of the seeds went into another vat to replicate. He'd need more. He walked over to the glass tube where the Simurgh Myrden plant hybrid was in the works. One had wings rather than legs. he directed a laser to kill it. The other had 4 arms, but 2 resembled wings. It would work. He conducted a charge through the fluid to reset the life cycle. It would split in 2 or 3. It would split in 2 or 3, and he'd kill the remainder. Accord must have based this equipment off of the stuff he'd had in his last lab, the one Accord had forcibly ejected him from. The lasers being built into the glass tube were a nice touch, kept everything hermetically sealed. In a fit of whimsy, he directed the lasers to a pure light form, then had them fire into the glass case itself. Letters lit up, labelling the projects. Regrowth, for the plant that was growing and budding with more seeds. Homunculus, for the monkey that was gestating in the second tube. And for his real project, there would have to be something fitting. Morrigan. Beautiful. He studied the 3 fetal forms that were developing inside, killed 2, narrowing down the results he wanted, like pruning branches. The TV started making noise. Ray wheeled around to see Citrine and one of her fellow ambassadors standing in front of the TV. The man in the suit with a green dress shirt and copper lizard mask was the one turning up the volume. "I'm trying to work here," Ray said. "Something's going on. Look." The man spoke. Ray impatiently left his work behind. If he waited too long, a bad growth could be carried on to the young. Wouldn't do. The TV showed a reporter talking. Why was he supposed to care? Then it changed to a camera view of an ongoing conflict. 3 gigantic armoured suits were in open conflict with a small group of people. The Slaughterhouse 9. Here, in Boston. One of the suits was deploying swarms of drones, but they were getting cut out of the air as fast as they appeared. Another member of the 9 had a loose-fitting coat of human flesh draped over him. He stretched it out to grab surrounding buildings and anchor himself in place as a mechanical lizard with a giant wheel on its back tried to haul him in with what looked to be an immense suction. The Siberian had made contact with and was tearing apart a 3rd suit. A suit high in the air fired off a laser beam, and the Siberian jumped to put herself in the line of fire. Whatever happened next, the camera didn't catch it. The concussive force of the laser hitting was enough to knock the cameraman over, and the image shorted out. Ray sniffed. He'd like to see more of Dragon's work, not because it had anything in common with his own, but because it was good work. But for now, his focus was on his projects. With a quick glance, he assessed and executed 2 homunculus offshoots and 1 derivative of the Morrigan. Electrical charges restarted the gestation process. The thing was starting to resemble the Simurgh, though both feathers and hair were brown-black in colour. It was hermaphroditic, and the flesh was more translucent than white. Veins stood out. Ray studied it while the thing cracked in the middle, the individual halves separating with a thread of flesh between them. Each of the halves began dissolving and forming anew. If it was even half as powerful as the real Simurgh, well, this would be a game-changer. And Accord had to know that. Had to be aware that Ray would be working with the Endbringer tissues on this level. It wasn't as though the method of control was that difficult to master. One set of pheromones would make the creation feel fond of something. The other would have a negative effect, drive them away from a person or area. Still another would provoke feelings of anger or hatred, useful if he wanted to bid them to attack. If Accord found the pheromones, he could be rid of Ray, and he'd have whatever creations Ray had put together in the meantime. It would be at least a day before the Morrigan was fully grown. He had that long to think of an answer. The door slammed shut. Citrine had gone upstairs. The lizard-masked man watched the television. Time passed, and he watched the results with interest. The Morrigan was now forming, with 2 arms, 2 legs, and vestigial wings. He let it develop to the point that it was roughly 2 months old, then killed the offshoots. He started running X-ray scans and doing biopsies, picking through the results to fine-tune the internal changes and monitor how much of the lifeform was Simurgh versus being Murden or plant-based. He was judicious and merciless in executing the offshoots, keeping them from growing to a point where there was even a chance of them being sentient. The lifeform did, he noted with some pleasure, have a corona pollentia, a lobe in the brain that would allow for powers if developed fully. While the man watched the unfolding news, Ray took the opportunity to brew and spray himself with a set of pheromones. His creations would be more favourably inclined towards him now. The door at the top of the stairs closed. He turned to see that the lizard man was being relieved. Had that much time passed already? "You being good?" the woman asked. She wore a black evening gown with a slit all the way up to her hip. It would have been alluring, but her mask was black, with black lenses and spikes radiating from the edges. Her brooch was of a black star. "Making headway," Ray responded. "One of your fucked up creations broke my leg last year. Please give me an excuse to hurt you. Please." "I'll pass," Ray said, turning his attention to the homunculus. He calibrated the signal, pressing 2 electrodes to his own forehead, then sent the readings out to his creation. When it was done, he drained the fluid and vented the chamber. The glass sank into the floor, and the homunculus crawled out, using its knuckles to walk. Its skin was peeling, more like loose bark crossed with scar tissue than flesh. "You retain any English?" he asked. The homunculus nodded. "Spanish?" Another nod. "Go dispose of the slides. Consider everything a top priority biohazard." The homunculus found a pair of rubber gloves and began cleaning up the mess from the early experiments. Ray studied the Morrigan. Alarms were set to go off if it approached 1 month of age. With Meerden's brain tissues and the current state of growth in the Seamerg-derived parts, there was little to no chance that it would achieve any degree of self-awareness. A glance out the window that overlooked the street showed that it was getting dark. He'd been here all day. The door slammed at the top of the stairs. He sighed in irritation. Time was passing too quickly. Would this one threaten his life too? There was a crash, and he nearly jumped out of his skin. He wheeled around. The woman with the black dress had slammed into the television set. She had holes in her as though she were a piece of Swiss cheese, and more of her had been torn to shreds. A body fell down the stairs. The man with the lizard mask. Dead, though not so mutilated. The woman who came down the stairs had an unusual body type, accented by her style of dress. She was almost like a boy, she was so thin, and her strapless dress hugged her upper body, but the lower half billowed around her. Her hair was long and white, her eyes wide with irises and pupils small. Her lips had been painted black. Her arms, though, machinery had been crammed into the arms, and they'd been extended to nearly twice the length, the fingers drawn out long. Sparks flew as the woman moved one arm, and she winced. The second individual skipped down the stairs, stopping at the bottom to admire the laboratory. Her eyes fell on Ray. "I know you," she said. "I know you too, Bonesaw," he said. Without breaking eye contact, he tapped a key on the computer, prompting a flood of nutrients into Morrigan's solution. "Nice lab." "It's not mine." "Man, this is nice stuff. Being constantly on the move, you miss out on stuff like this." "My old lab wasn't this good," he said. "Make small talk." "Who's that?" "Damsel of distress, with some modifications by yours truly. Damsel for short. Better at controlling her power now." "Hi, Damsel." Damsel looked at him, spoke in a whisper he couldn't make out. "And who's this?" Bonesaw asked. She approached the glass case with the Morrigan inside. "Morrigan?" "Looks like the Seamerg." She is, in part. The other half of the genetic base is from Meerden's tissue. Everything that bridges the gap is a really complex fungus." "Cripes, how do you even manage something like that?" "Trade secret," he said. He watched as Damsel approached the widescreen TV, picked it up where it had fallen on the ground, and held it in front of her, staring at the image. No doubt some mention of what the other members of the Slaughterhouse 9 were up to in Boston. "I'll get the answer out of you, you know." "I know," Ray admitted, "but I wouldn't be a self-respecting tinker if I didn't at least pretend to protect my work." "True." Bonesaw turned her attention to the homunculus. She poked it in the stomach, and it growled at her in response. If he let the Morrigan out now, Bonesaw was staring at the homunculus and Damsel was focused on the TV. But it would die if he let it go now. It was too young. Every 2 or 3 seconds it sat in the high-nutrient solution would be a week of growth. He'd needed at least 4 or 5 years of age before it was capable of moving and acting, and he'd still be depending on it having powers rather than a defunct Corona Polentia. He'd never experienced a stronger emotion than he did when he saw another set of feet appear at the top of the stairs. They made their way down, and each step brought more of the figure into view. If it was another member of the Slaughterhouse 9, he'd die. If it was one of Accord's ambassadors, well, he'd probably still die, but there'd be a chance. It was neither. The man reached the bottom of the stairs, turned his head to survey the scene. He wore a visor that combined the movable visor of a knight's helm with a high-tech equivalent, and the points where they met his helmet were shaped like a lizard's frill or a dragon's wing. He held out a rod in one hand, and it unfolded into a spear of ridiculous length. The lizard theme, if the machines Ray had seen fighting the Slaughterhouse 9 were dragons, was this one of her assistants, someone working under her? Or her? Damsel wheeled around, extended one hand, but the man in armor was quick to step around a pillar for cover. Damsel's power ripped into the pillar, warping and tearing space in a chaotic storm. The man in armor ducked and rolled to reach the next piece of cover, one of the stainless steel desks. He arrested his momentum with one outstretched arm, then kicked the desk with both feet. It slammed into Damsel. He hopped onto his feet in a single movement, slashing with the spear's point. The tip struck Damsel across the eyes, blinding her. He reversed the spear and swung it, and the spear butt caught her in the side of the head. She was knocked down onto all fours before she could direct her power at him again. The man dug the spear's point into the ground to help propel himself towards her. His leg flared with a grey blur as he reached her, and he brought it down onto her back from above. It sheared through her, as though she weren't even there, cutting her in half. He kicked out to obliterate her head and one of her shoulders in a single movement, disabled the grey blur, and set his foot down with a thud that rang through the underground laboratory. Bonesaw didn't seem disturbed by the loss of her teammate.
Don't think I don't recognize you. You were Mannequin's pick. Arms master.
The man in armor pointed his spear at her.
Defiant now.
You know I loaded myself with a mess of epidemics, Defiant, Bonesaw said. You kill me like that, and I'll explode into a cloud of bajillion plagues. It can't be easy.
It is.
Defiant's voice was distorted by his helmet, vaguely computerized. There was a processor at work somewhere there, Ray observed.
What? You'll unleash 1,000 plagues on this world to finish me off? Me? A little girl?
Bonesaw smiled wide.
Yes.
You'll get sick.
Biohazard safe,
Defiant said. His spear shaft tapped against his armor.
He'll die in 100 horrible ways,
Bonesaw said, pointing at Ray.
Villain. Acceptable loss.
And the people in this neighborhood?
I scanned the area. There is zero airflow in or out of this lab. It's quarantine safe.
So you've got all this figured out, don't you?
Yes.
Bonesaw glanced over his shoulder at Ray.
You...
Defiant moved so fast that Ray couldn't follow the movement. The spear impaled the girl in the chest, the heart.
Ah, fuck me,
Bonesaw grunted. Defiant swung the spear to one side and slammed her into the wall, knocking chemicals and vials off of every shelf unit she hit on the way.
Why?
Bonesaw started. Defiant raised the spear and her sentence was interrupted as her head cracked against the ceiling. He drove the spear toward the ground with just as much force.
Why?
Bonesaw spat blood onto the ground. Being impaled in the heart hadn't put her down.
Ow! Bit my tongue. Why don't you come closer, big man? Too scared to come here and finish me off?
Defiant didn't respond. Instead, he struck her against the wall again, then shoved the spear point into a set of stainless steel shelves. Pieces of the empty glass beakers rained onto the ground beneath her dangling feet.
Coward!
She taunted him. Ray glanced nervously toward the door. Would it be better to run or stay? The girl reached forward, clutching the shaft of the spear. She began pulling herself forward, hauling the spear's shaft through the hole in her chest as she closed the distance inches at a time. She smiled as she did it. Blades sprung from the length of the shaft and began spinning like propellers. One caught her from behind, and she slid forward, only to find herself sandwiched between two such sets.
That's Mannequin's trick. That's so cute that you're copying...
Defiant moved the spear, and Bonesaw was thrown back, her hair and back caught against the blades. She used her hands to pull herself forward so she was clear, maintaining a grip even as he swept the spear onto one side again, keeping herself fixed at the same point on the pole's length.
Hey, plant geek!
Bonesaw had to raise her voice to be heard.
He kills me, you die. Think about that.
Ray glanced at Defiant. There wasn't an opening or anything that suggested it the man inside, only armor, implacable, unrelenting, driven. Then he looked at the girl, half hidden behind the blur of the spinning blades. Okay, Ray said. He wanted to live. He wanted nothing more than to go on to do his research, maybe one day find greatness, find a woman who could appreciate him, have kids. But he wanted her to live even less than he wanted any of that, because he could well and truly believe that she would do more harm in her life than any good he could do in his. Okay, he repeated. I can live with that. There was a crunching sound, and Defiant snapped his head over to look at Bonesaw. She spat, and smoke billowed where the spit came in contact with the blades. One flew off and sailed across the room to strike a cage with animals inside. The mechanism that was keeping the blades in motion ceased. With nothing impeding her line of sight to Defiant, Bonesaw crunched again. Smoke billowed from her mouth as acid ate away at her flesh. She leaned back as if she were preparing to spit a loogie, and Defiant disabled the propeller behind her, swinging the weapon and flinging her free of the end. She touched ground and spat out a mouthful of acid onto the floor. It smoked on contact with the concrete.
No,
Defiant said. He took 2 steps forward and swiped with the spear, cutting her in half. Almost in half. Something like chainmail was wrapped around her spine, but the spear had cut through the matching mesh that had protected her abdominal organs. Defiant turned to catch a mechanical spider that was making its way down the stairs. He impaled it and dashed it to pieces. Another thrust killed one that was hiding inside an air vent. Bonesaw crawled forward, dragging her spine and ruined midsection apart from her legs. There wasn't as much blood as there should have been.
Not done.
She clawed into her apron for vials, threw them across the room. Defiant backed away as they exploded into clouds of white. As they spread, Defiant was reduced to a mere silhouette. You're in an augmented biohazard suit, Ray thought. He eyed Bonesaw as she clawed her way in his general direction. Come through! But Defiant had other ideas. Maybe he had a degree of familiarity with the white powder, knew what it was and that it had to be avoided. Maybe there was something else at play, another member of the Slaughterhouse 9 in the area? Bonesaw was getting closer. Ray backed away. She looked up at him. Dark circles were already spreading around her eyes, her face paling. She looked gaunt. And she held a vial. She tried to claw the cork off and failed. If he stepped closer, she'd do something to him, but if he didn't try to stop her... On the second try, the cork came free. She pushed it in Ray's direction, and he was quick to kick it into the cloud of white to his right. But the fluid that had trailed out as it rolled was smoking just under his feet. He had nowhere to go. He lunged, leaping onto one of the shelving units to keep from passing anywhere near Bonesaw. Something snagged on his foot. He toppled to the ground. Looking back, he could see her spine was prehensile, and that it had caught his foot, winding around the bridge of it. The sheath is hiding more machinery. The white smoke was congealing into strands of gunk that cut off the end of the room closest to the stairwell. Defiant was caught in the midst of it, and was slowly tearing himself free. No, no. Ray tried to kick her off, but that only served to let her get a grip on his other foot. She began clawing her way up his legs. He reached for the keyboard, pulled it down from the shelf it sat on. It dangled above his head, and he pressed it against the wall, tapped the keys to open the tube that held the Morrigan. He hadn't drained the water, and the fluid began to flow into the ground as the glass sank into the floor. Bonesaw had climbed up to his chest, and it was only his struggles that kept her from reaching any higher. He clawed at her hands, and she wasn't that strong. but she was tenacious, and she used her prehensile spine to secure any progress she made. 3 limbs against his 2. He tried to stand, failed. Too much weight in the wrong places, and he couldn't use his hands. The water finished pouring out, and the Morrigan took its first steps. 5 or 6 years old in apparent age, a vague replica of the Simurgh. It would have some blend of her powers and Myrddin's. Too busy looking at his creation, he was caught off guard as Bonesaw got hold of his throat with one hand. She hauled herself up until her entire upper body was resting on his chest. The sheath that had been around her spine pressed up against his face as the bone and attached machinery passed into his open mouth and down his throat. His throat was scraped raw by the edges of it. He choked, fought for breath, found none. The Morrigan flopped to the ground, dead, dumb, not viable. Just as the crystalline feather in Leviathan's blood had been, it wasn't capable of sustaining life. A failed experiment. Needles punched their way out of Bonesaw's spine, found his own. In one instant, he lost all sensation below his neck. In the next, she was making him move, pulling him to his feet. His head craned towards the ceiling, mouth forced open, blood trickling onto his face as the full weight of her upper body came to rest on his head.
"Just got a fresh pair of hands and this happens," she muttered. "Do you know how long it's going to take to find and transplant a good pair of legs?"
She bid his hands to move as though they were her own. At her will, he typed on the computer. At her bidding, he turned his body to give her a better look at Defiant's progress. Threw another vial at the man. Back to the computer.
"Samples, evidence,"
Bonesaw murmured. He could feel the vibrations of her voice against his face. The air that was flowing from a tube by her spine and into his lungs was stagnant and foul, but she bid him to breathe, and he breathed.
"Crawler,"
she said. There was a whir. She used his hand to shatter the glass case that held the samples, and he groaned in pain as the shards cut it. She made him grab the sample from the robotic claw's grip.
"Mannequin."
She gathered the samples in her own hands while she used his hands to type and select the options.
"Burn scar, shatterbird. Surprising how much DNA we've left on crime scenes. Winter, chuckles."
Defiant roared. He growled words as if speaking to himself.
"Nice guy, murder rat, hatchet face. We've gone through a lot of members,"
she said, while depositing each sample in a plastic case.
"Screamer, harbinger, king."
Ray choked. Tried to choke. He could control his head, his mouth. If he passed out, would his body fail? Would she fail?
"Pity I can't use this lab,"
Bonesaw said.
"Make the cloning process that much easier. But I've seen your work. I think I can replicate it. Helps if I have this."
She had him tap a key, and he could hear the water flowing as another of the glass cases started to move. The regrowth tube. The seeds.
"Didn't think we'd get this lucky," she said. "Jack said that since the world isn't ending like it was supposed to, he wants to hurry it along. We did our research and decided to track down some decent tinkers, and you were closest. Only problem with entering any metropolis like this is security cameras. Ooh, Grey Boy. He was one of Jack's first teammates. You wouldn't believe the stories Jack tells about him."
Another sample was collected and deposited in the box. She stopped and turned toward the Morrigan. He could feel his blood run cold.
"Nah,"
Bonesaw said.
"Even I'm not that crazy."
She had him tap keys on the keyboard, and a laser fired from the top of the case that had held the Morrigan. He couldn't see, but he could smell the burning flesh. The box of samples tucked under one arm, she walked Ray to the door that led out of the back of the basement, the one Ray had been ordered to use when coming and going, out of Accord's sight. He couldn't lose hope. Defiant would have come on an armored suit. If that suit was positioned to survey the area, if Defiant had contacted Dragon, ordered an airstrike, or even just reinforcements. No. There was a ladder on the other side of the doorway, leading down into a pitch darkness. She turned in Defiant's direction, and Ray caught a glimpse of the hero. He was still caught, and though the blur around his leg was cutting him free, goop was streaming down from the ceiling to connect to his upper body, and he couldn't destroy that with a ready kick. She had Ray grip the rungs of the ladder, and they slid down into the pitch black.
I failed,
Defiant said.
You heard her. If anyone failed, it was me, Dragon replied. I couldn't break away from the fight.
Mist emanated from her robotic body, dissolving the strings of slime that had congealed around him. Her hand settled on the side of his face.
Did we gain anything?
I'll show you in a minute. Are you okay?
Need more tech. Nanomolecular thorns for my arms would have made the difference.
We can figure something out, but are you okay?
I suppose so. Where do we stand?
2 suits destroyed, and we don't yet know what Bonesaw took with her. Jack escaped with some of his team, but we killed 4 of them altogether.
4, he said. We should mobilize now. There's a limit to how fast and how far they can move, especially with the wounded. Bonesaw went into the subway system, and it will take time for her to get free, but if she gets in contact with their new teleporter...
We'll mobilize as soon as I freed you, Colin. If I don't use this body, you'll be left behind, and neither of us want that.
Better that you give chase.
We're doing okay. We're closing the gap. They showed up on camera, and we were ready to move on them within minutes. We'll do it again.
Colin nodded, but he didn't respond. She settled her arms around his shoulders, letting the spray do its work. The metal of her forehead touched his mask.
Take it for what it is. A little lost, a lot gained.
It took 30 more seconds for the foam to dissolve. She broke the hug and he tore himself free of the scraps. They were out of the basement and walking through the ruined interior of Accord's household in moments. They stepped outside into the evening air. Colin let the vents in his costume open so the cool air could flow through. Dragon luxuriated in the feel of the air against her exterior body. Her hand caught his as they walked to where the Uther and her own suit were waiting. Colin stopped in his tracks. Dragon's suit was posed with its head pointing towards the sky. The suit's metal jaws were clamped around a body. Manton.
The Siberian is dead?
Gone would be a more appropriate word, she said. Manton is dead.
Colin nodded and exhaled slowly.
Good work.
The job's not over yet.
The Uther's cabin doors opened to invite him in.
.4 I was perfectly happy, Scapegoat said, being able to tell myself that, hey, the news is blowing things out of proportion. There's no way Brockton Bay is as scary as they're making it out to be. Dragon suits get sent in and are promptly forced out. But really, the mayor's telling Washington it's safe enough. The media got something wrong, or they're making little problems sound bigger than they are. See the pile of dead bodies where this girl... Echidna, Tattletale supplied. Where Echidna spat out clones? Okay, I can live with that. An unusual power and strong parahuman. Could be an exaggeration. See? The destruction, the ruined buildings, and the streets that still haven't drained 100%? More or less what I expected from the news. The girl with the mutant dogs, Bug Girl, still manageable. But she opens her mouth, Scapegoat pointed at Tattletale, and pop goes my bubble of happy self-delusion. You want to tear a hole in reality? Tecton asked Tattletale. I do. I want to use Scrub's power in conjunction with another power that draws heavily on accessing other worlds. It's why I contacted Faultline's crew. They're our best bet. Mirrodin might work, but he's unlikely to cooperate. Scapegoat could work too, but I think it'd take too long, and it might need a human sacrifice. Having Scrub hit someone who was heavily affected by the goat's power. Regent nudged me. With Gru gone, it's your job to lay down the law. No human sacrifices. He mimicked Gru's tone of voice, with a forced lowness. No human sacrifices? Did I really want to veto any possibility when we were faced with threats like Endbringers and Echidna? You're not saying no, Regent commented. Tattletale, I said. What's the point? Why open a hole like that? It's a place to put Noelle, for one thing. We can stop her other ways, I said. She's not invincible. Yet, Tattletale said. Yet. We can put her down, with legend Idolin and Alexandria alone, we should be able to do enough damage that she can't keep regenerating. Maybe. It was hard enough before. We've got big guns now, but it's going to be rough. It'll be a lot easier if we have the travelers on our side, and we'll have that if we can give them what they want. A way home. A way home? Tecton asked. Cauldron's the group responsible for plucking people from their realities, wiping their memories, and leaving them changed, marked with a tattoo, Tattletale said. She glanced at Gully. I did too. Gully's eyes were wide behind the curtain of braids. And the travelers, far as I can figure, are the same, only they still have their memories, and they weren't altered in appearance. It's like Noelle got their entire group's share, Tattletale said. Gully slammed her shovel into the ground, but she didn't say anything as seconds passed. You want to tear a hole in reality to send them home? Tecton asked. It's the best bargaining chip we have, short of a cure for Noelle. How do we even know which world it is? We don't, but we can ask, Tattletale said. What I'm getting at is that this is our best weapon, our best bargaining chip, and our best tool. If I'm right, if I'm close to right, then this is a way to shut powers off at the source. Assuming you have a way to kill or break the connection with these things you're describing, Tecton said. I'm assuming we can get our hands on some weapons of mass destruction, Tattletale said. Too many potential disasters, Tecton said. Listen, I get it. I've been where you are. There's a lot of tinkers and some thinkers who've been where you're at right now. You've had that brilliant idea with the power to change the world, for better or for worse. Most of us stop at that line. We have to. This isn't changing the world, Tattletale said. This is going to the heart of every single damn problem we've been facing and surgically removing the most dangerous parts. We can access the places where the powers are coming from and shut them off. It's an answer. If you can manage the risk, Tecton said, and I don't think surgically is even close to being the word you want. With tears in reality, it's equivalent to using explosives with a yield you can't even guess at. I'm a good guesser, Tattletale said. And this is the part where I cut in, I said. We're short on time, and I have stuff to see to. Why don't you guys talk this through, and I'll collect supplies with Scapegoat in the meantime. Go for it, Tattletale said. I'll come, Rachel told me. Too much fucking talking. We can't let Scapegoat leave in the company of two known dangerous villains, Tecton said. Send someone with us, I said. Gully and Wanton then, Tecton said. If that's all right, Gully. We'll watch your prisoners. I'll ask, she said. Thank you, I said. Atlas isn't far from your territory, Tattletale said. Head a little north, and you should find him with your range. I nodded. Gully gave me a thumbs up, her phone still pressed to one ear, and we headed to the van. Wanton was the only one who could fit in the driver's seat, and who had a license. With Gully and Bitch both in the back, I figured it would be safest to ride with them. Rachel was managing better these days, but a fight between her and one of the heroes could spell disaster. It took a minute for all the dogs to climb into the back of the vehicle. I used the time to gather my bugs in nearby buildings, where I could collect them on my return trip. Rachel wasn't feeling talkative. Gully seemed lost in thought, and both Wanton and Scapegoat were in the front. That left me to get a discussion going, and I was too tired to bother. I closed my eyes, arranging my bugs into an arrow on the dashboard of the van. They rearranged themselves into a right turn signal to steer him toward Lord Street, and from there it was relatively smooth sailing. Someone had given the order for evacuation, and people were being directed to the shelters. We had only 2 indications that things would get any worse. Tattletale's gut, which wasn't a sure thing, and Dinah, who'd indicated that there was a good chance a large portion of the city would suffer at Echidna's hands. Or even, not specifically at her hands. With our luck, it would be Tattletale's plan that leveled half the city, and we'd find out that Echidna was permanently trapped beneath the rubble, not even a consideration. Twice I nodded off, my head starting to drift forward before the sudden movement of my bugs stirred me fully awake. The interior of the van was warm, dim, and the vibration was oddly soothing. The third time I drifted off, my bugs didn't catch the movement,
My head leaned back against the wall of the van, and I slipped into the twilight state of near sleep. It was the appearance of Atlas that brought me back to my senses. I signaled for Wanton to stop the van. He was inside a garage, so still I thought he might be dead. Without ingrained instincts, he had only the barest minimum of processing, enough to breathe at least. He hadn't eaten in 12 hours. I was sure to feed him a supply of less essential bugs from the area, moving them straight into his mouth. I could reach my lair and drew out every single one of the bugs I had stored there, calling them to me. He would be weak, I noted, but at least he wasn't hurt. Coyle had probably ordered for Atlas to be left alone, for much the same reason that he carted the giant beetle to this area. Doing otherwise could have clued the other Undersiders into what was really going on. Wanton opened the back of the van, and I stepped outside. Gully emerged as well, likely due to curiosity as much as anything else. Atlas, at my bidding, found his way past the closed and unlocked door, made his way outside, and flew to me. When the giant beetle dropped out of the sky to land just beside the van, Wanton briefly shifted into his other form, and Gully raised her shovel protectively in front of her. My bugs flowed over Atlas's carapace, and I used my hands as well, checking there was no damage. Scrapes and gouges on his underside. Had they lifted him into a truck to transport him? My gloved fingertips ran along the length of his scythe-like foreleg. Maybe I needed to take the time to give him more care, sharpen the natural weapons, tend to his shell. I blinked a few times. I was tired, and my lack of focus was dangerous. Time was short. "Are your dogs well enough to run?" I asked Rachel. She was still in the truck, sitting on one of the benches that were built into the side. She hopped down to the street, the dogs milling around her. "Probably." "Then let's go," I said. I stepped onto Atlas's back, but I didn't take a seat. I let him rise into the air, and I drew all the bugs in the area to me. I didn't settle into a sitting position until I was obscured from view. I couldn't move too far away from Scapegoat. I was tethered to him by an invisible, intangible cord, about 150 feet long, about half a city block. Still, provided I was directly above him, it let me fly about 8 or 9 stories above the ground. I wasn't untouchable, but I was safer. "Hear me?" Wanton spoke. My bugs replied out the word, "Yes." "Creepy," he said. "I need erections." There were 2 possibilities that sprung to mind as far as what the last word might be. I guessed it was directions, and pointed him back to Lord Street. I wanted as many of the good bugs as I could bring, but I was limited in how many Atlas could carry, and I doubted the others would be keen to see them packed into the back of the truck. Instead, I drew out lines of thread, ferried the slower-moving bugs onto my back, and loosely bound them. Bugs strung out on silk cords, like kindergartners did with popcorn on thread. The rest found shelter in the folds, compartments, and creases of my costume. I kept close to the ground as I followed. Had to stay close to Scapegoat, and I couldn't trust Atlas had enough energy to carry me until we'd flown a bit, and I could see how his stamina was. My hair and the tatters of my costume flapped behind me as we flew, clumped together in parts where the fluid that I'd been soaked with while inside Noelle. I had bugs crawl over both to devour and separate the worst of it. The ones on the threads that trailed behind me with the fastest flying insects were surviving, which was key. The little task kept me awake, if not entirely focused. I was caught off guard when I let the van miss a turn. If a good shot of adrenaline didn't wake me up, I might be at a disadvantage in the coming fight. I got that kick of adrenaline sooner than I'd wanted. We reached the clearing where the others had been and found it empty. The Travelers, Tattletale, Regent, Scrub, and the heroes were gone. I landed, and the van doors open. Bitch stopped just behind me, Bentley at full size, and the other dog standing maybe 3 feet tall at the shoulder. "Gully, you have an armband. Have the heroes communicated anything?" I asked. "No." "Can you do me a favor and see if anyone has answers on where Tattletale and the others are? For now, we should head back to the perimeter." "You're giving orders?" Wanton asked. "Consider it a suggestion," I said. Gully had been pleased at the semi-promotion, with being put in charge. I could concede to let her call or confirm the shots, if it kept her happy. It's Gully's choice.
She glanced at me. It's sound. I'll use the armband while Wanton drives. We reached the perimeter around the destroyed building before she got a reply, and we found Tattletale in the company of some of the major heroes. Legend, Alexandria, and Eidolon weren't present, but that wasn't a huge surprise. They apparently had secrets to keep. More than one cape turned their attention to me as I approached. They didn't shoot, though. I was relieved at that. It would be a bad way to go, getting gunned down out of the air by heroes with twitchy trigger fingers. I had to pause while the van stopped to pass through a contingent of heroes. Rachel sort of strode through without really asking for permission. It wouldn't be winning us any points with the good guys, ignoring courtesy, but the fact that Tattletale and Regent had disappeared from our rendezvous spot, and that they were now in the midst of a group of 27 heroes. They weren't at gunpoint, not really, but the implied threat was apparent. I waited until Scapegoat was out of the van and hobbled toward the crowd before bringing Atlas in for a landing. I rose to a standing position so I wouldn't be sitting down when the bugs parted to reveal me. What's going on? I asked. My bugs passed through the crowd, not getting in anyone's way, not touching on faces or bare skin where I could help it, but giving me a way to track everyone nearby. It was Tecton who answered me. Tattletale wasn't willing to drop her idea. I suggested taking it to our superiors, and she agreed. It's too dangerous, Mirrodin said. He stood by with Miss Militia and Chevalier beside him. It's our best option, Tattletale said. It's a plan that puts everyone involved at an immense degree of risk, and it costs us time we don't have. We have a little time, Tattletale retorted. I don't see any movement there, do you? We can't even guarantee it'll work, Mirrodin replied. Are you saying that because you consider yourself the resident dimensional manipulator, or because you're afraid it'll lead to a big revelation about Cauldron? I could have imagined it, but I could have sworn my bugs were aware of a collective intake of breath. Not everyone present, not even 1 in 5, but people did react. How far did this reach? What are you talking about? Mirrodin asked. No? I'm not seeing anything from you. Guess you're in the clear, Tattletale replied. Tattletale, Miss Militia cut in. This isn't the time for games, making accusations in the hopes of finding information. I agree, I said. Stick to the topic at hand. It's not a game, Tattletale said. She looked at me, and she wasn't smiling, and I don't see how we can discuss it if we ignore the elephant in the room. Try, I told her. What's going on? Chevalier asked. Of everyone in the immediate area, he had the most presence. He wore gleaming gold and silver armor, but it was the massive, ornate cannon blade that made him so imposing. With a blade that was 12 feet long, 3 feet wide, and capable of growing larger, resting against his shoulder as if it were as light as a feather. Rest assured, Chevalier, this is a discussion for another day, Miss Militia said. One I'm definitely interested in continuing, but not when it threatens to distract us. If you're sure, Mirrodin said. Trust me, please, Miss Militia replied. Cauldron is led or backed by the Miss Militia struck Tattletale, cutting her off before she could finish the sentence. It was only as Miss Militia dropped to her knee, setting one knee on Tattletale's throat, that I saw she had a gun in her hand. She gripped Tattletale by the cheeks, pinched her mouth open, and slid the gun into her mouth. I could sense Rachel striding forward, saw Regent move to raise one hand in Miss Militia's direction. My arms went out to either side of me, one to bar Rachel's advance, another to catch Regent's wrist. Don't be foolish, Tattletale, Miss Militia said. Why would you risk everything like this? Tattletale glanced at me, then mumbled something incomprehensible around the gun barrel. Her cheekbone was bleeding where she'd been struck. Miss Militia looked up at me. A gun materialized in her other hand, identical to the one that was jammed between Tattletale's teeth, but she didn't point it at me. Do we have a problem, Skitter? Not unless you pull the trigger, I said. We aren't going to start a fight with this many people around. It would be suicidal. I looked Tattletale in the eye as I said the last word. Is she a clone? Mirrodin asked. I almost wish she was, I replied. No, It's the real her. Can you tell me why she's doing this? Miss Militia asked. I don't know, I said. Yes, but not entirely. We were tired, but that wasn't it. It wasn't all of it. Couldn't be. It wouldn't account for the almost suicidal edge to her actions in just the last half hour. There was something else going on. Tattletale, Miss Militia said, I'm going to remove the gun. Think very carefully about what you say. Deliberately attempt to divide our ranks could be seen as a violation of the truce, and I will push for the kill order if it goes that far. Tattletale nodded. She winced as the gun was removed. You can't put a kill order on the other Undersiders. They aren't responsible for anything I'm saying. Heck, 2 of them aren't even here. You'd be killing innocents. I don't think anyone here thinks any of you is innocent, Miss Militia said. They're relative innocents? Tattletale tried. Quiet, Miss Militia said, her voice tight. I'll be quiet when you tell me you won't punish others because of me. Just be quiet, Miss Militia said. Chevalier said, his voice low. I won't gainsay any of your decisions. And with this being your city, you have the say unless one of the triumvirate supersedes your order. But you're attacking a girl when she was only talking. And there are a lot of eyes and ears here. You're saying it doesn't look good, Miss Militia said. Her eyes were fixed on Tattletale. Not for your career. I don't give a flying fuck about my career, she replied. I care about all of us getting out of here in one piece. And you think she'll put all of us in danger if she opens her mouth? Chevalier asked. Yes. I think Tattletale can do a catastrophic amount of damage if she opens her mouth, Miss Militia said. You've read her file. I have, Mirrodin said. Is the information she wants to share pertinent to this crisis? Chevalier asked. Not immediately, Miss Militia said. Tattletale cleared her throat, apparently asking for permission to speak, but Miss Militia gave her a tight shake of the head in response. Not as far as I'm aware. I've discussed much of it with Skitter. If I may, I spoke up. Innumerable sets of eyes turned my way. I let go of Regent's hand and dropped the hand that was still held up in front of Rachel. What is it? Mirrodin asked. I can try to explain. You can send away the rest of the capes. I explain to you 3, and you decide if and how much information you disseminate to your underlings. I'll try to be more delicate than Tattletale was. Avoid the more sensitive parts. I don't agree with Tattletale's plan, but it's too dangerous to make calls without knowing the key details. And some of this stuff is need to know if we're to have any chance of getting the Travelers or Noel to cooperate. Mirrodin looked at Miss Militia, and she nodded. Mirrodin raised his voice. I'd like everyone who isn't immediately involved in this discussion to find something else to do. Some people started shuffling away. Aside from heading straight toward the site where helicopters were still laying down containment foam, or walking face first into the containment van Wanton had parked, there were only 2 directions to walk, and one group of people weren't moving. Gully, one of the twins, was tugging her arm, but she wasn't budging. Gully, a cape I didn't recognize spoke. Get a move on. I want answers, she said. The Undersiders have them. And Chevalier will contact me with what he feels we need to know, and I'll pass that on to you and your squad, the cape said. That's not enough, she said. I don't want the condensed version. I want to hear why I'm like this. A murmur ran through the crowd, and I noted that some of the capes who had reacted before were standing out more. One was breathing harder, another was fidgeting where she'd been calm before. This kind of insubordination is what goes on your file and costs you promotions, the cape said. I've been passed up for promotion so many times, I've already gotten the message. Monsters don't get to be team captain. Your argument doesn't have any weight to it, Lano. Weld approached her. Their eyes met, and Weld came to a stop, turning around so that he stood just to her right. He didn't say a word. Miss Militia stared at him, and he didn't even flinch. This is a critical situation, Mirrodin said. We're on the brink of another potential conflict with an S-class threat,
If the Undersiders have information we can use, information that could be sensitive, we need you to clear out.
I've spent years like this, Gully said. It's not just me either. There's others. Weld. Hunch, Weld added. Gentle Giant. Sanguine. Weld and Hunch, Gentle Giant and Sanguine, Gully said. And the others who weren't even lucky enough to find the wards or protectorate before they found themselves in trouble. It's not just me. We need to know for them.
This isn't the time or the place.
With all due respect, spend a day in my shoes, Mirrodin. Just one, and then tell me again that I have to wait 1 day, 1 hour, or even 1 minute longer for an explanation.
The ground shuddered, and I thought at first it was her, but she looked surprised. It was Noelle, Echidna. She was active in fighting her way free.
We're out of time. Enough of this, Mirrodin said. Gully, Weld, join your teams.
Gully planted her shovel in the ground, put 1 foot on top of the blade, and folded her hands on the handle. We could share with them, Miss Militia said. I know Weld is an exemplary hero, and we could trust him to keep necessary information to himself.
I might agree, Chevalier said, if it weren't for the dramatic flair Gully was displaying. I don't trust that she'd stay quiet on the subject.
Another shudder. Heroes were running to adopt battle lines, forming a circle around the construction lot with the ruined building. The invincible, the power immune, masters with durable pets, and force field makers were positioning themselves at even intervals around the circle. We don't have time, Mirrodin, I said. You and I can both fly. If we go to a nearby rooftop... Fuck me, Tattletale said. So much wasted time. She grabbed from Miss Militia's gun. When Miss Militia didn't let go, Tattletale took 1 step closer and pressed her forehead against the barrel of the gun. Do it! Kill me! You've seen a lot of people die in your lifetime. People important to you. Dying because of an idea. So kill me, because I believe this idea should be heard by people who care. Close the damn circle. Why? I thought. The triumvirate, Tattletale said. Miss Militia stared at her, but didn't pull the trigger.
The triumvirate? Gilly asked.
I'm in deep shit anyways, Tattletale said, for saying what I already have. We all are. Sad fact is, I have better chance of surviving if it's all out in the open. The triumvirate is Cauldron. Eidolon, Legend, Alexandria. They started it, or they're so involved in it that it's incestuous.
Fuck me, Regent muttered.
I couldn't even breathe. I was waiting for Miss Militia to pull the trigger.
They made me like this? Gully asked. Why?
Not sure. A warning, maybe, to people who didn't pay their bills, or they figured that while they were brainwashing you, they'd implant you with a built-in weakness, something a paying customer could exploit.
That's it? That's your answer?
I'm sorry, I said. I wasn't sure if I was apologizing because it was insufficient or because I'd let Tattletale take it this far. The ground shook, more violently than before. The air was filled with the thrum of the helicopters that were flying overhead. By contrast, he flew so silently that I almost missed him setting down. I didn't have bugs in the area, and my eyes were trained in the general direction of Gully and the wreckage of Coil's collapsed base. Legend, landing in the midst of us. You heard? Tattletale said. She didn't sound surprised.
Lip reading, he murmured. I can see very long distances.
Put the gun down, Miss Militia. The cat's out of the bag.
You're admitting it, Chevalier said.
There was another rumble, shaking the ground so hard that most of us lost our balance. Legend stayed perfectly upright, no doubt using his flight to hold himself a hair above the ground. He turned to check the fighting hadn't started.
It's true?
Gully asked.
We started Cauldron in the early days, he said. They had a way to give people powers, and each of us were desperate for our own reasons. We should have had trigger events, but we weren't lucky enough to have the potential. Nobody deluded themselves about the risk. We knew that it was all too possible to die or become a monster. But you did. You made us monsters, Gully said.
Everyone who took a dose went into it with their eyes opened, he said. They refined the process,
and we reduced the chance to a single digit of a percent. 2, 3%, if that. And at the same time, the numbers were decreasing. We were realizing how badly we needed the heroes that Cauldron could provide. Capes without traumas to drive them towards villainy. Cauldron turned it into a business, producing heroes and acquiring funds from the wealthy to redirect to Endbringer recovery and further research into powers. We knew it wasn't ideal, that some would turn to villainy, but with the appearance of the Slaughterhouse 9 and the damage the Endbringers were doing, we had to do something. How do the Travelers factor in? Miss Militia asked. They got a hold of a dose meant for another group of people. They weren't screened. They didn't follow the necessary procedures, didn't get the psychological or physical checkups, and even with that, we had no idea that the formula could produce anything like Echidna. But the Travelers are from another world, I said. Aren't they? The Seamerg, he said simply. Madison, Wisconsin. 1.5 years ago. She opened a dimensional gate. You were there, Mirrodin. You met Trickster and Echidna. Mirrodin's eyes widened. The hospital room. The ground rumbled again. A burned husk of a building at the far end of the street toppled with a crash. But if Cauldron's not taking people from other worlds, Gully said, what? It's not Cauldron, Legend said. His voice was flat, without effect. He met her eyes. Manton worked for Cauldron before an incident with his daughter led to a psychotic break, and a break with the organization. He left with samples that he passed on to others. One of those people sold them for personal profit before Cauldron found him. Another was responsible for the Case 53s. We thought it was Manton, but it wasn't. He glanced at Tattletale, and she cocked her head a little to one side. Why? Gully asked. Why do that? Why make us like this? I'd give you answers if I could. Some people abuse others for the sense of power it gives them, Legend told her. His voice sounded hollow. To change somebody's body and mind completely and irrevocably, it could be the same impulse. The appearance of the Case 53s has stopped or slowed dramatically. It's little consolation, but we think the person who did this to you is dead or completely out of formula. That's no consolation at all, Gilly replied. The ground shuddered. It's worth nothing, Legend said, that we tracked Manton down. He and Siberian's master are the same person. Dragon and Defiant have a bead on the 9. They expect a confrontation to start soon. But I could only think of when Legend and I had been looking down at the 9 from above. He recognized the Siberian's master then, and he hadn't told me. Was he admitting facts now in the same way? Was he lying like he had then? The Siberian is Manton? Mirrodin asked. Legend nodded. And Manton is ultimately responsible for the Case 53s. I know it's not the explanation you each hoped for, but it's the reality. Understood? There were nods all around. I wasn't sure if anyone else saw, or if they knew her well enough to say, but Tattletale was smiling. And it wasn't the one she wore when she was being friendly and easygoing. It was the one she had before she unloaded on Panacea, back at the bank. The one she had before she revealed to Coyle just how she screwed him over. I directed a bug to fly across her face, brushing the skin. She flinched and looked at me. I only stared at her, willed her to be quiet. Saying anything would be disastrous here. I wasn't sure how much of what he was saying was truth, but Legend had just stepped in here, pacified the situation. Tattletale shrugged with one shoulder, a fractional movement that only my swarm really noticed. The smile disappeared from her face. Sure, she said, a little belatedly. The rumbling continued, steadier now. Is that the essence of what you wanted to tell us? Mirrodin asked. What Legend said about Cauldron? Only thing I'd have to add is that the Travelers came from another Earth. Except for Trickster, they're more or less on our side here. Tell Ballistic, Sundancer, and Genesis that we can get them home and they'll help. They have the kind of firepower we need. Well, my bug sensed Echidna clawing her way to the surface. Armband, I interrupted Chevlar. What? Warn them, she's here. It was too late. The Gru that was accompanying Echidna emerged from the hole she dug.
He raised his hands, and I could see the wave of darkness rolling out from the entrance to a parking garage to sweep over the assembled heroes. She wasn't beneath the fallen base. With her shape-shifting and the teleporting Gru's help, she found her way through a side tunnel, clawed or punched her way up into a nearby parking garage, a place where she could stage her attack. Echidna materialized out of the darkness the Gru had created. She was nearly twice the height she'd been before, to the point that the human body on top was minuscule, a speck by comparison. A human figure atop a broad 3-story building. Her legs were more robust now. There weren't any feeble limbs like the ones my bugs had glimpsed or touched. Her lower body was planted in a crust of bone, and 2 more heads were just emerging from her front, one with the beginnings of a mouth, the other with 2 large eyes and a lump that would become a snout. She's developed. There were no less than 10 capes within range of her claws as she appeared. 10 capes that were caught in her flesh the very instant the fight began. I'd placed Bugs on Legend to track his movements, and they went with him as he took to the air and fell into formation with Alexandra and Eidolon. The same Bugs allowed me to sense the smallest movement of his head, as he directed a slight nod toward his longtime comrades. If I'd been suspecting that he'd been lying before, that clinched it for me. In his shoes, I wasn't sure I wouldn't have done the same. (19.5) The Gru Echidna had created turned his attention to the rest of us. His power massed around him and then flowed forth like a tidal wave of crude oil. I was already atop Atlas, rising into the air. I couldn't avoid the fact that Scapegoat was in the truck, and if we were separated... I flew after the wave of darkness, tracing its path as it met Scapegoat's van and making my best guess at where it would wind up. The darkness hit a wall, and the van materialized, solid once more. More heroes were deposited 2 or 3 city blocks away from where they'd been standing. My heart was pounding in my chest as I blinked a few times and double-checked that I hadn't gone blind. If the Gru had cut off Scapegoat's power, or if he'd delivered enough of an impact to disrupt it, it could have left me in worse shape than before. I could see, and I could breathe. Scapegoat was safe inside the containment van. He'd scattered us. Our tight battle lines were now spread out over city blocks, and people were having a surprising amount of trouble getting their bearings. One of the team leaders managed to get his squad organized, pointing them in the right direction, before Echidna's Gru hit them again. There was a limit to what I could do. I gathered my bugs and started working out how to stop the Gru. I had cords pre-prepared. I spliced a number together into a 100-foot-long line, then had my bugs fly the cord out. A minute later, my fastest flying bugs were winding the cord around the Gru's neck, while others were biting and stinging. He barely even noticed, beyond swatting at the insects wherever they landed. I needed something to tie him to. A telephone pole? It wouldn't stop him or even hamper him in what he was doing to disrupt our fighting lines. If he could teleport himself, then it wouldn't even hamper him at all in the long term. Legend, Eidolon, and Alexandria moved into the fray, accompanied by a number of other flying heroes. They were coordinated enough that they had to have planned it out in advance. Alexandria went in first, circling around and then swooping down to strike Echidna across one back leg. She stuck on contact. Through a combination of her own strength and one of Legend's lasers, she got free before Echidna could turn and envelop her. Eidolon was making his move before Alexandria was even free. He cast out a bubble that swelled as it moved through the air. By the time it reached Echidna, it was twice as big around as she was, enough to reach from one sidewalk to the other. The colors around her became muted, and her movement slowed to 1/10 of the speed. It was a time distortion effect. Legend took the opportunity to emit 20 individual laser beams. They each flowed out as a steady, unfaltering stream, and turned in mid-air to punch into Echidna. Each was meticulously placed to drive through the center of her body, and avoid the places where her victims were being absorbed, or even cut her victims free. One beam turned down and took a sharp right to strike the ground just to the teleporter, Gru's, right. It slashed toward him, and he used his darkness to teleport himself to safety, cutting the cord I'd created in the process. I commanded my bugs to collect the thread and cart it to the destination he'd teleported to. It was futile to try to tether a teleporter, I knew, but if I could find a way to trip up his abilities, tie his ankles together at a crucial moment, something, it might help. Beyond that, I'd have to hope the venom brought him down. Echidna tried to move to one side, but Legends beamed followed unerringly, swelling in size and number. 30, 40, 50, each cutting their way through her flesh as though she were made of little more than snow. Smoke or steam billowed around her as her flesh charred and boiled. The lasers might have been effective by the time distortion, but that didn't matter when the lasers were moving at the speed of light in the first place. She feigned right, then lunged left, but Legend's aim didn't err in the slightest. An Eidolon's slowing effect drifted after her. Still, Echidna moved faster than Eidolon's slowing effect did. Slowly but surely, as pieces of her flesh were carved away and left to fall to the ground, she made progress towards the effect's perimeter. Alexandria flew low to the ground, striking and catching a hold of a traffic light. In 1 second she was a blur. The next she appeared to be moving as fast as a person did when they ran, charging into the effects area. Alexandria made a beeline for Echidna. The swing was slow motion, but Echidna was too. Alexandria struck her with the metal pole, and Echidna moved like she'd been hit full strength. Her front claws were lifted off the ground by the force of the blow, and she reared up, the canine faces contorting in pain and anger. The lasers moved toward Alexandria, passing within centimeters of her. She didn't even flinch as she lowered herself to the ground behind Echidna, used her hands and one knee to correct a bend in the pole, and then stabbed it into one spot on the back of Echidna's leg where a hero was trying to get free. Legend's cutting laser and the leverage of the pole pried him free. Alexandria caught him before he hit the ground and threw him. Other heroes saw and positioned themselves before he reached the edge of the effect. He resumed normal speed and the heroes caught him. Echidna's Gru blanketed the area in darkness, and Legend opened fire on the area where the darkness had originated from. The ground floor of a nearby grocery store. My bugs identified the Gru on the far side, and with a moment to get arranged, they connected the ends of cord. A little shorter than 100 feet now. If I tied it to a section of a nearby window, and he tried to run, it could maybe yank him off his feet, but that didn't amount to much. The Gru teleported Echidna to him, freeing her from Legend's attack and the slow effect. The darkness carpeted them and brought her a second to breathe and regenerate. Had to remove the Gru from consideration. I tried to visualize what would happen next, anticipate their next move. Noelle would throw herself into the fray again. Either he'd use his teleportation to do it, or... I tied the other end of the cord to a piece of bone plate that stood out on Echidna's side. Eidolon was pointing to the building that Echidna had materialized behind, pointed 2 fingers at it with a thumb extended in a gesture much like a gun. Legend took the signal and opened fire, unleashing countless lasers into the ground floor of the building. The Psycho Gru took shelter, ducking to one side of a nearby dumpster. At the same time, Echidna did just what I'd hoped for. She bolted. The cord went taut, and the Gru was pulled off his feet by the suddenness and force of her movement. I hadn't tied it into a proper noose, but the cord was around his neck. I'd read somewhere that nooses tended to kill because they broke the neck rather than by suffocation, provided that they were tied right and there was enough of a drop. This wasn't a drop, but it was a tough cord around his neck, and the creature on the other end weighed no less than 15 tons, maybe twice that. She accelerated from 0 to 50 in an instant, and he went limp almost immediately, dead or completely disabled, in a heartbeat. My bugs cut the cord and held it ready. Echidna hadn't used her power yet. She'd absorbed enough capes, but something was holding her back. I wondered if her regeneration drew on the same pool of flesh generation, and she couldn't make clones while healing the kind of heavy damage the Triumvirate was dishing out. Maybe there was some other drawback. The shoulders of her lower body scraped and dragged against the sides of buildings as she stampeded through the back alleyways. She kicked a dumpster and sent it careening as she ran,
brushed against a fire escape with enough speed and force that it was ripped from the brick wall. She was very nearly out of my power's reach when Mirrodin cut her off. He waved his staff and a group of heroes materialized around him. Tecton and Chevalier were among them. The heroes around me were trying to get sorted into squads again. I was aware of someone driving the van that held Scapegoat, taking him in the wrong direction. I drew arrows with my bugs on the dashboard and prayed that whoever the cape was behind the wheel, they were aiming in the right direction. Seeing how the heroes were struggling to get organized, suffering for the lack of armbands to help them navigate and get essential information, I decided in an instant that I needed to guide more than just the van. I began drawing out arrows and letters. I drew out an E with an arrow pointing in Echidna's direction, 100 times in 100 places. Above Echidna, I set swarms of insects to flying in formation, tight circles and figure-8 loops, vertical or horizontal. Letters and words formed. Echidna, Mirrodin, Chevalier. Did the E go after the I? Couldn't remember. Was supposed to be I before E, except after C, but there were more exceptions to the rule than there were correct uses. Shaking my head to stir myself awake, I tried to refocus, paying attention to the primary site of the fighting. Echidna charged Mirrodin and the heroes that accompanied him. He used his staff to draw something into the air. My bugs could feel a vibration, see the white blur of a light source. The sign he'd drawn exploded outward, striking Echidna on her right side. It was enough to alter her course, and her shoulder slammed into the corner of one building. Her body dragged against the building's face until she had to stop and pull away. Chevalier pointed his sword at her, 15 feet long, and pulled a trigger. A blast erupted down the center of the sword's mass, and a cannonball caught one of Echidna's monstrous heads between the eyes. Through the composite vision of all of my bugs, I could get a sense of the damage that had been done, the spray of gore. I was too tired to be focusing on my bugs to this degree. My awareness of my real self was faltering. I was unconsciously updating the positions of the arrows to allow the heroes to come in on Echidna, but I also had to work to keep myself close to Scapegoat, and I wanted to make sure I knew where Bitch and the others were. Atlas was following my unconscious commands, but that meant I was straying a dangerous distance from Scapegoat. Had to be safe. The arrows I'd drawn for each of the heroes were working, though. Heroes were moving towards Echidna with purpose now, and the van with Scapegoat inside was moving in the right direction. I caught some squad captains giving orders. A cape that could speak over distances was relaying information to Mirrodin and Chevalier. Tattletale was on the ground, but she didn't advance towards the scene of the fighting. She had gotten her hands on a cell phone and was speaking steadily into it, relaying information. I only caught some of it. I couldn't devote that much focus to her. It was about Noelle. Chevalier and Mirrodin made an effective duo. Chevalier's power had made his armor virtually impervious, his cannon blade massive, each effectively many times as dense and/or many times as large as they should be, but he was still able to treat them as though they were the normal size. He swung his sword as though it was barely there, and when he found an opportunity to strike out with a gauntleted fist, the effect was always far greater than the hit deserved. Not so different from Fenja and Menja, only his gear was the focus, not himself, and he was a little more versatile. Mirrodin, for his part, coupled versatility with raw power to devastating effect. He had a bag of tricks and switched from one to another without hesitation. Echidna spewed a stream of bodies and gore, and Mirrodin drew a dark sign into the air, suctioning the incoming matter into it. I sensed Chevalier and Tecton slamming their weapons into the nearest surfaces to avoid being pulled in, catching hold of allies who weren't so capable. Then my own bugs were yanked toward the crevice and violently crushed against all the other debris, leaving me momentarily blind in that area. More of my bugs flowed in, giving me time to see Chevalier delivering a series of powerful sword strikes and cannon shots at Echidna, not letting up. He paused, throwing himself into a side alley as Noelle tried to stomp on him, and Mirrodin released the matter he'd suctioned into a condensed bullet of gore, dust, crushed bodies, and dead bugs.
Perhaps the strongest thing about the partnership between the two heroes was how well it accommodated others. Heroes with ranged powers were free to unload on Echidna while the other two fought, and heroes like Tecton could offer further support, destroying the ground beneath her feet. She was big enough now that he couldn't trap her, but he could make her stumble or bring concrete from the nearby buildings raining down on top of her. The triumvirate flew straight over Echidna, and Legend opened with a laser beam I could see from 3 blocks away. He killed some of the bugs I'd been using to draw words in the air in the process. That was as much my fault as his. Echidna was more or less trapped, forced to back away, but unable to fully turn around with the walls of the alley on either side of her. Eidolon threw down another slowing bubble behind her, and Alexandria dropped to the ground level to stand behind Echidna and stabbed the metal pole of the streetlight through the knee of one of Echidna's back legs. There was nothing for me to do beyond helping to organize the others. I made sure to draw arrows and words high enough above the buildings that anyone approaching the scene would be able to tell that Alexandria and Chevalier had Echidna flanked. Atlas carried me above the scene, a distance away from the triumvirate, but still close enough to see into the alley. Echidna was sustaining a beating, and there were only 4 directions she could go. She could go up, which was the only route available to her that didn't involve going through a solid surface, but that involved running face first into the laser beams that Legend was firing straight down from above. Going down involved tearing through pavement and whatever was below the road. Even if there was a storm drain or some other underground space to enter, she was doubtless sustaining too much damage to take the time to get that far, and she was too big to fit unless the area was cavernous. That meant she was bound to head either left or right, through walls of brick or concrete. I was careful in how I positioned my swarm, putting them on walls so I could tell if she knocked one down on her way through, while keeping the bugs out of her likely path. Clone bugs were the least of our problems, but I wasn't about to contribute to her arsenal. I'd drawn heroes closer to the scene of the fight with my directions. Now I had to communicate the danger. I spoke through my bugs, moving each closer to the capes. The swarm was spread out, which made the resulting voice thin and reedy to the point that I wasn't sure if it was audible over the noise of the fighting in the alleyways.
"Incoming!"
My swarm buzzed. More than a few heroes jumped at that.
"Look for my signal,"
I said.
"She'll have to go through the walls to escape."
Many of the squads were in or around the alleys, but not actually participating in the fights. With arrows and the movements of my swarm, I did my best to indicate the ways to the walls she might head for, and I drew exclamation marks on the faces of the buildings next to her. It didn't take long for her to reach the limit of her patience. She tried to advance on Chevalier, only to get driven back by Tecton, Mirrodin, and 1 or 2 ranged capes. Backing up meant running into Alexandria, who was stabbing and swatting with the pole that had held the traffic light. One claw ripped through brick and wood, and she plunged into the building to her left. She was tall enough that she had to hunker down, and she was still shoving her way through the flooring that separated the first and second floors. Her route put her on a path for where the fighting had originated, where the majority of the heroes were now waiting. She could wade through brick and concrete and leave a building folding in on itself in her wake, but dealing with a mass of capes proved more difficult. Force fields blocked her movement, and a half-dozen heavy-hitting capes like Grace were waiting to blindside her. A heartbeat after the first wave assault passed by, Chronicler's replicas of the melee assault group tore through Echidna a second time. Echidna fell over, and was in position to see Legend, Alexandra, and Eidolon overhead. Some capes had stayed in the fray, including types like Weld and Wanton, who couldn't be absorbed and couldn't be affected by the capes with ranged attacks. They joined in with the Triumvirate's attacks on the fallen foe. She vomited, but it wasn't the same as before. Her vomit this time was thick with bodies, to the point that it didn't spray. The vomit tumbled from her 4 mouths as a sludge that met or exceeded her total body weight in sheer volume. Worse, where it had maybe been 90% liquid and 10% people before, the numbers had inverted. Legend raked the laser across the piling, writhing, retching bodies, but Echidna was getting to her feet, throwing herself into the building behind her. She'd done enough damage with the last maneuver, and a return trip brought a wall crashing down. Powers of all kinds were brought to bear as the capes on the ground did what they could to save themselves and their teammates. I could have stayed, helped with the wounded, but the van with Scapegoat was moving on, and I was worried about what might happen if Echidna managed to get away. She was wounded, but regenerating, and bodies kept pouring forth from her mouth. It would be best to leave the wounded and dying to the less mobile capes. I was more useful in the fray, though that didn't say much. She was moving at a good pace. Only the fastest were able to match her speed, and few of those were also capable of slowing her down so the rest could catch up. A trail of clones flowed in her wake. All of them were capes, and even though they were unclothed and unarmored, some were taking more than a few hits to finish off. Worse, at least one of the people she'd caught was a cape in much the same vein as Prism had been, a self-duplicator. It amounted to scores of bodies, where 1 in 20 were capable of copying themselves, and maybe 3 or 4 in 20 were tough or borderline invulnerable. I joined in with the other heroes who were fighting to kill or mop up the clones before the psychotic things could get organized. They were lumped together as a tangle of limbs, heads, and torsos, and each was tacky with the fluids of the vomit. My swarm made contact and began ruthlessly doing as much damage as I was capable of. Mirrodin caught up and hit her with one of his spells. Echidna promptly disappeared in a clap of thunder, and Mirrodin went very still, floating in the air. From his controlled breathing and lack of celebration, I could only assume that Mirrodin was concentrating. Echidna wasn't dead and gone, only held at bay for the time being. I was willing to bet it was the same effect he'd used to carry Chevalier, Tecton, and his other teammates into the fight in the alleyway. In the meantime, the rest of us were left to dispatch the clones as quickly as possible. They were frailer looking, with features missing. There were clones without ears, clones without noses, clones with missing fingers. Half finished, their skin was so thin as to be translucent, and most lacked hair, or their hair was so sparse as to barely matter. The skin of most broke and bled where my bugs bit, as though it were little more than wet paper. If my swarm was made up of countless tiny surgeons doing strategic damage, Rachel's dogs were the opposite. Bentley plowed through the ranks of the clones like a living bulldozer. He wasn't running full bore, but he wasn't slowing down at any point either. The other dogs followed, each roughly the size of a pony, chained to Bentley's harness. The dogs fought amongst themselves in their struggles to attack and wound the clones, but I could see Rachel doing what she could to ensure that none of them were killing. She'd done the same with Bastard. It made sense in a way, that she didn't want them to get accustomed to killing before they were fully trained. The clones weren't wholly helpless, though. Fragile as they might be, they did have powers. Through the bugs of my swarm that lingered on the combatants, I could track the fallen. 2 heroes down, injured or dying, another deceased. We were outnumbered, and we couldn't afford to lose 1 person for every 20 clones that fell. Echidna had created at least 100 clones in the course of her last getaway. She would create 100 more when she reappeared, if we didn't find a solution. Legend found a position to open fire from, and sent a barrage of lasers down toward the trail of bodies, while Alexandra followed the direct path that Echidna had taken, darting left and right to strike out and kill even the toughest of capes in a single hit. In the midst of the chaos, a speaker began blaring at the top of one containment van, the same voice that had come from the armbands. The following information has been disseminated and remains unconfirmed. Echidna is in a rage state. The monster is in control, not the girl. 17 capes are currently within her. Her rate of regeneration and production of clones is derived from a central core within her lower body that produces an endless quantity of biological matter. A body part severed from the core will die. Destroying the core in its entirety will destroy her. Tattletale, I thought. She'd passed on the info she'd gleaned. Scapegoat was out of the van and shouting. Weld was among the capes that came to his assistance. He held a female clone in his iron grip, and one hand over her mouth. Tecton and Wanton moved to help, and Scapegoat looked up at me, gesturing, pointing at the ground. Would have been easier if he just said it. I found a clear spot on a rooftop and landed. The second I was settled, Scapegoat laid his hands on the clone Weld had caught. As before, the sensations hit me. Phantom sensations of every possible texture and experience rippling across my entire body. This was why he told me to land. He'd been worried I might lose control of my power, maybe lose control over Atlas and fall. I just had to endure. I could control my bugs to some extent, though flight wasn't so possible. One of the clones had broken away from the fighting, and my bugs were both attacking her and pointing the pursuing capes in the right directions. She split off into 4 copies. The heroes killed 3 of the 4, only for the survivor to split off into a quartet once again. If I'd been thinking about containment, I might have set trip lines at each of the major intersections, cutting them if and when heroes passed through. As it was, I couldn't stop her retreat, and could only try to blind her, choke her, and distract while they closed the distance with my direction. But she was fragile, like most of her fellow clones. Mandibles tore her paper-thin skin, and more bugs found her jugular. Just like that, she died with blood spouting from her throat. She created duplicates of herself, but they were created with the same injury. The capes caught up to her. One murmured, "Kudzu." "It's not her, Jouster," another said. Elsewhere, Regent was dispatching other clones. He deftly tripped up the more mobile ones and closed the distance, then executed them with a quick stab of a knife. The sensations kept hitting me. It was a deeper sensation now. Tastes, vision, hearing, everything under the sun. Fragments of a million different sensations. Picking through the noise was nearly impossible. I had to find refuge in my swarm's senses, disassociate from my body. If I hadn't been trying so hard, I might have missed it. It was more subtle than the first time I'd heard it. A keening noise that my own ears couldn't hear. Even many of the insects were unaware. Using my swarm, every bug in the 4-block range, I buzzed out an alert.
Shatterbird!
Some capes reacted fast enough. Helmets with visors were torn free. Intact armbands and cell phones discarded. Some erected force field barriers. I was tearing off my mask, bundling it in the fabric that hung around my legs. There were others too caught up in the fighting, yet others dependent on hardware with silicon chips that they couldn't shirk so quickly. It wasn't as strong as her last big attack. There was less glass in the city to carry the effects. Still, I could hear the resounding crash of everything glass in this half of the city breaking. A tidal wave of destruction rolled past us, leaving countless injured in its wake. The attack was weaker, but not necessarily weak. Tecton had been left immobile, components of his suit destroyed. The clone and Scapegoat were down, struck by the glass from the van's windshield. Chevalier had been caught by something, a fragment of glass that had penetrated a slit in his visor, and he was struggling to fight 3 clones and avoid hitting his teammates, all while partially blind. I checked myself. I could breathe. I wasn't blind. All despite Scapegoat's disabled state. Had he transferred the condition to the clone? Was I in the clear? I wasn't sure, and I wasn't sure I could afford to take the risk and stray beyond that 150-foot range of his. The direction the attack had come from, Shatterbird had stayed behind, used her power from the base. I'd assumed it was because Echidna had eaten her, but it was all too possible that they'd found another route. Inducing temporary unconsciousness? Or perhaps Echidna had eaten her and then spat her out right away to induce enough weakness that Regent couldn't use her. I'd have to ask Regent for details, and that wasn't an option. No, there were bigger worries. Battle lines had been broken, and simply by virtue of being more numerous than we were, many clones were still standing. It made only a small difference, but it was still an advantage for their side. The clones weren't wearing or carrying anything glass, an advantage of being naked. The big heroes were trying to get organized. Mirrodin was still keeping Echidna out of the fight. The Triumvirate were exchanging quick words as they tried to figure out whether they should stay for when Echidna popped back into existence, or help with the clones. Legend shot as he talked, and Eidolon was casting out blue sparks that flew forth. Clones were advancing on Scapegoat and Tecton. Weld was there, but he wasn't quite enough. I stood on Atlas's back as he descended to the road, shaking my mask to let the glass fall free before carefully pulling it back on.
Weld glanced at me and nodded as I appeared to his left, helping to form a defensive line. Weld's hands started to change into long blades, and with the reach they afforded him, he was able to defend more ground. I stepped off Atlas and let him stand on his own, his scythe-like forelimbs raised. He wouldn't be that good in a fight, but the clones were fragile, and 2 more weapons was better than nothing. My knife and baton slid free of their respective slots in my compartment, and I whipped the baton out to its full length. It offered me a little more reach, an excuse to take one more step away from Scapegoat's body and the frozen Tecton. In this fashion, Weld, Atlas, and I formed something of a triangle. Being on the ground, it added to a kind of reality to the situation. On a technical level, I was more aware of the bodies when I used my powers, more aware of the enemy numbers. Here, though, I could see only the crowd. Hero and clone were fighting. The ground was littered with the dying, the maimed, and the dead. There were countless people who needed help, people who I couldn't personally reach. My bugs could reach them. I did what I could, trying to blind the right people, to injure and maim clones where I could ferret out vulnerabilities. Most of the vulnerable clones were already out of the fight, leaving us with only the more troublesome ones. The duplicators, the durable, and the mobile. I was fighting a duplicator, another kudzu, like the one I'd killed earlier, unless there was another Asian duplicator with a Japanese-sounding name. She was vulnerable, but she knew how to fight, better than I did. My advantage was my weapons and my armor. Hers was her relentlessness. My baton crushed one skull like an overripe pumpkin. My knife cut another in the chest, pushing past bone like it was a willow tree branch rather than anything more solid. I kicked her in the chest to help pull my knife free, and suffered a painful kick to the side of my knee before I was able to retaliate. I fell, tried to strike the offending kudzu with my knife, but she caught my wrist. A swing of my baton was caught as well. I got my feet under her and thrust my head into hers as I returned to a standing position. Her face was softer than my mask was. She fell, and the 4th kudzu formed 3 new doubles before I could advance and attack her. One kicked me hard enough that I had to lean against Tecton's armor to get my balance. My swarm had hurt the one kudzu who'd stayed back, and the new doubles were feeling the same pain, but they were still fresh, weren't tired or hurt from previous rounds. Weld fought with an invincible man who was smoking, his hands hot enough that they were heating Weld's flesh. The man grappled him, and Weld's attempts to strike him were having little effect. The man dug his fingers into Weld's chest, and white-hot metal dripped to the ground. He was digging for organs. I hated to spare bugs when I was fighting the kudzu clones, but I sent some Weld's way. They coated the man and found some flesh they could damage. "His back, Weld!" I shouted. "His front half is tough, but everything that isn't facing you is vulnerable." A kudzu took advantage of my distraction to club me. I retaliated by stabbing her, a non-fatal blow. Weld pulled one arm free, reached behind the man, and started sawing into the back of his head. Serrated edges formed on the blade to allow for a better cut. Weld found something vital, and the man slumped to the ground. He turned to help me with the kudzu. A scattering of Legend's laser bolts tore through our surroundings, though he was blocks away. 3 of the kudzu I was fighting were hit by Legend's shots, and Weld lunged forward to stab the 4th. The least hurt of them vibrated and split off into a fresh set of quadruplets. Clones of clones, I thought. I could only swear in my head. My lungs weren't suffering like they had been earlier, but I was short on breath nonetheless. Overall, our side was winning, but we weren't winning fast. Nearly a third of us had fallen when Shatterbird hit, and more were losing in this chaos that followed. Which made this the moment, fittingly, when Echidna popped back into existence. Eidolon and Legend had been doing what they could from range, and now they were forced to deal with Echidna, leaving the rest of us to deal with the remaining clones. Legend started using a massive laser to tear into the piles of clones that spilled forth from her mouth. One kudzu clone shouted, "Cover me! I got this!" Roughly a quarter of the remaining clones broke away from their individual engagements, including the kudzu I was fighting. Fuck me, they were cooperating. Our side did what they could to stop them,
but these clones were still in the fight because they were hard to kill. My bugs attacked the kudzu, and I gave chase to stab one, then another in the back before my hurt knee gave out and I fell to a kneeling position. Bitch and her dogs threw themselves into the ranks of the clones, tearing and rending, but it wasn't enough. Chevalier wasn't far from me. His cannon blade detonated, painfully loud in my ear, and 4 or 5 clones died with each shot. Legend's lasers tore into their ranks, and Eidolon threw down a slowing field to stall for time. It was too little, too late. They were making a beeline for Echidna, for Legend, Alexandra, Eidolon, and Mirrodin. The kudzu who shouted got close to Echidna, and a tongue circled her throat. She was reeled in and stopped herself at Echidna's mouth, bracing herself in position. Chevalier took aim and shot. A miss. Miss Militia's rifle shot was on target, punching through the front of Kudzu's throat. But the kudzu's death wasn't instantaneous, and she had time for one last gesture. Echidna vibrated and then split off into 4 copies. 4 copies of Noelle. My breath caught in my throat the moment I processed the reality of what had just happened. I managed to huff out a small, shuddering breath. They were withering and dying like Kudzu's obsolete clones were, slowly but surely, right off the bat. But there were still 4 of them. This was Echidna's greatest weapon. Ballistic had talked about her sense for tactics, but that was Noelle, really. This was Echidna, and she was too far gone for much of that. No, the variations that naturally occurred in powers laid out a range of capes. Virtually every power was offensive. Just about every power had some use. That was the norm, the standard. But exceptions existed. There were Bonesaws, the Crawlers, the Echidnas, the Legends, Alexandrias, Eidolons, and Dragons of the world. By sheer fortune, they'd stumbled onto powers that set them head and shoulders above everyone else. Having the right variant, being in the right situation to use that power. If 1 in 100 capes met that kind of standard, where they were just that much more versatile or powerful, then Echidna could make 100 capes, and chances were good that one of those would be exceptional in that way. An Echidna double turned and charged straight for us, stampeding through the clones to get to the troops on the ground. Force fields went up. Chevalier unloaded cannon blasts to stall her advance, and we all did our best to retreat. I took to the air with Atlas. The other 2 Echidnas, including the original, started fighting the big-name heroes. Tongues lashed out, and Legend severed them with cutting lasers. The clones vomited geysers, spitting out no clones with the fluid, and Alexandria bore the brunt of the blow. Eidolon was creating blue sparks that floated around him, but when Alexandria began to lose in her struggles to keep the vomit from reaching her comrades, he switched to using a slowing field instead. He cast it down around 2 of the Echidnas. The one he did catch vomited, and he threw up a small force field to ward off the attack. A narrow tongue was hidden in the midst of the volume, a concealed attack. Prehensile, it snaked out and caught him by one arm. Eidolon was pulled in, and clipped the force field he raised with enough sheer force that he was momentarily stunned. The force field and slowing field disappeared, and Alexandria was caught off guard by the sudden increase in her opponent's speed. Caught against its back, she started to tear herself free with the help of one of Legend's cutting lasers. A spray of vomit forced Legend to abandon his efforts to save his teammates and retreat for his own safety. He cleaned up the clones that the original Echidna was still producing. A second later, one of the Echidna doubles leaped on top of the other, sandwiching Alexandra between her and the other Echidna double. The real Echidna closed her mouths, and the vomiting stopped. She stepped on the tongue that had a hold of Eidolon, then stepped on the caught Eidolon. Legend did what he could, but even with the 3 Echidna doubles looking more like the Walking Dead than anything else, he couldn't do enough lasting damage to any of the brutes. Miss Militia and Chevalier contributed some ranged fire, as did the heroes on my side of the battlefield. But the Echidna doubles used their bodies to block the worst of the incoming fire. Echidna bit down into her double, tore at flesh until she found the morsel caught between their bodies. Alexandria. I could see the muscles in her throat working as she swallowed. Each of her doubles made a final reckless charge
before falling to pieces. A hush of sorts descended on everyone present. 2 of our best, caught. Echidna reared back a little, then spat, as though she were coughing out a morsel of food she'd been choking on. And Alexandra had to be, with that long black hair. The woman stood, and I could see how she was missing an eye. She brushed her hair to one side, so it covered half of her face, and I could hear a murmur. "Director Costa Brown?" someone in the crowd murmured. The head of the PRT and Alexandria were one and the same. I couldn't bring myself to care. I wasn't sure if it was just that I was in shock, that I was more focused on the fight that was looking a hell of a lot less winnable, or simply lack of surprise that the PRT would have been so corrupt and imbalanced as to have a major balancing factor missing from their ranks. Miss Militia took aim with her rifle and shot. The bullet sparked as it clipped Alexandria's forehead. Alexandria shook her head. Another cough, another spit. Eidolon. I couldn't tell if he was unattractive by nature, or if it was just mild deformations. He looked so small, so below average. He found his feet. Miss Militia shot him twice, and he fell back against Echidna's leg. He flickered, and the wound was smaller. Another flicker, and the wound almost disappeared. Each flicker was stronger than the last in how it reversed the damage. He staggered to his feet again. "Go!" Chevlar screamed, breaking the frozen silence. "Before he's at full strength!" We charged. There was no other choice. If we didn't win now, everyone lost. 19.6 The Eidolon clone apparently wasn't worried about the mass of armed heroes that were mobilized against him. No, his concern was being naked. He touched Alexandria, and she flickered. When the flickering died out, she was dressed in a costume. A long white cape, a white bodysuit with high boots and elbow-length gloves, and a stylized helmet that let her long black hair flow free. The tower on her chest was a tumbled ruin, the ruined lighthouse, a mockery of her other self, the colors reversed. I really wasn't liking the implications for that flickering power, healing, the costume. Legend shot the Eidolon clone before he could do anything more. A laser tore into the Eidolon's chest cavity, slashed out to carve into Echidna's foremost leg, causing it to buckle mid-step. The Alexandria clone floated up, interjecting herself between Legend and his targets. He adjusted the beam's orientation, and she moved to block it. He divided it into 2 shots that she couldn't block, and she charged him. Legend broke off to flee. I could see the Eidolon flickering to heal himself as Echidna charged the rest of us. Our battle lines did what they could to slow her down, which didn't amount to much. She was massive now, to the point that cars were trampled beneath her, or sent rolling on impact. Chevalier put himself directly in harm's way. He held his cannon blade out to one side, and I could see it swelling in size. There were 100 feet between them. 75. 50. The sword was growing with every moment as well. He brought the blade down to the ground, a razor's edge biting deep into the pavement. The blade's point directed at Echidna. Then he pulled the trigger. The fact that it was impaled in the ground kept the recoil manageable, and the fact that it was as large as it was meant that the effect was that much more impressive. Echidna leaped to the side as the cannonball ripped out of the weapon. Not quite fast enough. She wasn't able to avoid the worst of it. 3 of her 8 legs, all on one side of her body, were turned into flecks of gore. She hit the ground, and her momentum carried her forward, skidding. Chevalier didn't flinch as she hurtled towards him. Instead, he waited until her trajectory brought the right part of her into harm's way, then shot out more of her limbs. The impact of the hit brought her to a halt, spinning until her back was to him, only 2 of her monstrous claws intact. A female hero threw out small ice crystals in Echidna's direction, and they expanded explosively into virtual glaciers on impact. Maybe the intent was to give Echidna less room to regenerate. Chevalier withdrew the 25-foot-long blade from the ground and chopped at Noelle, the upper body that jutted out of Echidna's back. He severed her from the monster at the stomach,
turning the blade mid-swing to catch the body on the flat of the weapon. He swatted her away, separating the girl from the monster. The impact of Noelle's landing was enough to kill, but she didn't die. She flailed weakly for long seconds before she started falling apart. Echidna caught Chevalier with a tongue. He cut the tongue with his blade and walked around her, blade poised, as if he were trying to find a place to strike. I realized he was trying to find a way to rescue the people inside. Alexandria, Eidolon, and 17 of the capes who'd volunteered to fight this thing. Had he directed the cannon blast with the same intent, to avoid harming people within? Chevalier was struck. He turned and was hit again. He was under siege from one of the 9 invincible clones with the burning hands. The guy was digging his hands into a car at one side of the street, coming up with hunks of white-hot metal and flinging them. He scraped them off, but more attacks were incoming. One cape threw a stone, and though the speed and arc of the thrown rock didn't seem to amount to much, it shattered one of the glaciers the ice cape had erected. Chevalier used his cannon blade to block another rock and a lump of molten metal from striking home. From above and behind him, the woman with the ice shards began raining her attacks down on the clones, encasing them in ice. I joined in, sending my swarm forth into the fray. They flowed from the battlefield around me, finding paths to travel between the crags of ice and the capes. Cockroaches tore into the membranes of eyes. Hornets found flesh to bite that was close to arteries and veins. Stings dug into the most sensitive flesh, and ants worked together to scissor and tear flesh more efficiently. More bugs moved in the Eidolon clone's direction. The flying insects faltered, their usual mechanisms for movement failing them. Then they started falling out of the air. They were suffocating. It was a vacuum. He'd chosen his powers, and by the looks of it, he dressed himself in a mirror of his other self's costume. A costume with a black hood, loose black sleeves, and a pale red-orange glow emanating from each opening. The flickering. Was that some variant on Scapegoat's power? More broad? Paging through realities to find the state he wanted to be in? Uninjured? Dressed? There was a lot of ugly possibilities with that one. Could he affect how he was accessing powers? He took one step and was carried off the ground. It wasn't flight so much as floating. Combine that with the vacuum around him, it had to be aerokinesis, manipulation of air. Miss Militia took a shot at him, and he reeled. There was a flickering, and he was back in the position he'd been in a moment before, uninjured. She changed guns and unloaded 2 assault rifles in his direction. Her hits were on target, at first. His armor absorbed the worst of it, and he undid the damage he'd taken with more flickering. The bullets gradually moved off target, grazing him instead of striking vital areas. A moment later, they stopped hitting entirely. The effect he was using to alter their trajectories hit the rest of us a moment later. I felt Atlas's wings beat against nothing for just a moment before we caught air again. Steered through a sudden, unexpected headwind that dissipated as fast as it had started, and then found a spare moment to pull up, putting distance between myself and the Eidolon clone. My bugs gave me a sense of his effective perimeter. The storm effect had a diameter of roughly 3/4 of my own range, no doubt allowing him to sense where people were by the movement of the air. The vacuum extended roughly 100 feet around him, the air condensing into threads that found him and flowed into his mask to sustain him. Even the clones on his side were suffering, falling to their hands and knees or running to get away. He was indiscriminate, and far more dangerous because of it. He was approaching the battlefield where we engaged the clones, where many of our heroes had fallen. If the vacuum extended over them, they wouldn't last long. I wasn't sure what kind of effect it would have, but even the smallest push could mean the difference between life and death, and this wasn't necessarily small. "Rachel!" I shouted, but the wind kept my voice from reaching anyone. It didn't matter. I could use my bugs, too, not as a collective effort, but with 10,000 voices in 100 ears.
Rachel, get over here and fetch the wounded. Everyone else, get your teammates back. He's surrounded by a vacuum.
Heroes kicked into action, hurrying to collect the injured. Rachel was occupied trying to herd the clones at the far edge of the battlefield, but she heard my order and broke away from the skirmish. We still had to manage those clones, though. A few kudzu, and none of the forge guys. If they got away, I contacted the ice dispenser. She was trying to cover Echidna in more ice, but the wind was blowing the shards away.
Need your help to contain the clones. This way.
My bugs pointed the way. She hesitated, tried to shout something to Chevalier, but went unheard. She decided to follow my instruction, flying in the direction I'd indicated with the bugs. Okay, so she was one of Chevalier's people. I told Chevalier,
Your ice cape is dealing with clones.
He only nodded. He at least knew she didn't have his back now. People were moving too slowly as they dragged and carried teammates away. Worse, there were only so many able bodies. Only 3 or 4 out of every 10 heroes were down, all in all, but some required 2 people to move, and there were those like Tecton that required enhanced strength to budge. Eidolon was getting dangerously close now. People screamed and shouted in alarm as Rachel reached the fallen. She barely paused as she stopped momentarily by each body, pointed, and screamed the name of one of her dogs.
It's okay,
I communicated, though it was getting harder with what Eidolon was doing with the air.
Rescue operation only.
The dogs followed her instructions, as much by mimicking Bentley as by anything else it seemed. I knew they weren't well trained, and there was a reason she didn't bring these dogs on every excursion. It would look bad if we killed a hero in the process of rescuing them, but we were risking that simply by moving the wounded. It had been reinforced over and over in the first aid class I'd taken, never to risk moving anyone who was injured. Then again, this wasn't exactly a typical situation. Better to remove them from near certain death. With Rachel rescuing the wounded, the Eidolon clone didn't have any easy targets in reach. Instead, he turned and floated towards Echidna. Ice was chipped and whittled away by what must have been sharp blasts and currents of condensed wind, with fragments flying toward him, twisting in mid-air and whipping back at the chunks of ice they'd come from, helping to chip away. Enough cracks formed that Echidna could use her 2 remaining limbs to leverage herself to her feet. The meaty, frost-crusted runes where her legs had been blown away by Chevalier were healing over, bulging where muscles and bone were growing within the stump. Bone penetrated the flesh where her claws and armor were. And on top, Noelle was already more or less regrown, her arms wrapped around her upper body in a straitjacket of flesh, her eyes closed and face turned toward the sky. Chevalier took aim and shot, and the cannonball veered in midair, slamming into Echidna instead of Eidolon's clone. One of Echidna's grown limbs was destroyed, but so was the glacier that had encased it. The Eidolon hit Chevalier with a focused blast of wind, and the hero went flying. The air in Eidolon's range shifted to reduce resistance and carry him further. Chevalier was out of my range before he hit ground. Legend and Alexandria still fought above us. I could, when he passed into my range, note how he got faster the longer he flew, giving him the ability to put distance between himself and Alexandria, but he couldn't stop to take aim and shoot without losing that acceleration and giving her a chance to close the gap. The result was that he was flying in loops and circles, using the turns to find opportunities to take aim and fire on her. She dodged most, but the hits that did land bought him distance and time to stop and laser down clones who were attempting to escape. If any of them slipped away, it could be disastrous. One clone could track down their original self's family and murder them, or even go after innocent civilians. My bugs were blinding them, finding weak points, but there were some that my bugs couldn't touch that Legend was succeeding in taking out, like the Forge Man. Mirrodin was below Legend and Alexandria, recuperating from holding Echidna at bay. He took to the air, flying up to Echidna and the Eidolon clone from behind. He pointed his staff at the Eidolon, and his target disappeared. The air the Psycho Eidolon had compressed expanded all at once, sending Mirrodin flying off course and Echidna rolling sideways over a line of parked cars. For the moment, the vacuum was gone. Mirrodin set himself down on the ground. He wasn't using his power against Echidna or the clones, which suggested that his reserves were low. The Eidolon clone reappeared. He turned and spotted Mirrodin. The two started fighting, the Eidolon trying to close the gap and trap Mirrodin in his vacuum, which was considerably smaller in area than before, but growing every second. He hampered the self-professed wizard's flying, with headwinds and gusts and sharp blasts of wind that Mirrodin deflected or dodged. Mirrodin, for his part, attacked relentlessly, pummeling the Eidolon with explosions of energy, alternating with scattered releases of whatever he managed to suck in while close to the ground. Echidna was mending, and with Chevalier down and our heavy hitters more or less out of the running, I wasn't sure we could stop her. We needed to stall. One tinker had machines rigged on the ground, with force fields erected in layers, one behind the other. 5 between himself and Echidna. I'd glimpsed him at work before, knew it wouldn't hold if she really hit the things. They were dangerous or lethal to the touch, if the experiences of my swarm was any indication, but little more than an annoyance for Echidna. The ice cape was back, having dealt with the clones. She began laying down more glaciers around Echidna, but with the monster being more able-bodied than before, it was only a temporary barrier. We needed something more effective. My eyes roved over the fallen, both those that had been rescued and the ones that still lay on the ground, injured or dead. Weld had Kidwind and Scapegoat, and I recognized Browbeat dragging Tecton behind him. He must have joined another team in another city, only to find himself accompanying them in a return trip to Brockton Bay. No, this wasn't a case where we needed brute force. Echidna was liable to win any case of hand-to-hand combat that wasn't against a full-on Endbringer. Maybe she could even come out ahead in a close-quarters fight against the likes of Leviathan or the Seamerg, if she was capable of absorbing them. Scary thought. I recognized so few of the capes around me. There was a girl who was emanating red lightning that wasn't harming the allies she struck, apparently accelerating them to a faster speed instead. I had seen her somewhere, but I had no idea who she was. A boy was fading in and out of reality, grabbing capes and then disappearing with his rescuee in tow. He reappeared a moment later, a few paces away, before fading out of existence. He wasn't teleporting, he merely wasn't here when he was walking some of the time. Rachel arrived with a number of fallen capes in tow. I flew low to the ground and helped lower them to the nearest solid surface. One dog had bitten too firmly, not knowing its own strength, cracking body armor and maybe a rib. I didn't mention it. It was obvious enough that people would catch on before he was in terminal danger. But we didn't need people turning on Rachel or getting distracted from the matter at hand. The man was alive, and that was better than if he had been caught in the vacuum. Psycho Eidolon went on the offensive against Mirrodin, shoving the hero against a wall and then holding him there by pummeling him with repeated blasts of wind. The Eidolon got close enough to catch Mirrodin in the vacuum, and the bugs I had on Mirrodin started to perish with surprising speed. Mirrodin, for his part, stopped fighting entirely, trying only to escape. The Eidolon caught him and knocked the staff from his hand, then pinned him against the wall, choking him in the vacuum. I knew it was supposed to take around 2 minutes to suffocate, but that presumed one was able to hold some air in their lungs. Mirrodin's struggles were getting weaker by the second, almost from the instant he was in Eidolon's range. The Eidolon's grip slipped from Mirrodin's neck, and he careened into the ground, hard. Again, air billowed out around him, thrusting Mirrodin into the wall once more, but supplying him with much-needed air. I could see Regent turn toward that particular bout of fighting. Had he been responsible? It wasn't enough to revive Mirrodin. He fell to the ground only a short distance from the Eidolon, and slumped down into a prone position, one hand pressed against his chest, and he went limp. The Psycho Eidolon stood, and Miss Militia opened fire. Joined by several other capes, the Eidolon was driven back, forced to flicker to recover from the blasts. Again, his armor was absorbing the impacts. It would be the best stuff money could buy, if it was a functional copy of what his other self wore, and it was healing every time he did. Then, as before, he found a way to divert the incoming fire away from himself. The bullets and laser blasts stopped, no doubt because the heroes didn't want the Eidolon redirecting any of their fire towards Mirrodin. My bugs flowed in, carrying a length of cord. I bound the Eidolon's neck as he walked up to Mirrodin's unconscious form, but there wasn't anything significant to tie the cord to. I chose a car's side mirror. He stopped short, a pace away from the fallen hero, then flickered. The cord came free of his neck, as though he weren't even there, and he bent down over Mirrodin. I swore under my breath, and tried to bind him again, knowing how ineffectual it would be at this point. It was Wanton who moved to stop Eidolon, turning into a virtual poltergeist, with debris and dust flying all around him. He barely slowed as Eidolon directed a blast of wind his way. The Eidolon flickered, and a knife with a wavy blade appeared in his hand. Before Wanton could reach him, he gripped Mirrodin's mask, raised the hero's chin toward the sky, knife held ready. His hand convulsed, and he dropped the knife, regioned. An instant later, he flickered, rendering his hand untouched, the knife back in position. He thrust it into the soft underside of Mirrodin's chin. Wanton hit him a moment later, tearing the dagger from the Eidolon's hand and using it to cut and bludgeon the clone. Mirrodin was dead or dying. I couldn't even guess if Chevalier was okay or not, and 2 of the 3 members of the Triumvirate had been turned against us. We were swiftly running out of big guns. The Red Lightning Girl hurried past me, helping mobilize a group of heroes with more wounded. We had maybe 40 to 50 capes on our side, with 20 that were no longer in any shape to fight. I saw Gully with 2 heroes cradled against her body, with one arm, the other arm holding her shovel, planting it into the pavement like it was a walking stick. One of the heroes was Clockblocker. The face of his mask had been shattered, revealing the softer padding beneath. I didn't recognize the other cape, a guy with green dyed hair and a domino mask. "Stop," I told her. "Is he okay?" "Ramus is, but I think the clock boy is going to die," she said. She glanced over her shoulder at the Psycho Eidolon. He'd broken away from Wanton and was working on mending the damage, one part of his body at a time. If there was a limitation to his self-healing, it was that. It was healing by degrees, weaker against all-around damage. If my bugs could have gotten to him, that might have done some damage. But they'd have to get past his armor, which looked like the all-concealing sort, and there was the not insignificant matter of the vacuum. "Clockblocker," I said. "You there?" He turned his head towards me. I could barely make him out over the wind. "You're still here?" What did he mean by that? Was he surprised that I was still alive, that I hadn't run? I wasn't sure how to respond. "Craved a fight." The words reached me despite the winds that were tearing across the battlefield. It wasn't my bugs speaking either. "I hoped you'd challenge me." Eidolon. He was echoing his sentiment from earlier, that had driven him to fight Echidna alone, except it was twisted, warped, the original reasoning forgotten. "Do I need to get you angrier? Do I need to push you harder? I could torment you, inflict pain on your teammates, until you're forced to throw all caution to the wind and come at me with everything you've got. Or I could attack you on another level. Would you like me to tell you a story?" Echidna belched out another set of clones. There was one Forge Man, 2 identical to the one I'd seen flinging stones at Chevalier, and an Alexandria. They lurched to their feet, but they didn't attack. They were letting Eidolon speak. "We founded Cauldron, the Triumvirate, the Number Man, William Manton, the Doctor. We sold people powers." "No," Clockblocker said. Other murmurs came from the crowd. "It meant more people with powers to fight the Endbringers. That was the lie we told ourselves. But we created the Siberian and Shatterbird in a roundabout way. We created the Grey Boy, selling him powers, finding ourselves unable to stop him when he went out of bounds. There were countless others. Echidna is just the latest in a long series of grave mistakes." Nobody moved. I suspected that if anyone attacked him, they'd be seen as a Cauldron sympathizer, trying to shut him up. I could see Noelle. Her arms had separated from her torso, but she left them limp at her side, her long hair in her face as she stared up at him. We made the PRT, pretended to let ourselves be run by the unpowered, but we put Alexandria in charge. We manipulated media, manipulated nations, in the interest of power. We ventured into alternate worlds to kidnap people, experimented on them to refine our formulas. And the failed tests? The people who turned out wrong? We cast them out, tossed them out as a bonus to anyone willing to pay a little more for an enemy that was guaranteed to lose against them. The Eidolon moved, facing one of the monstrous parahumans I didn't know, a boy with crimson skin and hair. The clone spoke. That's all you were, monsters. Little more than the cheap towels that are on offer for a few extra dollars when you buy something on a shopping channel. Legend shouted something, but the wind kept his voice from reaching us. He had to fly to avoid the Alexandria clone's unending pursuit. The other, naked Alexandria, took flight and went after him. It said a lot that nobody moved to help. I glanced at Gully, saw her already disfigured face contorted with emotion. He's lying, I said to her, twisting the truth to make it sound worse than it is. Gully only made a small noise in response. He couldn't make all that up, Clockblocker said. Were it not for the bugs I had near his mouth, I wasn't sure I would have caught what he was saying in the face of the wind. Kernel of truth. It's all been a ploy from the start, the Eidolon clone said, his aerokinesis carrying his words to our ears. Every single one of you were deceived. For every one of you that bought your powers, there were innocents who died or became monsters for the sake of that formula's research. No matter what good you might do, it will never make up for that. And the rest of you? Conned, brought in with the promises of ideals and saving the world. You're fools. And with that, he let the wind die down. There was a crunching noise as Echidna shifted her weight, but that was followed only by silence, the sound of murmurs. We just lost, Clockblocker said. I looked at him, saw Gully hanging her head. He wasn't wrong. We were suffering losses, and we hadn't achieved anything. Echidna was as strong as she'd ever been, stronger than she'd been at the outside of the fight. And she kept on acquiring clones that cost more than we can afford to put down. Alexandria and Eidolon were only the tips of the iceberg. It's a big hit to morale, but... No, Clockblocker cut me off. We lost. Not this fight. Maybe we can still win it. Won't deny it's possible, with Scion maybe showing up. But the big picture? There's no coming back from this. Without the Protectorate, without all the work that it does to organize heroes around the world, there's no getting everyone working together. The amount of anger, the suspicion, wondering if a teammate took the formula or not. How can we go up against the next Endbringer that shows up? We'll manage, I said. We'll find a way. He barked out a cough, groaning. Fuck. Don't make me laugh. Laugh? Never took you for an optimist. Was I? Or was it just that the heroes were reeling just a little more in the wake of these revelations? I wasn't surprised, and I was betting the other Undersiders weren't either. Advantage us. We villains were the only ones who could really think straight in the wake of all this. Except Tattletale, Gru, and Imp were elsewhere, and Regent and Rachel weren't really in a position to do anything major here. I stared at the scene, Legend doing his best to fend off two Alexandrias, and Eidolon looking down on us, the crowd of fools. I could see Echidna standing still, surveying it all, much as I was. No, not Echidna. Noelle. I need your help, I told Clockblocker. Can't fight. I don't need you to fight, I told him. I reached behind my back, drew my gun. I pressed it into his hands. If and when she comes for me, aim for the back of my head. It's unarmored. Anything else might mean I survive, and I don't want to be hers. Not again. Hers? He asked. What are you doing? I paused. Wait until the last second, just in case. You can call that more optimism, I guess. Skitter. I moved my bugs away from the heroes around us and into the air, a cloud capable of getting attention. If I was going to do this, I was going for optimal effect. Back when this skirmish had started, I'd wondered if I'd be willing to make a sacrifice if it meant coming out ahead. Even when the idea of throwing away one life for the greater good had crossed my mind, it had been with the notion that it would be me paying the price. I wouldn't ask someone else to do it. Fuck it. I wasn't about to back down now, not with the stakes this high. With the swarm swirling through the air, and the fact that I was the only person moving in this otherwise still tableau, all eyes were on me, Noelle's included. Noelle! I screamed her name. My swarm augmented my voice, carrying it much as the wind had carried Eidolon's. She turned toward me. It is you, isn't it? It's Noelle, and not Echidna? She didn't respond. My swarm drifted between us, partially to help obscure me, to cloak me from her vision if she charged me. At the start of all this, you offered a deal. Any of your captives for one of us undersiders. Is that deal still open? I saw her shift position, planting her massive claws further apart. You're dead anyways, she said. You're not wholly wrong. Follow through with this deal. Maybe you get to kill me yourself. And maybe the other heroes here will turn the other undersiders in for a chance that they can walk away alive. You're saying you'll let your team die? My team can fend for themselves, I said. Right now, I'm offering you me, in exchange for Eidolon. That's all. The one who deceived them. She looked out over the crowd. What makes you think they want him? They don't, I said. I made sure that everyone present could hear as my bugs carried my voice. But they need him. If there was any salvaging this, any way of recovering from this terminal hit to morale and avoiding the scenario Clockblocker had outlined, I had to make sure that everyone recognized how essential it was that we kept the big guns on hand for future Endbringer attacks. Regardless of what they'd done in their pasts, if it came down to it, I was willing to put myself on the line. I'd die to drive the point home if it came down to it. Noelle spat Eidolon out. He landed, covered in puke, wearing his costume. He recovered faster than the other heroes had, faster than I had. He took to the air, flying towards the other members of the Protectorate. A pair of flying heroes moved closer together, barring his path. Through the bugs I had placed on the two flying heroes, I could hear him, a single utterance, monosyllabic. Ah. He turned, surveying the scene, then started to fly towards Legend. The other Eidolon moved to match his flight, and the original stopped. If he moved to help, he'd only be bringing his clone into the fight with him. He settled above a building, on the other side of the street from his mirror opposite, keeping a wary eye on Legend and the chase that the two Alexandria clones were giving. Now's the part where you run, Noelle told me. I'm not running. You'll try something, because you're a coward. You don't have it in you. You're selfish. You killed Coil when you knew we needed his help. I killed Coil because he was a monster, I said. I didn't let my voice carry, but it didn't matter. Others had heard what she said. But I'm not running. I sensed Rachel kick Bentley, stirring him to action. Some of my bugs barred her path, forcing her to pull short and stop before he moved 2 paces. How do I finish you then? She asked. Should I puke on you and let them tear you apart while everyone watches? Someone might try to save me, I said. They're still heroes, after all. Takes a lot to stomach watching a girl get beaten to death. Then I kill you myself, she said. And there was a growl in her voice. That would be Echidna chiming in, at least in part. They'll see what you're made of when you break and start running. And they can't stop me from tearing you apart. That said, she charged. The ground shook with her advance, and the heroes only stood and watched, no doubt considering the possibility that I was right, that they could negotiate their way out of all this. I closed my eyes, using my bugs to stop Rachel from intervening for the second time. I took a deep breath. Every instinct I had told me to run, to find shelter, to survive, or take cover, but I had to do this. Instead, I used my bugs to whisper to Clockblocker, "Use your power." There was only one thing for him to use his power on. He froze the gun. Along with the gun, he froze the length of thread I'd attached to the weapon. The thread, in turn, was held aloft by the bugs that flew as a curtain between Noelle and I. I kept my eyes closed, relying on my bugs to feed me input, disassociating from my real self, because it kept me still, and that kept Echidna on course for the thread that extended vertically through the curtain. Spider silk was, generally speaking, about 2 to 3 times as thick as the thinnest part of a safety razor. That was still pretty thin, especially when Clockblocker's power rendered it immobile. Utterly unyielding, even as a monster with 3 times the mass of an African elephant crashed into it. She tried to pull to a stop as she made contact with the thread, but her momentum carried her all the way through. The bracing of her foremost limbs against the ground only helped to force the separation of the 2 halves. Severed, the 2 pieces of her body crashed down to either side of me. Despite my best intentions, I stumbled a little at the impact. "Hit the idol and clone," I spoke to Miss Militia through my bugs, hurrying to step away from Noelle's bisected form. "Hit him hard." The idol and clone moved one arm in our direction, only to stop short. A thread that had draped his arm was now a rigid barrier. Connected to the same thread that I'd positioned between Noelle and I, he tried to retreat, only to find the thread I'd circled around his neck, holding him firm. He started to flicker, no doubt to escape. One arm free, then another. Miss Militia hefted her rocket launcher. Our Eidolon was already flying to Legend's rescue as she pulled the trigger. The Eidolon clone wasn't quite free when the warhead hit home. For extra measure, the explosion drove him against the threads that had draped his body. If I'd been good at the punchlines, I might have thrown one out there. The best I could come up with was flicker that. "Watch the 2 pieces," I communicated through my swarm, still backing away from Noelle. "Tattletale said there's a core to her that's supplying the regeneration. Whichever half regenerate is the half at the core. We narrow it down, then we destroy it. We can win this." I could see Echidna's body swelling, growing huge with tumorous bulges as she sought to rebuild her other half. Still, she was nigh immobile, and the heroes were free to unload every offensive power they had on her. Wanton and Weld advanced, tearing into her, pulling people free and seeking something that might be her core. She was regenerating faster than they were dealing damage, but every passing moment saw one cape freed, more ground covered. Her other half was decaying at the same time. The captives that were trapped in her flesh were revealed as it desiccated, and capes freed each person in turn. She lurched, then forced herself into contact with her decaying other half, reconnecting to it. She was minus 11 captives by my count, Alexandria among them, but she was reforming. I wouldn't be able to bait her like that again, but I might be able to contain her. I glanced at Clockblocker. Gully had carried him to Scapegoat, who was roused from unconsciousness, and he was getting care. He looked at me, offered me a curt nod. I wasn't sure how to respond, so I did the same. Behind me, Bugs could sense the approach of a containment van. Tattletale, I could hope, with Faultline's crew, perhaps. Chevalier was perched in the fortified turret on top, his sword resting on one shoulder. "We can win this fight," I mused, and this time I could believe it. But I was all too aware of the movement of a particular contingent of capes. Having deposited Clockblocker, Gully distanced herself from the other heroes, approached Weld and the red-skinned boy, the Cauldron Maid standing apart. Across the battlefield, I was aware, there were very few people standing shoulder to shoulder. People were distanced from one another as though their personal space was 10 feet across, avoiding eye contact, with no conversation. And I wasn't seeing any upturn in morale. There wasn't a cheer to be heard, and squad leaders weren't giving orders to their subordinates. I could only hope this divide wouldn't prove as telling as the one I delivered to Noelle. 19.7 The heroes found positions and opened fire on Echidna. The difference in this and the fighting as it had been before was noticeable. Small, but noticeable. Capes weren't communicating, and teamwork was faltering as a result. Capes like the Red Lightning Girl and Chronicler were struggling to find people to use their powers on. I didn't want anyone else running or flying headlong into the thread, so I gathered my more harmless and useless bugs in a thick cluster around each piece of thread, until each thread appeared to be a black bar a half-foot across. Clockblocker appeared at my side. He was in fighting shape, though he didn't look it with his damaged costume. "Anything else I can do?" he asked. "Anything else set up?" I shook my head. "She dissolves the thread if it touches her flesh, and things are too frenetic. Someone else would get hurt." "Gotcha," he said. He didn't move from where he was standing. A minute passed as Echidna was bombarded. She wasn't quite at full fighting strength. She didn't have many capes to clone, and she was apparently hesitant to change or make any sudden movements with the possibility of there being more thread. "Why didn't you tell me?" Clockblocker asked. "That I had something in mind?" I asked. "I guessed a part of me thought that maybe if you figured out what I was doing, you wouldn't have frozen the gun." "That's not fair." "I don't think I've given you any reason to think I'm vindictive like that." "Not really," I admitted. "Maybe I didn't want you to give her a tell, or do something that Eidolon might notice. I'm not sure why, not entirely." "So you're not really doing anything that those guys out there aren't. When it comes down to it, you're suspicious of us, just like we are of each other." "Maybe," I admitted. "It's a lot to take in. What do you even do from here on out?" "I don't know," Clockblocker said. A series of neon green concentric circles exploded outward from a point in the sky above, rippling out to disappear over each horizon. Eidolon had engaged one Alexandria clone, and whatever he'd done seemed to have finished her off. One left. Echidna belched out a mass of clones, and I added my bugs to the firepower that the heroes threw their way. Some slipped past the loose perimeter the heroes had established, and were promptly gunned down. "I'm guessing Tattletale told you the particulars of my power?" he asked. "What do you mean?" "The range. I'm surprised you knew it would work through the interconnected pieces. Hell, I barely knew I'd be able to push that far. I guess that makes this one of the rare days my power is working at peak efficiency. But you somehow knew that." I glanced over my shoulder at Tattletale. She was getting out of the van, and was joined by Faultline, Labyrinth, and 4 members of the Travelers, Sundancer, Ballistic, Genesis in her wheelchair, and a blonde boy who resembled but didn't quite match Oliver in appearance. Tattletale was exchanging words with Regent. "Getting an update?" "You're not responding," Clockblocker noted. "I'm not sure what you want me to say." "Yes, Clockblocker," he added a falsetto note to his voice. Bend one wrist to a 90-degree angle, and he raised his hand to his mouth. "Of course we know more about your powers work than you do. How else would we kick your posterior with such frequency?" He faked a high society woman's laugh, where the laugh was said as much as it was uttered. A cape nearby, one I recognized as Astrologer, from the New York team, shot us a dirty look before she returned to calling down projectiles from the sky. "I don't sound like that," I commented, trying not to sound as irritated as I felt. "I thought it fit pretty well for one of the wealthy crime lords of Brockton Bay," he said. I was a little caught off guard to see this side of Clockblocker, or more that he was showing it to me. Was it humor as a coping mechanism, or attempted humor as a coping mechanism, to be more on target? I could believe it from the guy who'd chosen Clockblocker as his cape name. But to let me see anything other than the hard-nosed defender of the peace was something different. A show of trust, letting his guard down some. Or maybe it was just a coping mechanism, and he had a hell of a lot to cope with. Only an hour ago, he probably felt he had his whole future laid out for him. A career in the wards, transitioning into a career with the Protectorate, with funds, fame and every side benefit, and piece of paper he might need to mask his real identity. Now nobody had any idea how that would work out. Another circle exploded across the sky. Alexandra Clone 2 was down. Legend and Eidolon descended in Echidna's direction, keeping a healthier distance. Whatever Eidolon had been hitting the clones with, considering the area it was covering and the fact that it was apparently taking Alexandria out of action, it suggested a kind of attack that couldn't be used near the ground, because it might have leveled whole sections of the city. Tattletale caught up to me. The others in her retinue hung back. "Was that you two?" she asked. She pointed at Echidna, where the right and left sides of the monster's body weren't quite lined up. "Yeah," I said. "You realize that if you pulled off the dramatic sacrifice, Gru wouldn't be able to take it. He's relying on you to be his crutch for the time being. You can't kick it out from under him mid-step." "He's stronger than you're saying," I murmured. I eyed Clockblocker, all too aware that he was listening in. Tattletale was aware too, which meant she was trying to communicate something. "Can we finish this discussion elsewhere?" "Why don't I just leave you alone?" Clockblocker offered. "I wanted to make myself available in case you wanted to repeat the maneuver, but you're saying that's not so doable." "Not really," I admitted, "but thank you." "Signal me if you need me," he answered. Alexandra had a steel, fire-scorched girder in her hands, retrieved from a fallen building nearby. She wasn't flying, but she walked forward, relying on the girder's size and sheer presence to clear her way through the assembled capes. Her back was straight, her chin raised, as her subordinates stared. Her black costume, it was fortunate for her, served to hide the worst smears and stains from Noelle's vomit. She swung the girder at Echidna like someone else might swing a baseball bat, and Echidna was knocked off her feet and into a building face. The girder didn't bend like the traffic light had. This was a piece of metal intended to help support buildings. Echidna opened one mouth, no doubt to vomit, and Alexandria flipped the metal around, driving one end into the open mouth and through Echidna, the other end spearing out of the monster's stomach. Before Echidna could react or retaliate, Alexandra flew straight up into the air, joining Legend and Eidolon. As attacks went, it wasn't a game-changer. Something else? A symbol? A gesture to us? Echidna roared, lunged, only to hit a force field. The field shattered and she stopped short, the girder rammed further through her. To say we were at full strength would be a lie. Too many had been injured. Still, we'd pinned her down. I could see Noelle atop Echidna's back, craning her head to look at me. Through some signal or some shared knowledge, Echidna was following Noelle's recommendation, avoiding sudden movements, enduring every attack that came her way, rather than risking running headlong into more frozen silk. In fairness, she still had something of an upper hand. None of our attacks were slowing her down, not really. She was healing faster than we hurt her, and our side was getting tired, burning resources. We weren't sustaining casualties, but we weren't winning this fight either. With our current disorganization, it was only a matter of time before she popped out another clone that was capable of turning the tables. "We need to finish her," I said. Sundancer could do it, probably, but she would need convincing. "Labyrinth's going to set up while we wait for Scrub," Tattletale replied. "Where is he?" "Bit dangerous to have him riding along in a car. We put him in another, and he nuked the engine. We rigged a sled, and he should arrive in a bit, depending on how many times they needed to stop and replace the chain," she said. "He's going to open the door?" "Open is probably the wrong word." "What's the right word?" "I'd say it's more like using a battering ram than a doorknob." "With dimensions?" I said. "Through dimensions. Knocking down the door, not knocking down the house." "I'm not seeing the difference between the two," I said. "What's to say a given area is one thing over another?" "That," Tattletale said, "is Labyrinth's job." I could see Labyrinth. Faultline was right next to her, apparently talking her through the process. Arches and high walls rose like cresting waves, locking into place as they met one another. It amounted to what looked like a church, if only 4 paces in diameter. "You think that'll be easier for Scrub to punch through?" "Positive," Tattletale said. "How do you punch through to the right place?" "That," Tattletale said, "is something we'll have to trust to luck and an educated guess." "Not reassuring," I said. "What's going on? I'm worried. Nearly getting yourself shot twice? Provoking the triumvirate? Spending however much it cost to bring Faultline into the city? After the financial hit you took pulling the soldier gambit on Coil? Now this? The dimensional hole?" "It's how I operate." "Yeah, you've been reckless before. Got cut by Jack, provoked Glory Girl, but this is turning the dial to 11. We came out ahead in the end, both times. It wasn't necessary. There were other ways around either of those situations. Not as much as you'd think, Tattletale said. Echidna roared again, each of her mouths making a slightly different noise, combining into a discordant noise that made almost everyone present wince. Weld tore his way free of her side, 2 capes in his grip. Still 5 captives inside, I noted. I saw Weld climb free and drop to the ground. He wasn't going back in for more. Tattletale took me by the arm and led me back and away from the fighting, to where we had more privacy to speak. I used bugs to guide some capes at the back lines towards some clones who'd flown into an alley. It was odd to be playing a part in a high-speed chase while standing still, but the capes were closing the distance on their quarry nonetheless. I'm just looking for answers, I told her. This dimensional hole, provoking the heroes, apparently spending a lot of money I'm pretty sure you don't have. I can kind of get that you're feeling a bit aimless, a bit unfocused. Maybe that comes across as recklessness. I'm feeling like that too. We beat Coil, and so much of what we've done over the past while, it was with the end goal of doing just that. So I get if you're not sure of where to go from here. Except you've been talking to the heroes, and you've had that to help center yourself. Figure out where you stand, Tattletale said. I haven't. That's it? You need to talk to someone? No, that's not what I'm saying, she said. She sighed. Yes, kind of. It's only part of it. Who the hell am I going to talk to that grasps things on a level I do? Do you really expect me to find a therapist and sit down and not pick him apart faster than he can decipher me? You could talk to me, I said. Not when you're part of the problem, part of what I need to work past. That's not fair, I told her. No, it isn't, she admitted. Echidna spat out volumes of clone at the defensive line. The reaction was only a little slower than it should have been. Squads still weren't operating as squads. Legend and Eidolon were offering support fire from above, but they were standing apart from the rest, in a much different way than Tattletale and I were. It's not you, Tattletale said. It's more about my relationship with you. This isn't the point where you confess your undying love for me, is it? She snorted. No. Then what? Or is this just going to be another secret you keep? All of the good secrets are getting found out anyways, or so Regent said. I suspected they would be, for the record. Part of the reason I dished like I did was to put us in a good position in case the juicy stuff did come out. Not sure I'd buy that, I said. You don't have to. It was only a part of it, and I understand if a more in-depth explanation is overdue, but I need to turn it around in my head some. Get it to the point where I can share it without it coming out wrong. Your trigger event? I asked. That's part of it. But can we please put that off until after we've torn a hole in reality and stopped the pseudo-endbringer? Just tell me this isn't another educated guess. It's not, except for the bit where we might be able to find the right universe. When you're saying it's not an educated guess, is that because you're sure or because it's an uneducated guess? I'm mostly sure. I sighed, loud enough for her to hear. She grabbed my hand and pulled me in the direction of the van she'd brought. Labyrinth's church had expanded considerably, and Scrub was very deliberately keeping his distance, keeping the company of Gregor the Snail, Neuter, Shamrock, and Spitfire. They looked a little worse for wear, with burns, scrapes, and bandages. Had Tattletale pulled them away from a job? Hey, F, Tattletale said, smiling. Faultline didn't return the smile. You're aware that I'm going to track you down, beat you to a pulp, and level you, tied up for the authorities to collect if we don't get our payment. You'll get your payment the minute I have access to a computer Shatterbird hasn't toasted, Tattletale said. No sweat. I'm harboring serious doubts, Faultline said. She glanced at Echidna. But I can look at this situation and understand if there's a rush here. How does this work? Really simple, Tattletale said. We should get Labyrinth clear, though. Then I'll show you. Faultline gave her a look, then hurried to Labyrinth's side, dodging a wall that was erupting from the ground to fit into the greater structure. The ground surrounding the temple-like tower had changed, with an ornately inlay of what looked to be artificial flowers. The petals were gold leaf, the stems the black-gray metal of iron. The thorns, I couldn't help but notice, were real, like needles, sticking out of the ground. dangerous ground to tread. As Faultline led Labyrinth to safety, I put one hand on Tattletale's shoulder to get her attention. You sure? I've got a theory. With the clues on the passengers that we've got not so long ago, about the powers, the idea of how the things work, I'm getting a sense of the bigger picture. I think I could spend a decade working it out, but the basics of it? I think there's a lot of powers that are a lot more versatile than their owners are aware, because they never get the opportunity to leverage it. Above us, Legend followed through on one cape's attack, opening a wound in Noelle's side. Grace leapt in as the laser stopped, grabbed a cape that had been exposed by Legend's attack, then kicked herself free, bringing the cape with her. Another cape exhaled a cloud of what might have been acid vapor in Noelle's direction, apparently to slow the healing of the wound. It didn't make much of a difference. Based on what? I asked Tattletale. It's all part of a whole, she replied absently. Her focus was on the others. Scrub, get closer to the tower. Everyone else get back. Labyrinth, don't use your power anymore. Hold off. Heads turned. People had no doubt noticed the tower, but now something was happening. Scrub stepped closer, and one of his explosions ripped through the air. Another followed shortly after, intersecting one area of altered road. Like a gas in the air that had been ignited, the entire thing went up in a heartbeat. In an instant, it was a white void, as undefinable as Gru's darkness, perceivable by the edges, but with zero depth or dimension. He shunted out the entire structure, as well as everything that had altered on the ground, but nothing had come back. The door had been kicked out of the frame. To look at it, I had almost expected a rush of wind as the void on the other side sucked everything into it, like the vacuum of space. There was only the sensation of a breeze as the air flowed into it. Alexandria landed next to us, with enough force that I nearly lost my footing. Every set of eyes that wasn't on Echidna was on us now. What did you do? Made a hole, Tattletale said. Apparently. You didn't ask? You didn't consider the ramifications of this? Close it now. Who said we could close it? Tattletale asked. You're a fool, Alexandria said. She set one hand around Tattletale's neck. She could have killed Tattletale with a squeeze, but she didn't. A threat. I'd be careful, a cape growled, from the periphery of the scene. I didn't recognize the man. He wore a costume in orange with red metal claws. Alexandria turned to look at him, and he added, Wasn't so long ago that your partner called us all fools. In the background, Echidna screeched. She found her way forward through the crowd, but the battle lines were holding now. Our side hadn't been surprised this time, and the only cape in her reach were capes she couldn't absorb. The rest were staying well back. She wasn't an endbringer, in the end. It would be impossible to trap any of them like this, to get an advantage. They had other tools, ways to exert pressure that were entirely independent of their own abilities. Behemoth generated storms and background radiation. Leviathan had the waves. The Seamerg had her scream. That wasn't him, Alexandria said. It wasn't Eidolon who said that. Close enough, the cape said. Let her go. You can't throw around authority you don't have. As of this moment, I am still Chief Director of the PRT, and I am the leader of the Protectorate team that overlooks the second largest city in the United States. That hasn't changed. At the end of the day, I'll face any consequences I have to, but for now, I'm still in charge. Your authority doesn't mean anything if they don't accept it, Tattletale said, staring Alexandria in the eyes. Put me down. I can't let this go any further. In case you haven't noticed, Tattletale said, there's no further to go. It's pretty much gone. All that's left is to find out whether this is a useful trick we just pulled, or a really useful trick. Useful? Alexandria asked. Worst case scenario, it's a place we can dump Echidna. A place where she won't be able to hurt anyone. Or Labyrinth figures out that she can work with it. The whole blurred, colors consolidated into forms. I could see Faultline standing by Labyrinth, arms folded. Labyrinth? The Shaker 12? Alexandria said. That's the one, Tattletale said. Mind letting go of my throat? Alexandria let go, but settled her hands on Tattletale's shoulders. The implied threat was still there, just not so imminent. It's deep, Labyrinth said. Her voice was faint, as if from far away. There's so much there. Worlds that I didn't make. All part of a whole, Tattletale mused. Okay, Labyrinth. The world we're looking for isn't very deep at all. In fact, it's very, very close to the surface. When you push into that world, it'll feel easier, like a path that someone's already walked more than once. There's two like that. I would have missed it if it weren't for my bugs. Alexandria reacted, stiffening, a slight straightening of her back. Behind us, Echidna roared and threw herself against the barrier of ice and force fields that surrounded her. I turned toward Alexandria. What? I didn't say anything, she responded. Her hands still rested on Tattletale's shoulders. You didn't have to, I thought, but I wasn't sure how to use the information, and I didn't want to distract anyone from the subject at hand. Look, Labyrinth said. One's like this. The image shifted. I wasn't the only one who walked around to get a better view through the window. The landscape on the other side of the window was different. The grassy hills that had been Brockton Bay before settlement. The distant beaches. There were houses, but they were squat and blocky, half overgrown. Again, the slightest reaction from Alexandria. And here's the other. Another landscape. A city, like Brockton Bay, with different buildings. Intact, undamaged. It looked like a back road, one that didn't get much in the way of traffic. Apparently the streets in that Brockton Bay were in different places. Earth Aleph, Tattletale said. The Traveler's World? Are you insane? Alexandra asked. There's sanctions, treaties, truces. If you open this hole to Earth Aleph, it could mean a war between universes. If that war was possible, Tattletale said, we'd have had it already. The possibility of a whole other world of resources is too much to pass up. Sure, our side has more raw firepower, by a factor of 100, but their side has just as many nukes. It's a zero-sum war. You don't understand what you're getting into. What I understand is that accidents happen, and everyone in earshot will call this particular inter-universal portal as an accident because it keeps things peaceful. I also understand that this keeps Brockton Bay on the map. Any other circumstance, people are going to keep trying to scrap the city, to accept that it's too costly to rebuild, that the criminal element holds too much power. They'll throw bill after bill out there until the right combination of people are in power, the right hands can be greased, and Brockton Bay gets bulldozed and paved over. It still could, a cape said. Oh sure, theoretically, Tattletale said, but there's really two options here. Either we spread the word and a whole sub-industry explodes around this simple little doorway, accessing and trading information between worlds, research, a mess of other stuff. A city full of residents who've put up with disaster after disaster get work, get their homes rebuilt, and ultimately get their second chance. Or we keep this a secret, I finished her thought, and we get none of that. Or we keep this a secret, Tattletale agreed. We do what Alexandria wants, and everything stays hush-hush, just the way the big bad secret organization likes it. I could see the capes around us paying attention. 10, 15 capes, from cities all across America and Canada. You have no idea what you're doing, Alexandria said. Fucking you over? You're putting everything at stake. All of us. This world. Even if we ignore the chance of our very first interdimensional war. Traitor! Someone shouted from the sidelines, cutting her off. Alexandria turned her head to try and identify the culprit. I got the impression she wasn't used to people insulting her. There were more capes nearby. Miss Militia had backed up, but was keeping her eyes on the spot where Echidna was trapped. On the far side of the clearing, where the gateway stood, Gregor the Snail escorted a bound Sundancer and Ballistic to the periphery of the area. I can't help but agree with Alexandria, Faultline said. This is reckless. More than a little, Tattletale agreed, but I'm not sure you heard the full story. I only heard it secondhand, and I was with you from the time your helicopter arrived. When we last ran into Neuter, you guys were looking for dirt on Cauldron. You still looking? Faultline's eyes narrowed. Why? No less than 10 minutes ago, Eidolon's evil double admitted full culpability. The Triumvirate, much of the upper levels of the Protectorate, kidnapping people from other universes, experimenting on them to figure out some power-inducing formulas, dropping them here. Might help you to understand why people are giving Alexandria the evil eye. Faultline glanced at Alexandra. A little too easy to find out like this. It's not the full story, Tattletale said, not by half, but it should inform your call on whether to side with her or not. Faultline frowned. That's not... No. Maybe she is the person behind the scenes, fine, but that doesn't change the fact that she might be right. Better to have Labyrinth find another universe to link to. Maybe one where a mountain is blocking the other side of this gateway, if we can't close it. Why do you have to be so reasonable? Tattletale asked. That's the worst of both worlds. It's not war, Faultline retorted. Stop, Chevalier said. People parted to give him room to enter the clearing. There's other concerns. The deal that was described to me was that the travelers would do what they could to eliminate Echidna. Failing that, we find a way to move her through the gap and deposit her in a place where she can do no harm. That's our first priority. There was a murmur of agreement. Want to go home, Sundancer? B-Man? Tattletale asked. Genesis? Oliver? Ballistic, Genesis, and Oliver stared at the opening. Sundancer was shaking her head. What? Sundancer spoke. It's not home anymore, is it? I'm not me. Can't go back to the way things were. I've killed people. Accidentally, but I've killed. I have powers. If I went there, I wouldn't be Marissa. I'd be Sundancer. I'd be famous. If anyone found out about me, or if there was something in the media that goes between worlds, that clued them in. They don't have to know, Tattletale said. I don't know if I can. I spoke up. Are you talking about going home, or killing Noelle? She was my best friend. She's not Noelle anymore, I said. Sundancer shook her head. Go, Tattletale said. She's not happy like this. You do this, then you go home. You give your mom a hug, fabricate an excuse to explain why you disappeared, and then go back to life as normal. Never use your powers again, if you don't want to. See if you can eventually convince yourself that none of this ever happened. It's not that easy. No, but it's a hell of a lot better than staying here, isn't it? Tattletale asked. She's my friend. Was, I said. It's a big difference. Sundancer looked at the mound of ice, rock, and force fields. Echidna was thrusting her clawed hands through the barriers, only for them to be reinforced. Does she have anyone inside? Tattletale started. I flew a bug into her mouth and down her throat, and she choked. No, I lied. I've been keeping track with my bugs. Weld and the others got everyone out. Saved everyone they could. If Weld had backed out and nobody else was able to free the small handful that were still trapped, that was it. Nobody was correcting me. They knew, but they weren't correcting me. Sundancer hung her head. She started approaching Echidna, her hands cupped in front of her. Move! Chevalier shouted. Clear out of the way! Capes began to retreat. Final patch-up jobs were thrown onto the mound of rock, force fields and ice before the respective capes turned and ran. It took Sundancer a long few seconds to form the miniature sun. When it was formed, she held it over her head, letting it grow with every passing second. I had to back away as the heat reached me. I could note how the ice was melting, even though it was 100 feet away. Echidna roared and threw herself against her temporary prison. Rock and melting ice tumbled away. She began to claw free until her upper body was exposed. Capes opened with ranged fire, tearing into her forward limbs and limiting her mobility. Alexandria dropped Tattletale and cast off her cape before flying in and helping to hold Echidna in place. Marissa! Echidna screamed, her voice guttural, voiced from 5 different mouths. Mars, it's too soon. I want to kill them. I want to kill them all. Kill this world. Destroy this universe that did this to me. Not yet, Mars. The sun flew forward, melting pavement as it traveled, before it enveloped Echidna, Alexandria, and the prison of ice and stone. It hung there for nearly a minute, deafening with its sizzling and crackling. The sun flickered and went out. Echidna wasn't there anymore. Only sections of her feet were still in contact with the ground. bones and claws scorched black, crumbling and decaying like any part of her did when disconnected from the core that supplied her with power. Alexandria was there in the midst of it, panting for breath. Her costume had burned away, and only 3 metal pieces remained, including helmet, belt, and metal underwear, each so hot that they were melting and running over her skin. But Sundancer was already turning away, not wanting to see it for herself. She pulled off her mask and threw it aside. Blonde hair tumbled down around her shoulders, half covering her downcast face. Piece by piece, she removed her costume, not caring in the slightest about the watching crowd. Each discarded piece sank into the melted ground around her or smoked on contact with it. When she finished, she wore only her camisole and terry shorts. The ground was still shiny and smoking from the sheer heat as she approached, left cool and solid in her wake. She stepped into the portal without a word and then looked around, confused. She took another few steps and passed around the side of the portal as though it was merely a corner, out of sight. The other travelers went through next. Oliver and Genesis didn't look like anything but ordinary people, with no costumes or monstrous forms respectively. They merely passed through. Ballistic hesitated for long seconds. "Trickster?" "We have him in custody. He'll go to the birdcage," Chevalier said. "Good, because we don't want him," Ballistic said. He walked through the portal, still wearing his costume. "Can you close it?" Faultline asked when Ballistic had disappeared from sight. "No, not really," Labyrinth said. "I can pick a different world, so there's no war, or do like you said, find a place where a mountain covers the whole." "Feel free," Tattletale said, grinning. "In fact, that might even be more useful. Can you imagine how significant Brockton Bay might become if we had a whole unpopulated world to get to, harvest for resources, and Brockton Bay was the terminal you had to pass through?" Faultline frowned. "You used us." "I hired you. Not my fault you didn't ask for enough money." Faultline put her arms around Labyrinth's shoulders. "Can you find a world without people?" Yes. There's one with lots of trees. I'm looking all over, and I can't find anyone at all. Not even the other side of the oceans. Only animals." "That'll do," Faultline said. She looked at Tattletale. "Not for you. Only because I couldn't stand to let her be responsible for an Endbringer finding a defenseless world." "Much obliged, whatever the reasoning," Tattletale replied. She flashed a smile. Faultline only frowned and turned to usher Labyrinth away. "Wait!" someone called out. Weld, with the red-skinned boy and Gully beside him. They caught up with Faultline's crew. Whatever words they exchanged, I didn't get a chance to hear. There was no way that the monsters could serve the Protectorate. Faultline was a known element, someone who had, as far as everyone was aware, always been good to the people I was now thinking of as the Cauldron Maid. I couldn't even begin to guess where they'd go from there, but they'd have stuff to talk about, no doubt. I'd mentioned to Tattletale that I'd felt adrift after letting Dinah go. Untethered, I think was the word I'd used. Everyone here now felt like that, to some degree. The future had never been quite this uncertain. I saw Alexandria standing by the sidelines. Idolin had gathered her heavy cape, where she'd tossed it aside, and was helping to drape it around her shoulders. I wasn't the only one looking, but she was oblivious, uncaring. She still stood with all the confidence in the world. She was barely covered, with one hand pinching the cape shut in front of her, traces of now-cooled metal lacing through her hair, the eyebrow and eyelashes of her one good eye. It highlighted the lines at the corner of her eye, finer metal finding its way into the crevices. Her other eye held only a scarred-over ruin with cooled metal pooled in the deeper recesses. There were nubs of metal melted rods, no doubt there to help hold a high-end prosthetic in place. Tinker made if she'd been hiding her injury to play the role of the PRT chief director. Without Echidna to divide our number, our ranks were free to line up in a rough semicircle around Alexandria and Idolin. "Nobody can know what happened today," Alexandria said, utterly calm. Someone scoffed. "You want us to keep your secret?" "Not the secret," she said, unfazed by the scoff. "Echidna. 4 capes were inside her when she was scoured away. More were injured or killed in the courses of the fight, or in Shatterbird's attack. We can't cover that up. We shouldn't. They were good capes, but we can't tell the whole story. You don't get to say that, the ice-generating cape said. You have no place saying that. I won't argue, Alexandria said. Everything we did for the right reasons. I understand it's ugly, without the context. Someone at the front spat in her face. Alexandria didn't even blink. She let the spit run down around the ruined pit where her eye had been, much like she had with the molten metal. If words were to get out about the clones, the ramifications would be too damaging. We spent decades cultivating an illusion that we're heroes. Decades shaking the idea that we're killing machines. The nature of this fight threatens to reveal just how much damage even the more mundane of us parahumans could do to the common people. That's not only the clones and what they did, but how we dealt with the clones, in turn. We can't shatter the image that the Protectorate has so painstakingly built, or the entire world will turn on us. And the Protectorate? Miss Militia asked, her voice hard. What of it? The involvement with Cauldron. It won't stand. Not like this. It has to, Alexander replied. Too much depends on the Protectorate, even internationally. If it crumbles, then the whole world suffers for it. Other teams around the world would go without the resources we provide. If it means keeping the Protectorate intact, I will step down. I'll tender my resignation as Chief Director of the PRT, effective the moment I can reach my desk. I'll consent to being watched until the moment I can step down as Alexandria, if you are uncomfortable with me continuing to serve the Protectorate in costume. Eidolon, I'm sure, will do the same. Mirrodin's death will be excuse enough for our retirements. What about Legend? Miss Militia asked. Alexandra raised her head, staring up to where Legend hung in the air, unmoving. He was only aware of the most basic elements, that Cauldron sold powers, but not how we tested them. He did not know of our relation to the Nine. He made excuses for you, Miss Militia said. Lied. We can't trust him any more than we can trust you. I'm aware, but what he does next is ultimately up to him. I am only telling you what I know, and I know he did not know as much as Eidolon and I did. That's not good enough, a cape said. You've committed crimes against humanity. You bastards should be tried. Do that, and the whole world pays. Every cape would come under scrutiny, both from other parahumans and from the public. Teams would dissolve, faith would falter, and I sincerely doubt we'd last through the next 2 Endbringer attacks in that kind of state. All around me, capes exchanged glances. I could hear angry murmurs. My swarm could sense fists clenching in anger. And the captives? The people from other worlds? Cauldron kidnapped? Miss Militia asked. Anyone with clearance should know that the number of people with physical mutations has declined steeply. We've stopped experimenting. Or so you say, Tattletale cut in. I do. Tell me I'm lying, Tattletale, Alexandria said. Tattletale shook her head. You need us, Alexandria said. If not for the assistance we can provide in the face of Class S threats, then for the image, for the idea. I'm trusting that each of you are sane enough, reasonable enough to understand that. You could come after us, but I assure you it wouldn't be worth it. And Cauldron? Someone asked. As I said, we're only barely involved. If you want to try going after them and get justice for what happened to the captives, feel free. Just know that we can't help you there. We can't give you access or information, because they're out of your reach, and in the wake of all of this, they'll be out of our reach too. I felt numb. She was everything I despised. Authority, the institution, the self-serving people in power, the untouchable. All around me I could hear angry voices, each trying to drown the others out. Chevalier was among them. Miss Militia was quiet. Tattletale was quiet, oddly enough. I started, but the voices drowned me out. My swarm buzzed with noise. People startled and jumped as the bugs moved, shifting from the various positions, where I had more or less hidden them at elbows and in armor plates. I stepped out of the crowd toward Alexandria, then turned my back to her, facing the capes. So many eyes on me. She's right, I said, my swarm carrying my voice for effect. Voices rose in anger, and again, I had my swarm move, buzzing violently until they stopped. I'm not a public speaker, so I'll make this short. I've got a long history with the Protectorate, a hell of a lot more experience being angry with them. I wouldn't be where I am if it weren't for them, and that's not a good thing, not entirely. But Alexandria's right, not about Cauldron or the human experimentation. I don't know anything about that, but she's right that we shouldn't make any rash decisions. Talk it out with your teammates before you make a call. Maybe the various teams and squad leaders should convene, form a unanimous decision. I don't know. But don't let your anger push you to do something that affects everyone, please. A second passed. You're not with the PRT, are you? A cape asked. No, I said. So you don't have to wake up tomorrow and go to work, pretend like everything's normal. No. Work beside someone, wondering if they lied about their trigger event, if they maybe got their powers from a bottle, something made only because some psychopaths, he spat the word out at Alexandria, decided to experiment on innocent people and sell the results at a profit. No, I don't really have to wonder about that. Then where the fuck do you get off, telling us what to do then? Calm down, Javster, Miss Militia said. It's fine, I said. You're right, it's not my place, I said. I looked at Miss Militia and Chevalier. Clockblocker was just a little ways behind them. Thanks for hearing me out. Good luck. Atlas flew to my position. I drew my bugs around me and took flight, rising well into the air and hiding myself in the mass of bugs before pausing to adjust to a sitting position. I saw Legend hovering in the air. His fists were clenched, and he was looking down. He looked agonized. If I had any idea what to say, I might have approached him. I didn't. With a command, I directed Atlas away from the discussion that could decide history, maybe even the fate of the world. I sat on the railing of my balcony, Atlas's body hidden between the towel-covering railings, serving as a footrest while I fed him a much-needed meal. Unfolded pieces of paper sat in each of my hands. I couldn't stand to be there any longer. I'd said what I could, for what little it was worth, but I was too tired, the stakes were too high, and Jouster had been right. The consequences might have been world-spanning, but it was ultimately up to the Protectorate to decide what to happen next. I didn't like feeling that helpless. Beneath me, some kids from my territory were carrying boxes of treats I'd ordered 2 days ago. They'd take more than their fair share, but they'd distribute the treats to the other people in my territory, people who had likely gone a good little while without a chocolate bar or bag of chewy candy. There hadn't been any clones in my range as I zigzagged my way to the north end. No signs of swarm activity. I stopped by home, checked things over with my bugs, and my dad was there, more or less fine. I'd go home in just a little while. It wasn't a peaceful place, though. This was. My territory. Being with people I had taken care of. People I'd protected and fought for. My heart was easier here than it was around my dad. I was aware of the approaching figure, twisted around to get a look at Lisa. Can I come up? I pointed at the door, followed her movements as she navigated her way past Charlotte and up the stairs. She reached the balcony and stepped out to hop onto the end of the railing opposite me. I own the land the whole to the other universe is on, Tattletale said. Or Coil's fake name does. And I can finagle that so I have control over it. I nodded. The meeting? Did they decide? Legend left first, then Alexandria and Eidolon. The heroes were still talking when I left. Okay, I said. That didn't mean anything, not exactly. But it was better than the alternative. The longer they talked, the more tempers would cool. Perversely, I almost hoped that Cauldron had the clout to silence a few angry voices. I could only hope that they were few and far enough between that the story wouldn't reach the public. Rex, Tattletale said. His name was Reggie, but he got into sports in high school. They started calling him Rex until everyone used the name. I don't mean this to be insulting, but you were kind of opposite in a lot of ways. He was the popular guy, charming. Your boyfriend? She laughed, a short sound. My brother. Oh. My family was well-to-do. I think that's come up. Yeah. When you're that rich, when you have people working under you who do the chores and handle the stuff that you'd normally do with your family, sometimes it's hard to stay a family, you know? Not really, I thought, but I nodded. She gave me a funny look, but she didn't call me on it. It gets to this point where, your cool older brother only spends time with you because it's his duty as a sibling. And when you realize that, it sort of hurts, makes it insulting. I think I caught on to that around the time I started high school. I stopped accepting those token offers of siblinghood. We were brother and sister, we lived in the same house, went to the same school. Our paths crossed, but we didn't interact. We were strangers. He was caught up being the popular senior, and I kind of resented him for it. For not being a brother? Lisa shrugged. Don't know. More for acting like a brother than not being a real brother. For being the popular kid, being the favorite child, heir to the family business. What happened? I started noticing he was in rough shape. The smile seemed fake. He'd get angry easier. Was bottling something up inside. What was it? Lisa shrugged. I've dwelled on it so long, I've imagined possibilities and derailed my train of thought. Even with my power, I can't guess. And something happened? He slowly got more and more distant. He'd faked more smiles, got a little more angry, a little more reckless, and then one day, he offed himself. Just around the corner, some kids were screaming and shouting as they played. One boy was pelting another with chocolate pellets. The victim shrieked in pain. My bugs swept over the boy with the chocolates, and the pair froze. They looked around, trying and failing to see me, then ran for the nearest alleyway, fight forgotten. I'm sorry, I said. So am I, Lisa sighed. I spent so long trying to figure it out, but I couldn't. You think the star athlete might be gay, but it wasn't that. Something else. I let on to my family that I'd noticed something after, and they started blaming me. They were grieving, but that doesn't excuse it, does it? I shook my head. Calling me stupid, an idiot. Lisa looked away. It got to be too much. Like I was in a pressure cooker. Everywhere I went, it was about him. And there was always this feeling, like everyone was aware that I'd known something and hadn't spoken up. Hadn't done something to help. I think I had my trigger event while I was asleep, tossing and turning and dreaming about it all. And then boom, I wake up and I start figuring stuff out, with killer migraines on the side. Maybe if I'd caught on that it was the power sooner, I might have been more secretive, but my dad caught on. Did a complete turnaround. Faked affection, hid the real feelings, all to get me to use my power for the family's benefit. Lisa shrugged. I was already seeing too much ugly, even before the powers. Seeing more of it, seeing when people were being fake, when everything else was still screwy because of Rex's suicide. It was too much. I took more money than I should have from my parents, and I ran. And Coyle eventually found you? She nodded, and I eventually found you. I took one look at you, and I had a grasp of what was going on. Didn't take too much for me to notice that you had the same air around you that Rex did. Maybe I did what I could to save you, because I couldn't save him. Earlier, you said that you couldn't talk to me about the problem because I was the problem. I saw it when you pulled the trigger, off Coyle. You saved Dinah, and you described how you felt adrift in the aftermath of it. But you found a new focus. You could fight Echidna, save the city. Me? When you shot Coyle, I realized I was done. I'd helped you out of the same trap of despair Rex had been in. Don't know if the road I helped you down was a good one or bad, but I'd finished. But why be reckless? Why take the risks? Because I did what I had to do. I helped you, and I still feel like the stupid, self-obsessed little child that let her big brother die. It wasn't conscious, but maybe I felt like I needed to up the stakes. Pull something dramatic. Show that with these crazy smart capes like Alexandra and Faultline around, I could still be the smartest person in the room. And do you feel like the smartest person in the room? I asked. She stared out over the cityscape. Maybe. Maybe when the inter-universal trade takes off. Can you imagine? With me and you as the top dogs, the whole world will pay attention to us. I hopped down from the railing, walked around Atlas as I made my way to Lisa. I wrapped my arms around her, and she returned the hug. I crumpled the papers in my fist.
Welcome to the Parahumans online message boards. You are currently logged in, XX Void Cowboy XX. You are viewing threads you have replied to, and threads that have new replies, or private message conversations with new replies. Thread OP is displayed. 10 posts per page. Last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered chronologically. You have 6 infractions and 2 warnings. You were last banned on September 3rd, 2010. Your probationary status expires in 63 days on September 7th, 2011. Topic: What the fuck happened in Boards, News, Events, America. Original poster: Bag Rat, Veteran Member Badge, The Guy in the Know Badge. Posted on June 22nd, 2011.
I admit it. I'm a Cape Geek. You know it, I know it. I'm the Cape Geek the other Cape Geeks go to for the crusty, juicy details on what's happening and where. Look at my badges! I'm the guy in the know, and everyone on the news board knows me. Except I'm not in the know. I've been calling in every contact I know, some capes even. I've been watching 4 different news channels and scouring the internet, and I'm clueless. Someone clue me in. I'm desperate. What the hell happened in Brockton Bay? Edit. Board rules say I'm supposed to contribute something if I'm starting a thread, so here's what I do know. Someone help fill in the blanks. June 18th. Mayor Krishna of Brockton Bay flies to Washington, makes argument against evacuation, surprises more than a few people. At the same time, multiple dragon suits are reported in the city. June 19th, explosion at Brockton Bay Town Hall after supervillain Coil attempts coup and Tinker equipment misfires in the ensuing skirmish. Krishna and director Emily Pigot hospitalized and sent to ICU. 30 or more people are reported dead, including Coil and subordinates Uberleet and Circus, and a number of field reporters. June 20th, massive deployment to Brockton Bay, unspecified Class A threat. Cape Wives on the board confirm something's up. 2 hours later, threat level upgraded to Class S. All Protectorate Capes who've subscribed to emergency response measure and accompanying pay increase now forced to get over to Brockton Bay and help. Legend and Alexandria are among them. We have a report, see link, from White Fairy, one of 3 more notable board members on the ground in Brockton Bay, who says they started establishing quarantine procedures around the site of the battle. Cape Wives on the boards report calls from their husbands and wives saying they're okay by about noon. A few casualties, murdered among them. No report on what happened and who the Cape was on the opposing side. June 21st, almost a day later, Capes start filtering home. Still no reports. Brocktonite 03, second of the 3 excellent people on the ground that are giving us reports, travels all the way out of town to get his hands on a working computer. Reports Shatterbird attack and apparent quarantine procedures in the middle of an empty lot downtown. White tent and beginning construction around it. And then nothing! Help me out!
Showing page 242 of 243. Ekul, Brockton Bay Refugee Badge. Replied on July 6th, 2011.
The theory makes sense. Huge cleanup involving 100-plus bodies, portal to another world. It would be something that they'd want to keep from the public, and you could even call it Class S if that world had capes of its own, which they'd have to if they'd want to kill Mirrodin. Were we at war with another Earth on June 20th?
Average Alexandros, Cape Husband Badge. Replied on July 6th, 2011.
Does that fit the Class S scenario? If nobody can answer, I can ask my wife if she'll let me look through her regulations handbook.
Lol it up. Replied on July 6th, 2011.
Class S includes situations where a threat can produce more threats, which can produce more, etc. In scenario with the whole alt world of capes on par with their own, they can have powers like that. Stitch got upgraded to S after the first showed up.
XX Void Cowboy XX. At Ground Zero Brockton Bay Badge. Replied on July 6th, 2011.
Scary. Bleep. Imagine if they had their own Endbringers or Alexandria.
Robbie. Replied on July 6th, 2011.
2 things. 1, you don't need to censor yourself. And 2, doesn't fit with what we know of alternate Earths. breakdown of Haywire's research says we can't get to all Earths that are too close to our own. Closest Earth to our own is Aleph, and deviation from that world started 30 years ago, the moment Scion arrived. Anyone over 30 was born in both worlds. Anyone under 30 wasn't. Or the odds are almost impossible. Same sperm, same egg, same time of conception required to have the same kid. That's ignoring all the environmental influences during the pregnancy and everything post-pregnancy that shapes the personality.
The Gnat replied on July 6th, 2011.
But Alexandria is over 30, isn't she? It's not impossible that they'd have a version of her.
Robbie replied on July 6th, 2011.
With powers? Improbable. I doubt this alternate world we're talking about is exactly as far away as Earth Aleph. Anyways, I'd assume the point of deviation occurred more than 30 years ago, which lowers the chances even more. In brief, I doubt we have to worry about Endbringers and an evil triumvirate. This isn't the movies, and evil alternates are so overdone.
XX Void Cowboy XX at Ground Zero Brockton Bay Badge replied on July 6th, 2011.
I censored myself because I don't want an infraction and a ban for swearing.
Chrome replied on July 6th, 2011.
At Void Cowboy, they don't give out infractions for swearing. At everyone else, I get that it makes sense on a lot of levels, but nothing's confirmed. Any other theories?
TRJ replied on July 6th, 2011.
I'm going to get called a tinfoil hat, but what about that thing where the guy was talking about posts with the word cauldron getting screened if they weren't censored?
End of page 242 of 243 in this thread. Private message from G-String Girl.
I started to play it. I'm not good with the controls.
XX Void Cowboy XX.
Takes practice. You gotta at least play through the individual template packages. That lets you unlock the skills and takes the skill cap off for the individual traits. Then you can build your own class and play in the Hero League with me. I can show you the ropes and help you figure it out.
G-String Girl.
I have it figured out. I read the forums and watch videos. I understand all that stuff. It's the controls I struggle with.
XX Void Cowboy XX.
Practice, practice, practice.
G-String Girl.
I have a 33% win rate. Makes it so slow to unlock everything. I like that other game more.
XX Void Cowboy XX.
Don't even mention that game to me. I'm still mad about it.
G-String Girl.
Sorry. And I have to go now. My parents want me off the computer. Sister wants a turn.
XX Void Cowboy XX.
Sorry I didn't reply. Was in game. Guess you already went to bed? Listen, I'll be traveling this summer with my family. Could swing your way if you wanted to meet up. Grab coffee?
G-String Girl. New message.
Oh, wow. My parents are really strict, so I don't think I'll be able to.
G-String Girl. New message.
You haven't replied, so I sent you a text. I can't receive text back, so PM me, please.
Topic. The Ground Zero Badge. In Boards, Places, America, Brockton Bay. Ground Zero, Private Board. Original poster. White Ferry, Veteran Member Badge at Ground Zero, Brockton Bay Badge. Posted on June 30th, 2011.
I'm getting kind of fed up with this. I talked about it with Alathia and Judge, the two original Brockton Bay board moderators, and Bagrat, major guy in the news section. We got special dispensation to issue Brockton Bay Refugee and Ground Zero badges. The goals were: it automatically gives more weight to those of us who know more about what's going on in Brockton Bay, either because of our familiarity with the local capes or because we're there. It's a way to get aid to people in trouble. This was essential early on. Someone's low on food or needs medical attention. The fact that they have a badge and the badge is presumably validated means we can take a cry for help as something serious rather than a hoax. And for the record, I don't think a temporary ban is enough for the scumbags who faked cries for help. In the early days, traveling across the city to deliver supplies was life-threatening. It furthers the interests of parahumans online to disseminate information and allow network among people in the right positions. The badges let people know who can be contacted for more information or people we can coordinate with for certain tasks. Case in point, Braggart contacts Brocktonite 03 about the incident a week and a half ago. Brocktonite 03 goes and finds the quarantine tent and construction. I can then contact Brocktonite 03 and we can organize a way to take turns visiting the construction site and report the progress back to the boards, with picture progress, so you guys can speculate or offer your own expertise. Filters access for getting onto the private board so people in the prior two situations can manage. But there's certain individuals who aren't using the system as it's meant to be used. People got the badges with loose verification system that existed in the early stages, and the mess of new moderators that came on board to manage the board. And they're using them for status or to put incorrect information or outright lies out there. Alathia and Judge say they're willing to do a ban from this subboard and all related boards if details can't be confirmed with further validation. I'm talking to moderators of the main boards about maybe banning them from the site altogether. So we're proposing further validation. A photo of yourself at any construction in progress or recent piece of paperwork, flyer, shelter, pamphlet, whatever, with the date and your username prominently displayed. Doesn't have to show your face. A photo of a hand with the details written on it, with the quarantine building in the background, is perfect. I will meet you, time and place of your choosing, though I'd prefer to meet you halfway if you're a ways away from the towers, and I won't go into any of the danger zones. If you need supplies, I have access to batteries, supply kits, gas, and a car. I will deliver it to you when we meet. I might have luxury goods, but you'll have to pay for those. There's a limited time window here, because the city's slowly coming together, and people are moving back in. Edit. Now that people are moving back in, we'll start banning people who weren't able to verify. If you contact us and can explain why you weren't able to verify, that's okay. Stay in a hospital, no connection, power where you were at. We'd like to meet you in person or see where you were staying for verification that you were in the city during the time of crisis. We're going down the list. The unconfirmed will be banned when verification stops being possible. Confirmed. Chill Drizzle. Met in person, delivered some fresh water and dog food. Morgan Sinister. Met in person, brought chocolate, chocolate was paid for. Loa Quest, met in person, talked for a few minutes, parted ways. Char, met in person, had the best meal I've had in weeks on the boardwalk. Both bad. Photo verification. Laser Augment, photo verification. Banned, AKU 42. Attempted to Photoshop verification using an image Brocktonite 03 already uploaded. Wacko Grave, admitted lie. I know this sounds ridiculous, but we use systems like this for a reason. It can mean life or death, even.
Showing page 4 of 4. Original poster. White Fairy, Veteran Member Badge at Ground Zero Brockton Bay Badge. Replied on July 6, 2011.
Void Cowboy, you're exactly the type I was talking about. Where do I even begin? Your posting hours on the site suggest you've got something occupying your time from early in the day to evening. Like school, maybe? Except for there's no school in Brockton Bay yet. Soon. You state your location as the north end of Brockton Bay, profess to have a generator and satellite internet. Okay, not unheard of, except you've apparently got enough gas stockpiled to keep the generator going 24/7 and, oh yeah, you're in Bitch's territory. Bitch would maim or kill you for being in her territory, let alone making the kind of racket a generator does.
XX Void Cowboy XX at Ground Zero Brockton Bay Badge. Replied on July 6, 2011.
I have a generator that doesn't make much noise.
Laser Augment at Ground Zero Brockton Bay Badge. Replied on July 6, 2011.
But no phone or camera to take a picture of yourself in the city.
XX Void Cowboy XX at Ground Zero Brockton Bay badge. Replied on July 6, 2011.
I have a camera, but I don't feel comfortable leaving the house. That's the sort of thing that gets me killed by mutant dogs.
Laser Augment at Ground Zero Brockton Bay badge. Replied on July 6, 2011.
You do know that bitch left the North End a while ago. How would you even miss the fact that you haven't heard howling in the last while? If you're not leaving the house, why don't you take a picture of yourself by this high-end generator of yours? Because it doesn't exist. You fuckers make me sick. Like you can pretend to be all cool by being one of the survivors who stuck it out through the Endbringer attack, the Nine and the gang wars. But you left. Your mummy and daddy took you out of town, and you're pretending you stuck it out, that you're here when you're not, all for a stupid internet badge and a peek at the private board.
End of page 4 of 4 in this thread. Topic. Legend leaves the Protectorate in Boards, Teams, Protectorate. Original poster, Villager. Moderator, the Protectorate main badge. Posted on June 26, 2011.
Word's out, and we're waiting for the Protectorate to give a statement before we get further details. Legend is stepping down, citing family reasons. He's already on record saying that he intends to offer his aid in crisis events, but will no longer be leading the Protectorate. His successor has not yet been named.
Showing page 1173 of 1180. XX Void Cowboy XX at Ground Zero Brockton Bay badge. Replied on July 6, 2011.
At Liner B. It should totally be Eidolon.
Valkyr, Wiki Warrior badge. Replied on July 6, 2011.
They haven't picked a successor yet, because it's a little more complicated than picking the strongest hero. They need someone who works on a number of levels, as a leader, both in terms of day-to-day paperwork and management in the field. An ambassador, there's no less than 30 teams around the world that work with the Protectorate to some degree. A powerhouse, can't be weak or you won't be respected. And from a marketing standpoint.
Coyote-C. Replied on July 6, 2011.
At Cowboy. Can't be Eidolon. He's strong, but he's not a leader. There's a ton of references to people meeting him at conventions, or Cape Wives meeting him at functions. I won't say he's an asshole, though some have said he rubbed them the wrong way. But people definitely don't walk away from meeting him with that universal, oh my god, he's so nice reaction that they have with Legend.
Mock Moniker. Replied on July 6, 2011.
Not to mention that there's rumors Alexandria or Eidolon might step down. There's a lot of animosity being directed at them from certain groups. Look at this link and this one. The monsters in the Protectorate have almost all left. Only one who stayed, I think, are Hunch and Polish. I've been thinking it's another Bastion incident. Someone higher up says something racist or offensive, the Protectorate pulls strings to try and cover it up, but offended people are still offended, run off to make their own team.
Chrome. Replied on July 6, 2011.
I don't know whether to be sad about it or not. Weld's awesome, and it's great he gets to run his own team, but I was hoping he'd become a big figure in the Protectorate. Why be a big fish in a small pond when you can be a big fish in a big pond?
Nod. Replied on July 6, 2011.
We don't know how big the Irregulars are going to get.
Chrome. Replied on July 6, 2011.
But they're never going to be Protectorate big.
Weld. Verified Cape badge. Irregulars badge. Replied on July 6, 2011.
I don't know. I'm optimistic. For the record, I harbor no animosity towards the Protectorate. We're still attached, and we're receiving equipment, funding, and contacts through them. They were very respectful as a whole, but we got the chance to interact a few weeks ago, and we collectively agreed that while the Protectorate's plan to build a rapport between us Case 53s, as Protectorate terms us, and the public was sound, making me leader of the Brockton Bay Wards, for example, it was too slow, and we could do more as a group.
Answer key. Replied on July 6, 2011.
I have questions. 1. How much did they pay you guys to keep quiet and play nice? 2. I noticed you said you don't have issues with the Protectorate as a whole. You're not denying there's issues with one or two prominent members? 3. What the hell happened on the 20th? 4. How is making you leader of the wards in Brockton Bay a good thing? At everyone else. Question. Just wondering, who's been leading the Protectorate since Legend left?
White Collar, Cape Wife Badge. Replied on July 6, 2011.
At Answer Key. Tinfoil hats ahoy. I can answer that last question, though. Or my hubby can. He says the Protectorate is currently being run by a joint team ATM. Chevalier, Alexandria, and Prism are each handling different tasks.
End of page 1173 of 1180 in this thread. Topic: The Endbringers. Thread XXXIV. In Boards. World News, Maine. Original poster, Laser Smile. Posted on June 28, 2011.
Starting a new topic because the last one hit post limit. The Samur attacked Canberra, Australia on February 24th, 2011. Thread here. The Leviathan attacked Brockton Bay, America on May 15th, 2011. Thread here. Estimated time for next attack is August the 30th, 2011. This time is not exact and is likely to deviate by as much as 15 days. Official speculation points to Eastern Europe as the next likely target.
Showing page 23 of 25. Miss Mercury, Protectorate Employee Badge. Replied on July 5th, 2011.
Speaking for someone in the thick of it all, I don't think that there's any expectation or assumption that recent events, losing Legend, losing Murden, several members leaving, will change the outcome of the next attack. The Protectorate and immediately related teams only make up 25 to 50% of the defending side when outside of North America, and North America isn't a likely target. There has been no policy changes or anything of the sort in the Protectorate that point to that degree of pessimism.
Space Zombie. Replied on July 5th, 2011.
I'm more inclined to think the PRT is making a mistake than to think they're on the ball. My money's on a big-ass clusterfuck. This is the first time since Behemoth first showed up that we haven't had all our ducks in a row. May's Leviathan attack had the lowest casualty rate we've ever had, but I think the next one's going to hurt us. Bad.
Chaos Faith. Replied on July 6th, 2011.
My cousins are travelling through Europe this year, and all the analysts say the odds are worse there. Should I try convincing them to delay the trip to Greece? I think I'm even spooked about there being an attack where I'm at, in London, United Kingdom. If I wanted to visit somewhere during the crisis point, would anyone have any recommendations?
XX Void Cowboy XX. At Ground Zero Brockton Bay Badge. Replied on July 6th, 2011.
Whoa, definitely tell them to skip Greece. I've seen an attack for myself, and it's worse than you think it would be. I don't know where you could run to be safe, though. Alaska?
Senor Yeel. Replied on July 6th, 2011.
Can't let the Endbringers dictate your life. Live it as you can, know where the nearest shelter is, and keep a well-stocked supply closet.
Archmage Ein. Replied on July 6th, 2011.
If you wanted to go anywhere, and I agree with Senior Eel that you shouldn't go just because you're scared, apparently Brockton Bay is putting itself back together. The Endbringers never attack the same place twice in a row, so it's oddly the safest place to be, and it might help you to see the city for yourself. The stories were bad and scary stuff happened, but they made it. They're still there. You might find that reassuring.
Tumbles. Replied on July 6th, 2011.
That's if you don't mind being in a city where supervillains run the scene.
Xyloloop. Brockton Bay Refugee Badge. Replied on July 6th, 2011.
Copy-pasting from one of my posts in another thread. Current state of the villains in Brockton Bay. Skitter. Boardwalk, North End. 5 stars. Almost no crime. Free food. work if you want it, water and power both. Heard from a friend that stayed there for a while that he ran into some trouble. His place got raided, stuff taken. Mentioned it to someone in passing, and the next day it's all returned, with some cash, $200, and a note apologizing for the trouble, assuring him the matter was dealt with. He left after that, which I don't get. Free money after all. Said he was creeped out. Parian. Not a villain, but apparently struck a deal for a slice of territory at the very upper end of the city. Not great, not bad. Good spot to stay if you want a clear conscience and don't mind that the water and power aren't always on, 80% of the time. And shelters are a bit crowded, 4.5 stars. Gru. Western end of the city. From the docks to the lake downtown. Almost a non-entity, but he's apparently dealt with some people who tried to set up shop. Pick where you stay carefully, cause there's areas with power and water, areas without, and it doesn't change much day to day. 3 stars. Imp. Southernmost end of the city. Shopping district. Some of downtown. There's a few dregs trying to set up shop, with the no-name villain calling it her territory, and a few fights as a result. Doesn't help that the big guns like Skitter are further away. I'd stay away from here because of that alone. Regent. Eastern end of downtown. Kind of a shanty town. Area got hit hardest by the waves. Shelter, water, and power nearly non-existent, but the places that you can get are nice and very expensive. Some violence bleeding over from Imp's territory. Nothing here, unless you're rich and want to live like a king among serfs.
Procto the Unfortunate Tinker, not a tinker badge, replied on July 6th, 2011.
And Tattletale? Bitch?
Sothoth, replied on July 6th, 2011.
Sorry to continue derailing the thread, but bitch apparently has a slice of the more remote areas where you don't find many people living. Captain's Hill, the woods, hills, the beaches at the south that haven't been cleaned up yet. Her gang's growing though, or so I hear. Tattletale's not a fighter, so it makes sense that she's a more behind-the-scenes person than one of the local warlords. I think what Silopop was saying was that the town is not so dangerous. Probably more peaceful than it was at the start of the year, if you stay out of the very southernmost areas. And maybe the north. I heard there's a few upstarts from New York and Boston trying to get a foothold in Parian's area. Oh, and turn around if you hear a lot of barking.
End of page 24 of 25 in this thread. Topic. Hypothetically, if I wanted to become a henchman. In boards, places, America, Brockton Bay, teams, Undersiders. Original poster, Wag the Dog, Brockton Bay Refugee Badge. Posted on July 1st, 2011.
Been a fan of bitch hellhound Rachel Lynn since the start. Always loved dogs. Always loved badasses. She's both, and now she's one of the villains running the city? So cool! If I wanted to become a henchman, henchwoman, henchperson, hypothetically, how would I do it?
Showing page 1 of 1. Char, at Ground Zero, Brockton Bay Badge. Replied on July 1st, 2011.
Sent you a private message.
Good Ship Morpheus. Replied on July 2nd, 2011.
Yeah, I might be too late to say anything, but I wanted to warn you to be careful. Really, the reality could be different from the ideal you've built up in your head.
Original poster, Wag the Dog, Brockton Bay Refugee Badge. Replied on July 3rd, 2011.
OMG. It's all good. Harder than I thought, but all good.
XX Void Cowboy XX. At Ground Zero, Brockton Bay Badge. Replied on July 6th, 2011.
I came through a link on the main board. Is this real life? Can't you get arrested or banned doing something like this?
Lao's son, Kyushu Survivor Badge. Replied on July 7th, 2011.
Better arrested or banned than dead. I'd say death is the thing to worry about here.
Original poster, Wag the Dog, Brockton Bay Refugee Badge. Replied on July 7th, 2011.
All good, my man. All good.
End of page 1 of 1 in this thread. Private messages from G-String Girl. 2 new messages not included. Click here to see. G-String Girl. New message.
My phone broke, so I'm messaging you here. You have to understand it's not what you think.
G-String Girl. New message.
I just wanted to hang out and play space opera. You were the one who approached me, so don't jump straight to the conclusion that I'm a middle-aged pervert trying to get into your pants.
G-String Girl. New message.
There's a reason I can't send a photo, but I don't want to have to explain. Can't we just go back to the way things were?
G-String Girl. New message.
Sad face.
Topic. Who'd you lose? In Boards, Places, America. Brockton Bay Discussion Public Board. Original poster, Brocktonite 03. Veteran Member Badge, at Ground Zero Brockton Bay Badge. Posted on May 29th, 2011.
See topic. Friends, family, on-topic post only, please. No commentary. NC equals no condolences via private message.
Showing page 17 of 17. Max Dual Rocket-Propelled Grenades. Brockton Bay Refugee Badge. Replied on July 6th, 2011.
Nobody close to me died, but I still did lose quite a few people. My best friend moved away, my other friend joined the merchants because an artificial high was better than being lucid and uncertain. Come to think of it, he might have died in that massacre at the towers. My parents were separated, but they still lived in the same city before. My mom wants to move back, but my dad's gone to Florida and I don't know how much I'll see him. NC.
Reeve. Verified PRT Agent Badge, Brockton Bay Refugee Badge. Replied on July 6th, 2011.
My co-worker and squad captain. Went to school together. Dropped out together. Joined the PRT as grunt forces. S9 got him, and glad as I am he died fast, given what might have happened, doesn't change the fact he's gone. Loved him more than my wife, in a way. NC.
XX Void Cowboy XX. At Ground Zero Brockton Bay Badge. Replied on July 6th, 2011.
My aunt and uncle. They were attacked by Chosen, dragged out of their homes and beaten. My uncle fought back and smashed this one guy in the nose and wrestled a gun from his hand, but got punched in the throat and dropped the gun. He fought back some more, but eventually got knocked to the ground and shot. I wasn't there, but I heard he went down like a hero.
White Fairy, Veteran Member Badge, at Ground Zero Brockton Bay Badge. Replied on July 6th, 2011.
My boyfriend, he was in a shelter. Leviathan attacked. Only about half of us made it. One of the heroes bailed us out, distracted the Endbringer and led him away. NC. At Void Cowboy. How do you know the story if you weren't there?
XX Void Cowboy XX. At Ground Zero Brockton Bay Badge. Replied on July 6th, 2011.
Leave me alone!
User received an infraction for this post. All posts must be related to the topic question. Vista. Verified Cape Badge. Wards ENE Badge. Replied on July 7th, 2011.
Gallant, Aegis, Battery, Arms Master, Dauntless, Velocity, Glory Girl, Browbeat, one family member. I can't say who for obvious reasons. No comment, please.
End of page 17 of 17 in this thread. Topic, Skitter. In Boards, Places, America. Brockton Bay Discussion Public Board. Original poster, Miracle Mick, Brockton Bay Refugee Badge. Posted on June 11th, 2011.
The reason arachnophobes don't want to live in Brockton Bay. Her discussion thread.
Showing page 30 of 30. Mr. Fabu, Brockton Bay Refugee Badge. Replied on July 7th, 2011.
I'm not saying she's right. I'm saying she saved my life. I get woken up by bugs. Writing on the wall, I go climb in the tub and BAM! Glasplosion!
Whedon Ripper Fan. Replied on July 7th, 2011.
This conversation's going nowhere. She's bad, but she fought an Endbringer, but that doesn't change the fact that she's bad. But she saved lives, but that doesn't change the fact that she's bad. But she keeps the peace. Aside, anyone else find it really funny that we're talking about Skitter being powerful, like we used to talk about Kaiser and Lung? If you told me the gawky bug girl was going to be one of the scariest motherfuckers in town, I wouldn't have believed you.
XX Void Cowboy XX. Replied on July 7th, 2011.
I wouldn't have either.
Bruce Lau, Brockton Bay Refugee Badge. Replied on July 7th, 2011.
Easy to be one of the scariest people around if you're one of the only people around. It's a question of surviving, and the Undersiders are the types who can get away from trouble, so they outlast the opposition. How many capes are even left now?
Non-Deceptive, at Ground Zero Brockton Bay Badge. Replied on July 7th, 2011.
Makes you wonder what she's like in real life. Who's the woman behind the mask, assuming woman from height? What's her day job?
Antigone. Replied on July 7th, 2011.
She lives in the North End. Apparently first sighting, current location. Slightly above average height woman. Slender. Personality? No idea. What do we even know of her personality?
Greg stopped scrolling down the page. The computer screen glowed in his dimly lit bedroom. A woman of above average height or a tall teenager, he mumbled to himself. North End, lives in the area, personality, vicious, smart, tough, a little unhinged? The image clicked. A girl he'd had classes with, what felt like ages ago. Taylor Hebert. He'd thought maybe he had a shot with her once, only she'd brushed him off. It had bugged him more than it should have. Why couldn't it be like it was in the movies and on TV? Why couldn't the geeks band together? He thought briefly of G-String Girl, felt a pang of disappointment and a momentary disgust. She'd refused the offer to meet up, then had turned down his request for a picture or a webcam chat. The conclusion had been obvious. A creep, a liar. The name should have been a giveaway, but he'd held on to a shred of hope that there really was a girl out there more into gaming, coding, and finding cool stuff on the web than on being cool and going out on Friday nights. Was Taylor a creep of an entirely different sort? A degenerate villain? An upstanding villain? He could visualize her, sitting in class, tense with anger and frustration, the lines of her face hard as she bottled up a million little indignities and more than a few big ones. It wasn't that hard to imagine. Was Taylor Skitter? If he'd figured it out, others would too. Or they would soon enough. Her parents, did they know? They had to. How could they not? Others. Who else might have paid enough attention to Taylor to guess? The girls who had been bullying her? Maybe, maybe not. Now that he'd thought about it, it was impossible to shake the idea. But the bullies maybe didn't know the real her, didn't see the person. There was no way people wouldn't start connecting the dots, not with the eyes of the whole city, the whole country on her. Leader of a villain organization that had claimed a town and driven out all comers. Ruthless, standing up against Endbringers and the Slaughterhouse 9. He wheeled his computer chair away from the desk, his eyes fixed on the bulletin board to his left. A poster for Ransack took up half of it, and other scraps of paper took up more space. A checklist of unlocks to get for the game, the ad for the computer class he was taking, and, in a space all on its own, an information sheet. The remaining summer months would feature special arrangements for classes to make up for the weeks of classes students had missed in the wake of the Endbringer attack. The 8th of July. Tomorrow. Did she plan to go? Was she aware of how much attention people were paying to her? He could imagine himself in her shoes and could almost guess. To actually have some confidence after having none for so long? To have a second chance? In her shoes, he'd do it in a heartbeat.
Ballet, horseback riding, modeling classes, or violin. Pick one, Emma. One. Or maybe I don't pick any, and she could hear a weariness in her father's voice. He checked over his shoulder and then turned the car into a side street. A bag with assorted tubs of ice cream sat on the divider between the pair of them. Maybe you give a second thought to moving? There's really nice places just a little ways south, and I'd still be going to the same school, and nope. Dad, there's 3 jobs I absolutely despise in this world. One is matching socks, the second is ironing, and the third is moving. I can foist the first 2 off on your mom, but the third is a lifestyle choice. My lifestyle, specifically, is owning the house that I'm going to live in until I die. Emma frowned, turning to look out the window. She pouted a little. This place sucks. Brockton Bay sucks. What's so bad about it? Everything's falling apart. It's like, show me any house, and I can point out 10 things that are wrong with it. Every house has something wrong with it. Not every house. Like, when I went to Chris's birthday party, Christina. Emma injected a note of condescension into her voice. Last weekend? Or did you forget already? Why not call her Christine? Perfectly nice name. Because androgyny is cool, Dad. It's the thing in modeling. Like, I could never have my hair short, but... She stopped mid-sentence, answering her phone mid-ring. Hello? Emma! The voice on the other end was breathy and excited. There was a babble of other voices in the background. She could imagine the other youths lined up to use the payphones. Taylor, Emma said, smiling. Okay, I gotta tack fast because I only have 2 minutes and I need my other 50 cents to call my dad. We rode across the lake this morning to this waterfall, only it wasn't exactly a waterfall, more like a water stair, and we were all taking turns sliding and falling down the set of slick rocks. And Elsa, she's this girl wearing a bikini. She's been spending the last 3 days acting like she's hot stuff. She slides down the wrong part and it catches on the strap, right? It doesn't tear off, but it stretches, so it doesn't even fit her anymore. Emma laughed, leaning back against her car seat. It was something of a relief to hear Taylor getting excited about something, to hear her getting excited over nothing. She'd lost her mother a year ago, and hadn't bounced back, not entirely. Her smiles were not quite as wide. She was a second later to laugh, as if she had to wait, to give herself permission to do it, had to hold back. Before, it had been almost no holds barred. Anything went. However they wanted to amuse themselves, whatever they wanted to talk about, complete and total openness. Lately, there had been too many movies, too many activities and topics of conversation that Taylor preferred to avoid. It hadn't been easy, Emma mused, as Taylor yammered on. Sometimes she'd call, they'd do their customary hanging out, and she'd feel like the time was wasted. Afternoons and weekends spent with her best friend that she didn't enjoy. Not that Taylor was a wet blanket, but, like, maybe a damp blanket? This inane, aimless, stupid, one-sided conversation where she'd said one word? This was the good stuff. It gave her hope that things could get back to normal. And I wish I'd listened to my dad because he suggested at least 10 times that I might want to take more books, and I only brought 3, and I've read each of them twice already. Taylor's voice continued over the phone. But Emma felt her dad's hand on her wrist, lowered her phone, to pay more attention to her surroundings. The car had stopped in the middle of a narrow one-way street. A dumpster had been shifted to block the end of the alley. She looked over her shoulder down the other end of the alley. A white van had stopped there, taillights glowing. There were a group of 20-something Asian Americans approaching, sliding over the hood of the van to get into the alley and approach. Members of the ABB. This isn't supposed to happen in broad daylight, Emma thought. Taylor's voice was faint. I could probably recite this one book word for word for you by the time I get back. Maybe if I asked one of the counselors, I could get more. Her heart pounding as hard as it ever had, Emma hung up. Some part of her rationalized it as needing to eliminate the distraction, to focus on the more immediate problem. Hold tight, her father said. She did, and he put his foot to the gas. The car started rolling towards the dumpster, and the gang members behind them began running after them. Too slow, she thought. The car barely tapped the dumpster. It was only after contact had already been made that her dad put his foot on the gas, pushing against the blockade instead of ramming or crashing into it. The dumpster didn't budge. They blocked it. Or they took the wheels off, or both. There were too many people behind them for the car to reverse. Not unless her dad wanted to hurt or kill a bunch of people. Even if he did want to hurt them, he couldn't be sure he'd hit them, and where could he go? There wasn't any guarantee he'd be able to move the dumpster if he backed up and rammed into it. Call the police, her father said. She barely registered it. Emma! Call the police! She fumbled with the phone. 9. Why won't my hands work? 911. The window to her right shattered. She screamed, then screamed again as hands clutched her hair, hauled her partially out of her seat until the seatbelt strained against her shoulder and pelvis. He wasn't strong enough to actually lift her, but it hurt. She wasn't thinking, she only wanted the pain to stop. Her mind was flooded with images of what might happen if the person outside tugged in a slightly different direction and dragged her face across the broken glass of the window. The phone clattered to the floor as she gripped against her attacker's wrists, trying to alleviate the pain of her hair tearing free from her scalp. She put her feet flat on the floor of the car, pushed herself up and away from her seat, almost helping her attacker. Emma regretted it almost as soon as she did it, but the panic and the pain, she undid the seatbelt. She just wanted the pain to stop, and now there were two sets of hands gripping her, hauling her up and out through the car window. Glass broke away against the fabric of her denim jacket. She fell hard enough against the pavement that grit was pushed into her skin. I hope the jacket didn't get torn. It was so expensive, she thought. It was inane, stupid, almost hilariously out of sync with reality. Delirious. Her father's screams of almost mindless panic sounded so far away as he cried out her name over and over again. The gang members who stood above her each wore crimson and pale green. There were other colors, predominantly black, but the contrast of red and green stood out. Some had their faces exposed, others wore kerchiefs over the lower halves of their faces. One had a bandana folded so it covered one eye. She couldn't think straight enough to count them. They had knives, she belatedly noted. Her father screamed for her again. Stop, Dad, you're embarrassing me. She was more cognizant of how irrational the thought was this time. Odd, how calm she felt. Except that wasn't right. Her heart was pounding. She could barely breathe. Her thoughts were jumbled and irrational, yet she somehow felt more together than she might have guessed she would. She wasn't hysterical, at least. She was oddly pleased with that, even as she wondered if she might wet herself. Turn over, ginger bitch, one of the girls standing above her said. The order was punctuated by a sharp kick to Emma's ribs. She flopped over, face pressing against the hot pavement. Hands took hold of her jacket and pulled it off. The sleeves turned inside out, the half-folded cuffs catching around her hands. If she'd been taking it off herself, that would have been cause for some rearrangement to get her hands free. Instead, they pulled. It hurt briefly, and then they had the jacket. Here, Jan, one of the guys said, his accent almost musical. You owe me. Sweet! The voice sounded young. My jacket, Emma thought, plaintive. We could send this bitch out of town, one of the guys said. Stick her in one of the farms and hold her for a while. She's got tits, could auction her off. Don't be a moron. White girl goes missing, they look. Someone opened the car door and climbed in. There was the sound of the glove compartment opening, of items falling to the floor where her cell phone was. For the life of her, she couldn't remember if she had hit call on her cell phone before she dropped it. It would mean the difference between her phone sitting on the floor of the car, the numbers displayed on the screen, and authorities using the phone to find her location, sending help. Someone grabbed her hair again. This time, there was a tearing sensation, and the tugging abruptly stopped. Her face cracked against the pavement beneath, one cheekbone catching almost all of the impact. They'd cut her hair, and she just bruised her face. "Face," she mumbled. "What's that, Ginger?" the girl standing over her asked. Emma twisted her head around to see the girl holding a length of red hair in her hand. Not the face, please. I'll do anything you want, just not the face." It was the delirium that had taken hold of her the second her father had seized her arm. It wasn't really her, was it? She couldn't be this stupidly vain when it all came down to the wire. She didn't want to be that kind of person. "You'll do anything?" one of the guys asked. The one with one eye. "Like what?" She reached for an answer, but her thoughts were little more than white noise. The answers that did come to mind weren't possibilities. Not really. Then it's the face after all. Hold her. 10 minutes ago, she'd never been afraid. Not really. Stage fright, sure. Fear of not getting the Christmas present she wanted, sure. But she'd never been afraid. Before the one-eyed thug spoke that last sentence, she'd never known terror. Had never known what it might be like to be a deer in the moment the wolves set tooth to flesh, the rabbit fleeing the bird of prey. It was like being possessed, and the white noise that had subsumed her thoughts when she searched for an argument now consumed her brain in entirety. She felt a kind of surge of strength as her fight-or-flight instincts kicked into gear, and it wasn't enough. She was outnumbered, and many of them were stronger than her, even with the adrenaline feeding into her. Two held her arms out to either side, and someone knelt just behind her, knees pressing hard against the side of her head, keeping her from turning it. Looking up, she could see a girl, not much older than her, sporting a nose ring and a startling purple eyeshadow. She was wearing Emma's jacket. Emma could hear her father screaming still, and it sounded further away than ever. One Eye straddled her, planting his left hand on top of her hair, helping to hold her head down to the ground. He held a knife that was long and thin, a blade no wider across than a finger, tapering to a wicked point. What was it called? A stiletto? He rested the flat of the blade on the tip of her nose. "Nose," he murmured. The blade moved to her eye, and she couldn't move away. She could only shut it, feel it twitching mercilessly as he laid the flat of the blade against her eyelid. Eye. The blade touched her lips, a steel kiss. Mouth. He used the blade to brush the hair away from the side of her head, hooked an earring with the point of the blade. "Well, you can hide the ears with the hair," he said, his voice barely over a whisper. The knife point pulled at the earring until her face contorted in pain. "So maybe I'll take both. Which will it be?" She couldn't process, couldn't sort out the information in the mists of the terror that gripped her. Again, the knife traveled over her face, almost gentle as it touched the areas in question. One eye, the nose, the mouth, or both ears. Jan here thinks she has what it takes to be a member instead of a common whore, so choose one of the above and she goes to town on the part in question, proves her worth. "Holy shit, Lau," the girl with the eyeshadow said. She sounded almost gleeful. "That's fucked up." "Pick," he said, again, as if he hadn't heard. Emma blinked tears out of her eyes, looking for an escape, an answer. And she saw a figure crouched on top of her father's car, dressed in black, with a hood and a cape that fluttered out of sync with the warm sea breeze that flowed from the general direction of the beach. She could see the whites of the girl's eyes through the eye holes of what looked like a metal hockey mask. "Help me." The dark figure didn't move. Lau, the one-eyed man, reversed the knife in his hands and handed it to the girl with the eyeshadow. The girl, for her part, dragged the knife point over Emma's eyelid, a feather touch. "Pick," the girl said. "No, wait." She shoved a handful of hair she'd cut away into Emma's mouth. "Eat it, then pick." Emma opened her mouth to plead for help, but she couldn't find the breath. The hair wasn't it. Not really. Some of it was the weight of the young man sitting on her chest, crushing her under his weight. Mostly, it was the fear, like a physical thing. She thought of Taylor, of all people. Taylor had, in her way, been put to the knife, had had an irreplaceable part of herself carved away, not a nose or an eye, but a mother. And in the moment she'd found out, a light had gone out inside Emma's best friend. A vibrancy had faded. She'd ceased to be the same person. If she'd experienced her first real taste of fear when the gang members attacked the car, her first real taste of terror when Lau proclaimed he'd cut her face, then it was the thought of Taylor, of becoming Taylor, that gripped her with panic, a whole new level of fear. "I won't become Taylor. I'm not strong enough to come back from that." The knife momentarily forgotten, she bucked, thrashed, fought. An inarticulate noise tore out of her throat, a scream, a grunt, and a wail of despair all together, an ugly sound she couldn't ever have imagined she'd make. Lau was dislodged, one hand freed, and she brought it up, not in self-defense but to attack. Her nails found his one good eye, caught on flesh, and dug into the softest tissues she could find and dragged through them, through eyelid and across eyeball, through cheekbone and the meat of his cheek. He screamed, struck her with enough force that she wondered if he'd had knuckle dusters she hadn't seen. Knuckle dusters. A weapon. She belatedly remembered the knife, looked up at the girl with the eyeshadow. The figure in the black cloak had the knife-wielding girl. The knife hand twisted behind the girl's back. With a sharp, calculated motion, the arm was twisted a measure too far. The eyeshadow girl jerked off balance so the weight of her body would only help twist it further. The girl screamed, dropping the knife, and she flopped to the ground, her arm gone limp, dangling from the shoulder at an angle that shouldn't have been possible. The figure in black turned on Lau. She swept her cape to one side and momentarily became a living shadow, a transparent blur. When she returned to normal, her posture was different, and the knife had disappeared from the ground. It was in her hand. Emma watched in numb horror and awe as the girl advanced on Lau, who crab-walked backward to get away. She closed the distance, stretched out one arm, and delivered a single scratch with the knife, cutting into Lau's right eye. Other thugs had already fallen. The one who'd held her arm before she pulled it free was slumping over, unconscious. The woman, who must have been standing next to Emma's father, was lying prone on the ground on the other side of the car, a pool of blood spreading beneath her. That left only one, the thug who'd held Jan's left arm. He was on his feet in a moment, running, Emma's backpack in one hand, open, the contents from the glove compartment falling free. Useless, trivial items, a bag of candy, the driver's handbook, things he'd taken only because he could. The girl in the cloak was small, Emma noted, younger. Again, the cloaked vigilante became a virtual living shadow, flung herself down the length of the alleyway faster than the man was running. She moved past him, ducking low as she materialized into a normal form. The knife raked across the side of his knee and he fell. He twisted as he hit the ground, kicked out with one leg, and caught the girl in the side of one knee. She tumbled, landing on top of him. The ensuing struggle was brief and one-sided. He tried to grab his attacker, found only immaterial shadow. He turned over, getting on hands and knees to push himself to a standing position, but she moved faster, going solid as she loomed over him, one hand on the wall for balance. She tipped, let herself fall, and then drove his face into the pavement with all the weight she could bring down on him. A second later, the cloaked girl was holding one of his hands against a door just to his right. She had used the stiletto to impale his hand to the wood, bent the blade until the handle snapped away. "Emma," her father said. He was out of the car, embracing her. "Are you hurt, Emma?" One hand absently tried to claw her own strands of hair from her mouth, failing to get all of them. She settled for leaving the hand mashed against her mouth, as incoherent a gesture as anything she might have said if she'd been able to speak. Wordless, the girl in the black cloak limped a few steps away from the fallen boy, before adopting her shadow form, floating away, untouchable. "Emma?" Emma stared at her bedroom ceiling. It was her sister's voice. "I went to that store, got that shampoo you liked." Emma turned over, pulling the covers tight, staring at the wall instead. "I just thought a shower must sound pretty good right about now." There were still scraps of paper stuck to the wall with blue tack, the corners of the posters she'd torn down in a fit of emotion. All the words in the English language, and there wasn't one for what she'd felt. Not anger, not fear, not resentment. Some combination of those things that was duller, heavier, suffocating. The eyes of those boys from the posters had been too much. "Okay," her sister said from the other side of the bedroom door. "We love you, Emma. You know that, right?" Her mother spoke through the door. "Emma? Taylor's on the phone. She's still at summer camp. Do you—" Emma sat up in bed, swung her legs around until they hung off the end of the bed. "No." Her voice was a croak. How many days had it been since she spoke? "If I explained, maybe she could—" An image flashed across her mind's eye. Taylor on the other end of the phone, laughing, blabbering on, happy, just before the incident. The tables had turned. "If you tell her I'm never coming out," she croaked. There wasn't a reply. Emma stood from the bed and approached the door. She could hear her mother on the other side. "Doesn't want to talk to you right now. I'm sorry." A pause. No, I don't." Another pause, briefer. "Bye, honey," Emma's mom said. Floorboards creaked as her mother walked away. "A therapist? You could go alone, or we could go together." She grit her teeth. I left her number by the phone. We're all going to be out. Your sister's at a thing related to college dorms, a pre-moving in orientation. Your mom and I have work. You know our phone numbers, but I was thinking, A pause. "If you were thinking of doing something drastic and you didn't feel like you could talk to any of us, the therapist number is there." Emma hugged her knees, her back pressed hard against the door, the bones of her spine grinding against the door's surface. "I love you. We love you. The doors are all double-locked so you're safe, and there's food in the fridge. Your sister bought that stuff from the store you like, soaps and shampoos." Emma clutched the fabric of her pajamas. "It's been a week. You can't be happy like this. We won't be here to bother you, so warm yourself up some food, treat yourself to a nice bath maybe, watch some television. get some things a step back to normal? She stood, abrupt, paced halfway across her room, then stopped. Nowhere to go, nothing to do. She stood there, staring at the wall with the torn corners of a poster still stuck to it, fists clenched. Bye, honey. She was rooted to the spot, staring at a blank surface, listening as her family went about their routines. There were murmurs of conversation as they got organized, orchestrated who was going in which car, what everyone was doing for lunch. Quieter fragments of conversation where they were discussing her. The door slammed, and she heard the locks click, a sound so faint she might have imagined it. It was only after everyone had left that she ventured out of her room. Coffee. Cereal. She went through the motions, reheating a mug of the former and preparing the latter. She hadn't finished either when she stood and ventured into the bathroom. She didn't touch the bag of expensive soaps and shampoos, instead using her father's regular shampoo. She soaped up with the bar soap, rinsed off, then stepped out of the shower to dry herself. Once she was dressed, her hair still damp, she approached the front door and hesitated. She pushed through, left it unlocked behind her. She couldn't shake the worry that if she stepped back inside to find keys, she might not be able to step through the threshold again. Her teeth were chattering by the time she was at the end of the street, and it wasn't cold out. Her thoughts were a chaotic jumble as she walked. Her stomach felt like a blob of gelatin, quivering with every step she took. The stairs were the worst of all. As much as she tried to tell herself that she wasn't in the middle of a giant spotlight, that people didn't care, she couldn't shake the idea that they were watching her, analyzing her every move, noting her wet hair, noting the hunk of hair at the back that was shorter than the rest, crudely chopped off. Were they seeing her as a victim? Someone so full of fear and anxiety that every movement practically screamed, easy target? Perhaps the dumbest insecurity of all was the worry that somehow they could read her mind, that they knew she was doing the dumbest thing she'd ever done. Every step she took, the white noise of her fear consumed a bit of her rational mind. She found herself back at the mouth of the narrow one-way road. The dumpster had been moved, the van was nowhere in sight. This was different from feeling like a victim, because here she knew she really was begging to be attacked. To loiter around in known gang territory unarmed? It was senseless. This time, they might really carry through with their threats. All it would take was the wrong person seeing her. Emma couldn't bring herself to care. She was scared, but she was scared every moment of every day, had been for the last 7 days. Right now, she was more desperate than scared. She'd hoped she would run into the girl in the black cloak. She wasn't so lucky. Her stomach started protesting that the half bowl of cereal hadn't been enough, but she stayed where she was. She hadn't brought a wallet, phone, or watch, so she had no way of getting food nor any idea of how long she was really waiting. The sun was directly overhead. She turned to leave. There was no place to go. Home? It would be too easy to shut herself in her room, to hide from the world. There was nothing she wanted to do, nobody she wanted to talk to. The world was an ugly place, filled with ugly scenes, and unlike before, she couldn't shut it out, couldn't shake the idea that something horrible was happening around every corner, thousands of people suffering every second around the world. What got her, the nebulous idea that haunted her, was the impact those scenes had. There were so many defining moments, so many crises, big and small, that shaped the people they touched. The biggest and most critical moments were the sorts that wiped the slate clean, that ignored or invalidated the person who had existed before, only to create another. Emma had fought in a moment of desperation, as if fighting could make her stronger than Taylor, set herself apart. except she'd failed. It was unbearable. She hated herself. Her eyes watched the crowd, searching for the people who were eyeing her, judging her. She couldn't find any obvious ones, but she couldn't shake the belief that they were there. Takes guts. She could feel her heart leap into her throat, wheeling around, imagining the Asian girl with the eyeshadow standing behind her. It wasn't. The girl was dark-skinned, slender, with long, straight hair. She had a hard stare, penetrating. Guts? Emma couldn't imagine any word less appropriate. Coming back. The only reason you'd do it is because you were looking for revenge or you were looking for me, or both, depending on how cracked you are. Emma opened her mouth, then closed it. The realization hit her. This was the girl with the black cloak, announcing herself. She asked the question she'd gone to such risk to pose to the girl. Why? Why did you wait? You saw me in trouble, but you didn't do a thing. Because I wanted to see who you were. Before, Emma suspected she'd have been offended, aghast at the idea that this girl would leave her to suffer, leave her life at risk, just for an answer to a question. Now she could almost understand it, oddly enough. Who was I? There's two people in the world. Those who get stronger when they come through a crisis and those who get weaker. The ones who get stronger naturally come out on top. There's ups and downs, but they'll win out. Who was I? Emma asked again. You're here, aren't you? The girl smiled. Emma didn't have an answer to that. She shut her mouth, all too aware of the people walking past them, going about their everyday lives, overhearing snippets of their conversation, and yet failing to pick up anything essential. I want to be one of the stronger ones. I don't do the partner thing or the team thing. Emma nodded. She didn't have an answer ready. The other girl's eyes studied her, and she seemed to come to a decision. It's a philosophy, a way of looking at it all. You can look at the world as what's the word? One thing and another? A binary? A binary thing, but not black and white. It's about the divide of winners and losers, strong and weak, predators and prey. I kind of like that last one, but I'm a hunter. Emma thought back to how readily the girl had taken the thugs apart. I can believe that. The girl smiled. And what you have to keep in mind is the biggest question of all is one you're answering for yourself right now. Survivor or victim? What's the difference? On this violent, brutish little planet of ours, it's the survivors who wind up the strongest ones of all. Emma stood from the kitchen table, aware that her entire family was watching her. It's all mental. 3 weeks ago, she might never have imagined that she'd be able to resume life as normal, to not be afraid. Perhaps it was more correct to say that she was afraid, she just wasn't acting it, faking it until she could make it the truth. You're going out? Her sister couldn't quite keep the note of surprise out of her voice. Sophia's dropping by, Emma said. Just want to forget it happened, put it behind me, move forward. Taylor got back from camp this morning, her mother said. Emma paused. Okay. She might stop by. Okay. Emma couldn't resist hurrying a little as she collected her dishes and rinsed them in the sink. If she comes by when you're not here, I'll talk to her, Emma said. Don't worry about it. She made her way to the front hall, stopped by the mirror to run a brush through her hair. It had all been cut to match the piece that had been cut shorter with the knife. She couldn't wait for it to grow in, as that alone would erase just one more memory that reminded her of her moment of weakness and humiliation, of how close she'd come to dying or being mutilated. Until it did grow in, it was yet another reminder of all the ugliness she wanted to be able to look past. Sophia was waiting outside by the time she had her shoes on. "Heya, Vigilante," Emma said, smiling. "Heya, Survivor." She could see Taylor approaching, tan, still wearing the shirt from camp in the bright primary blue with the logo, shorts, and sandals. It only made her look more kiddish. Broomstick arms and legs, gawky with a wide, guileless smile. Her eyes just a fraction larger behind the glasses she wore, a little too old-fashioned. Her long dark curls were tied into a loose set of twin braids, one bearing a series of colorful friendship bracelet-style ties at the end. Only her height gave her age away. She looks like she did years ago, way before her mom died. Like she's 9, not 13. "Who the fuck is that?" Sophia murmured. Emma didn't reply. She watched as Taylor approached the gate at the front of the house, walked up the path to the stairs where she and Sophia stood. "Emma!" "Who the fuck are you?" Sophia asked. Taylor's smile faltered. A brief look of confusion flickered across her face. "We're friends. Emma and I have been friends for a long time." Sophia smirked. "Really?" Emma resisted the urge to cringe. "Fake it until I make it." "Really?" Taylor echoed Sophia. The smallest furrow appeared between her eyebrows. "What's going on, Emma? I haven't heard from you in a good while. Your mom said you weren't taking calls?" Emma hesitated. To just explain. To talk to Taylor. Taylor would give her sympathy, would listen to everything she had to say, give an unbiased ear to every thought, every wondering and anxiety. Emma almost couldn't bear the idea. But there would be friendship, too, support. It would be so easy to reach out and take it. "I love the haircut." Taylor filled the silence, talking and smiling like she couldn't contain herself. "You managed to make any style look great." Emma closed her eyes, taking a second to compose herself. Then she smiled back, though not so wide. She could feel Sophia's eyes on her. She stepped down one stair to get closer to Taylor, put a hand on her shoulder. Taylor raised one arm to wrap Emma in a hug, stopped short when Emma's arm proved unyielding, stopping her from closing the distance. "Go home, Taylor. I didn't ask you to come over." She could see the smile fall from Taylor's face. Only a trace of it lingered, a faltering half-smile. It's never been a problem before. I'm sorry, I was just excited to see you. It's been weeks since we even talked." "There's a reason for that. This was just an excuse to cut a cord I've been wanting to cut a long time." There it went. The last half-smile wiped from Taylor's expression. What? Why? "Do you think it was fun, spending time with you this past year?" Those words came too easily. Things she'd wanted to say, not the whole truth, but feelings she'd bottled up, held back. "I wanted to break off our friendship a long while back, even before your mom kicked the bucket, but I couldn't find the chance. Then you got that call, and you were so down in the dumps that I thought you'd hurt yourself if I told you the truth. And I didn't want to get saddled with that kind of guilt." It was surprising how easily the words came. Half-truths. "So you lied to me? Strung me along? You lied to yourself more than I lied to you." "Fuck you!" Taylor snapped back. She turned to leave, and Sophia stuck out one foot. Taylor didn't fall, but she stumbled, had to catch the gate for balance. Taylor turned around, eyes wide, as if she could barely comprehend that Sophia had done what she'd done. and Emma had stood by and watched it. Then she was gone, running. "Feel better?" Sophia asked. Better? No. Emma couldn't bring herself to feel guilty or ashamed, but it didn't feel good. The knot of negative emotion was tempered by a sense of profound relief. One less reminder of the old, weak, pathetic, vain Emma. One more step towards the new. Emma's cell phone vibrated. She rose from her bed, suppressing a sigh. As quiet as she could, she collected the tackle box from beneath her bed, dressed, and headed downstairs. Her father was at the kitchen table. His eyes went wide, and he stood. She pressed her finger to her lips, and he stopped, his mouth open. She hesitated, then spoke in a whisper. "I need your help. Please. Can you not ask any questions just yet?" He hesitated, then nodded. She handed him the keys and climbed into the passenger seat. He started up the car, then drove in the directions she indicated, her eyes on the phone. They found themselves downtown, in the midst of a collection of bodies. And in the center, leaning against a wall, Shadow Stalker was hunched over, using her hands to staunch a leg wound. Emma bent down, opened the tackle box, and began gathering the first aid supplies. Wordless, her father joined her. "We owe her this, at least." "Give it back." Taylor's voice was quiet, but level. "Give what back?" "You guys broke into my locker. You took my flute. It's something my mom left me, something she used, that my dad gave to me so I could remember her. Just, if you've decided you hate me, if I said the wrong thing, or led you to believe something that wasn't true, okay, but don't do that to my mom. She was good to you. Don't disrespect her memory. If it was so valuable to you, then you shouldn't have brought it." Taylor didn't speak for long seconds. "Can you blame me? Since school started, you've been after me. As if you're trying to make a point or something, except I don't know what it is. The point is that you're a loser." Taylor wasn't able to keep the emotion off her face. "Even if it's just a flute and a memory, maybe I wanted to feel like I had some backup here. I thought you were better than that, screwing with me on that level." "I guess you're wrong," Emma replied. She let the words sit for a few seconds, then added, "Doesn't look like she's offering you any backup at all." Emma had mused, back in the week when she'd been reeling from her near miss with death or disfigurement, that there were moments that changed destinies, that altered people's trajectories in life. Some were small, the changes minor, others large to the point they were irreversible. It was so easy just to utter the words, and the reaction was so profound. A mixture of emotions that briefly stripped Taylor bare, revealed everything in a series of changing facial expressions. She didn't enjoy it, didn't revel in it, but it was reassuring. The world made sense, predators and prey, attackers and victims. It was like a drug, only she'd never experienced the high, the pure joy of it. There was only the withdrawal, the need for a hit just to get centered again. Fight back. Get angry. Hit me. Challenge me. It took Taylor long seconds to get her mental footing. She met Emma's eyes and then stared down at the ground. She mumbled her response. "I think it says a lot more about you than it does about me." That wasn't what I meant, Emma thought. She felt irrationally angry, annoyed, and couldn't put her finger on why. It took her a minute to find Sophia, not helped by the fact that the two of them had classes on opposite sides of the building. Sophia was putting coins into the vending machine. She looked up at Emma. "What? Did you break into her locker?" "Yeah." "Stole a flute?" "Yeah." Emma paused for long seconds. To give the flute back, surreptitiously, it would go a ways towards breaking the rhythm, the cycle. Taylor's words nettled her. To back down now, it would be a step towards the old Emma, the victim. Fuck with it. Do something disgusting to it, and make sure to wreck it so she can't use it ever again. Sophia smiled. Do you hereby attest that all statements disclosed in this document are the truth to the best of your knowledge? I do, Emma's father spoke. Emma reached out and took his hand, squeezing it. He glanced at her, and she mouthed the words, "Thank you." There was a shuffling of papers at the other end of a long table. We, the committee, have reviewed the documents and agreed that Case 1631, Shadow Stalker, has met the necessary requirements. With stipulations to be named at a future date specific to her powers and the charges previously laid against her, she is now a probationary member of the wards, until such a time as she turns 18 or violates the terms of this probationary status. Congratulations, Shadow Stalker. Thank you. Shadow Stalker's tone was subdued, her eyes directing a glare at the center of the table, rather than anyone present. Emma watched as the capes and the official bigwigs around her got out of their chairs and fell into groups. Dauntless approached her dad. She only caught 2 murmured words of Dauntless's question. Divorce attorney? Shadow Stalker, for her part, stood and strode out of the room. Emma hurried to follow. By the time she reached the staircase, Shadow Stalker was halfway to the roof. You're angry. Of course I'm angry. Stipulations, rules, and regulations. I've had my powers for 2.5 years, and I've stopped more bad guys than half the capes in that room. Emma couldn't stop the memory from hitting her. The man struggled, and as much as Shadow Stalker was able to make herself immaterial, to loosen any grip or free herself from any bonds, she didn't have the ability to tighten that same grip. He tipped backwards, off the edge of the roof, and a gesture meant to intimidate became manslaughter. Shadow Stalker stared off the edge of that roof at that body, then turned to look at Emma. Is he? Emma asked. Probably best if you don't come on patrol with me again. You have, Emma replied. How many have you stopped? It's like putting a wolf among sheep and expecting it to bleat. It's only 3 years. It's better than prison. 3 years and 4 months. Better than prison, Emma repeated herself. It is prison, fuck it. It's like you said, just fake it until you make it the truth. Put away the lethal ammunition for a few years. Shadow Stalker wheeled on her, stabbing a finger in her direction. Fuck that. Emma stared at her best friend, saw the look in Sophia's eyes, the anger, the hardness. For a moment, she regretted the choice she'd made. Then she had her head in order again. The little things she was faking contorted with reality until she couldn't tell the difference anymore. People could convince themselves of anything, and there were worse things than convincing oneself that they were strong, capable, one of the ones on top, rather than one of the ones on the bottom. The door of the bathroom stall swung open. Sophia had flung one arm around Emma's shoulders, and Emma joined her in laughing. To their right, the third member of their trio was giggling so hard she had hiccups. Taylor kneeled in the middle of a massive puddle of juices and soda, some of it still fizzing around her. She was drenched, head to toe, trickles still running off of the lengths of her hair. Her style of dress had changed over the past little while in ways Taylor probably wasn't fully aware of. She wore darker clothes now, cloaked herself in sweatshirts and loose-fitting jeans. Her long hair was a shield, a barrier around her face, all measures to hide, signals and gestures of defeat. More than that, she'd changed in behavior. She had stopped fighting back. She'd stopped reacting, for the most part. Her expression was impassive. It took some of the fun out of it. It was almost disappointing. I'll have to think of a better one than this. Crack that facade, Emma thought. She smirked as Madison led the way out of the bathroom, and they left Taylor behind. Taylor had become the archetypal victim, Emma mused, in one sober moment as she parted ways with the other 2 girls. And I found myself becoming the type of person who could genuinely laugh at something like this. She dismissed the thought, shifting mental gears, re-establishing the construction of self-confidence she'd built. It was a little easier every time she did it. The fan on the other side of the room had a piece loose. It squeaked on every third rotation. She examined her nails, picked at a fleck of something white that had stuck to the end of one nail, then checked her cuticles. The fan squeaked, and she turned her head as if she could spot the offending flaw and fix it. "You come all this way and you don't have anything to say?" Sophia asked. Emma shrugged. "It was on our way." "Say what's on your mind." "It's all backwards, isn't it?" "Backwards how?" "Upside down, turned around, 2 wrongs make a right." "What wrongs?" Sophia's voice was hard. "Not you, not your thing. That's what I'm talking about. We're moving back to Brockton Bay, as in it's in progress. Half of our stuff's still back in Portland, half's in the Bay. We finally moved." "Someplace nice?" "Further north." Sophia smirked. "But that's why I'm saying it's all backwards. Things got flipped around. The North End is nicer now. They're rebuilding and it's all coming together. Downtown is the place that got hit hard. You've got 3 big areas you can't go with the crater, the quarantine, and the place I heard people calling the Scar, where they did some bombing run with Bakuta's stuff. Construction's slower towards the south because there's so much traffic and not a lot of roads." "Huh." "The bad guys are keeping the law, but things are better, and you talk to anyone and there's hope. I don't know how that happens, how you visit every tragedy imaginable on a place, drop a dozen different nightmare scenarios on it, and things get better. How does that work?" "I don't really care," Shadowstalker said. "It's your city." "The world ends in less than 2 years. I won't be out of here before then. What's the word? I reiterate, I don't really care." "I'm trying to make conversation." "You're doing a shitty job of it," Sophia replied. Emma shut her mouth, stared at her friend. "The world ends in 2 years," Sophia added. "It's a joke, pretending like things are getting better, like there's hope. The world turns a few hundred more times, and then it all ends." "Sour grapes?" "It's kinda neat in terms of the big picture," Emma said, ignoring Sophia. "It's like the future hasn't looked this bright in a while. There's promise if this rumor about an open interdimensional portal is for real. Multiple portals if you believe the really out there rumors. Escape routes, resources, work, and Brockton Bay is at the center of it all." Sophia snorted. "And more than that, it's like, if we're talking about hope about the future, who's more iconic for all that than kids? You know that line about how kids are the future, heroes too, they're icons of hope too. And put those things together, you get Arcadia High. Winslow High's gone, and there's not quite enough students, so they're hurting us all together." So it's like all this hope. You've got Brockton Bay at the center of it all. And at the center of Brockton Bay's hope, it's Arcadia High. And at the center of that, you've got the heroes and the winners. I fully intend to be the latter. In a way, it's like being queen of the world." "The popular kid in high school?" "In the high school," Emma said. She shrugged. "It's one way of looking at it." "It's sad." Emma smirked. "Someone's grumpy." "It's sad because you're making a fool of yourself. You're missing a key detail." "Which?" Sophia shrugged. "Better if you find out for yourself. I won't spoon-feed you." Emma rolled her eyes. Sophia was just toying with her head, easy enough to ignore. "I'm going to go. I'd say it's been a pleasure, but—" Sophia caught the but. "Bitch." "Yeah, death," Emma replied before hanging up the phone. She stood from the stool that was bolted to the floor, stretched, and then offered a small wave. Sophia raised both hands together to offer a minuscule wave with her right. They were cuffed together, LEDs standing out on the cuffs, marking the live current. Emma couldn't tell herself she'd be back. To stick around and be loyal now would betray every reason she'd given herself for dropping Taylor as a friend. Taylor had been a wet blanket, a loser. Sophia was no better now. It was ironic, but Sophia had proven herself to be more prey than predator in the very philosophy she'd espoused. Hey, Dad? Her dad turned his head to acknowledge her while keeping his eyes on the road. What is it? Mind making a detour? I wouldn't mind seeing Taylor's house. I thought you weren't friends anymore. Emma shook her head. I'm trying to put it all into perspective. It's really changed, and it's easiest to get my head around the changes if I can look at the familiar places, and her house is pretty familiar. Sure. If nobody else minds? There were no objections from her mom or sister. The city had always had its highs and lows, its peaks and valleys, but it seemed it was an even starker contrast now. She'd commented once that for any one house she could find 3 things wrong with it. It had been flipped around in its own way. For every 10 houses there was one in ruin, a dilapidated structure or a pile of wreckage. For every 10 stretches of road that were intact, there was one that a car couldn't pass over. They turned off Lord Street, onto the street that Taylor's house was on. As they approached, Emma could see Taylor helping her dad unload a box from what looked to be a new or newly washed car. He said something, and she laughed. The casual display of emotion was startling. It was equally startling when, in the moment Emma's dad slowed the car down, Taylor's head turned, her eyes falling on them, her head and upper body turning to follow them as they passed. She didn't even resemble the person Emma had known way back then. Not the girl who'd approached her house after coming back from camp, and not the girl who'd been drenched in juice. The lines of her cheekbones and chin were more defined, her skin baked to a light tan by the sun, her long black curls grown a touch wild by long exposure to wind. Light muscles stood out on her arms as she held a box, her dad standing back to direct. Even her clothes. She wasn't hiding under a hood and long sleeves. A trace of her stomach was exposed between the bottom of her yellow tank top and the top of her jeans. The frayed cuffs were rolled up at the bottom, around new running shoes, and neither Taylor nor her dad seemed to be paying any attention to the knife that was sheathed at her back. It surprised Emma, all the little clues coming together to point to one fact. That Taylor had stayed. She'd stayed, and she'd come out of it okay. Judging by the new car, the clothes, and her shoes, the Herberts were doing better for money than they had been the last time Emma had run into either of them. Were they early beneficiaries of Brockton Bay's upswing in fortune? It unsettled her, and she had a hard time putting her finger on why. It didn't hit her until they'd reached their new house, a recollection of something Sophia had said. On this violent, brutish little planet of ours, it's the survivors who wind up the strongest ones of all.
Hi, this is Snagger. You just finished listening to a chapter from Arc 19, Scourge, from the web serial Worm by Wildbow. This production is brought to you by the Worm Audiobook Project. If you would like to know more about us, or to volunteer your own services, please check us out at audioworm.rein-online.org. You can download or listen to every chapter directly from our site, or you can find us on iTunes or any podcast app under Worm Audiobook. Thanks for listening.